a lost soul that had just left its body, stretched through cosmic space like an umbilical cord. And finally, this bright soul miraculously found itself in the body of a newborn baby. The soul asked itself where it had ended up. The baby opened its adorable eyes, but the soul continued to talk to itself. The soul asked if this was what real paradise looked like. The soul was truly delighted with its new, albeit fragile body, which was warm and peaceful. Suddenly a voice called the baby El. The baby looked into the eyes of his beloved mother, who called him El. The girl also said that he was her dear son. 7 years have passed since then. A mysterious girl approached the house where the boy El lived, and soon opened the door. The girl entered the house with a happy smile, and turned to Ellie, asking him if he had guarded the house well on his own. The boy stood nearby, holding a mug of hot tea in his hand. The boy told his mother not to call him Ellie. The boy demanded that his beloved mother call him El. Otherwise, her son promised to stop talking to her. The poor, frightened mother was horrified, and couldn't believe that her beloved son could treat her so cruelly. Mom crouched down and cried bitterly. The girl insisted that the name Ellie really did sound very cute, but her son didn't appreciate it. El slowly approached his mother, who was literally devastated. The boy tried to calm her down and hugged her. El asked his beloved mother to stop crying. The boy agreed to let her call him Ellie. The girl laughed and hugged her son even tighter. His mother looked at her son with an incredibly tender gaze and told him that she loved him very, very much. The girl called the boy her beloved son again. El went to his room and opened the door to a room where a huge number of books were immediately visible. The boy El told himself that he was very relaxed around his beloved mother, which he couldn't afford to be. The boy El was very worried and anxious because his ability to adapt had been seriously frightening him lately. El began to remember his past life before his rebirth. Back then, he had lost his dear parents too early. The poor guy had to take on a lot of debt just to get by. As a student, he was always thinking about his next side job. He was even a pro gamer, known to everyone as Lee Jun-hyuk. It was just a nickname. Lee Jun-hyuk easily won prize money at championships, and that was the best way for him to earn a living. Even at university, the guy tried to interact with his peers as little as possible, so as not to tell them about his personal life. Once, Kim Jun-sung was sitting in a lecture as usual, studying something intently in his notebook. His gaze was pensive. The student wrote down complex, dizzying formulas and tried to figure them out. Kim Jun-sung was distinguished by his intelligence and quick wit. The learning process was interrupted by another girl who really liked Kim Jun-sung. The annoying girl constantly pestered the guy with questions. She looked at Kim Jun-sung with loving eyes and repeated that he was, as always, at the top of the class rankings. The annoying girl noticed that Kim Jun-sung had recently bought a new hairband and asked him to try it on for her. Kim Jun-sung was tired of listening to strange requests from the girl who was in love with him and firmly refused her request. Naturally, the offended girl began to cry loudly and intensely. Kim Jun-sung was forced to get up to calm the innocent victim. Kim Jun-sung tried to calm the girl, who was literally crying her heart out. The guy said there was a serious reason. Suddenly, the tearful girl's loyal friend approached her and forcibly took the headband off the guy without permission. The girl stared intently at Kim Jun-sung and said that he looked better than her at the moment. A few seconds later, the girl's expressions changed dramatically. They stared into the eyes of the frightened Kim Jun-sung. After a while, the attentive girls shouted in unison that they recognized the legendary Jun-hyuk in the guy. Kim Jun-sun, taken by surprise, began to hide his face with his hands, but the persistent girls did not let him go and continued to stare at him. Suddenly, other students approached who did not believe the words of the two friends. They claimed that Kim Jun-sung was a good boy. One of the pretty students handed Kim Jun-sung a pair of glasses identical to Jun-hyuk's and asked him to try them on. Kim Jun-sung agreed, thinking to himself that he would never be able to fool a true fan. Everyone did what they wanted. When the other students saw Kim Jun-sung trying on the glasses, they shouted loudly and didn't understand why he was hiding his identity. Meanwhile, the two loyal friends who had been pestering Kim Jun-sung gazed fondly at the face of their idol. However, the guys standing nearby looked at the photo of Jun-hyuk on their phones and whispered quietly that Kim Jun-sung clearly did not look like him. Nevertheless, the girls had long since realized everything and shouted confidently that it was Lee Jun-hyuk standing in front of them. One of the most beautiful students with red hair told her friend that Kim Jun-sung couldn't be the legendary pro gamer. However, after a few minutes, the students looked closely at Kim Jun-sung's face again, and unanimously declared that it was Lee Hee-kook. Suddenly, one girl from the crowd of students gathered around Kim Jun-sung said that she had recently seen him play impressively. Meanwhile, one of the guys also decided to stand out, and loudly asked Kim Jun-sung to play with him and his loyal friend. Kim Sung-joon escaped from the annoying crowd to the roof, and thought to himself how it all happened. After all, the guy was careful. Kim Sung-joon sat down near the railing and continued to think that he had always planned to stay in the shadows and not attract attention from those around him. Kim Sung-joon remembered how he sat down at his computer every day to battle the best players. But there was a reason for all this. The fact is that Kim Sung-joon urgently needed money after his parents left him forever. Suddenly, Kim Sung-joon heard someone slowly approaching him. He saw a pair of cute pink sneakers. It was Miji, the girl who was in love with Kim Sung-joon, who had come to ask him for forgiveness. She didn't know how things would turn out. Kim Sung-joon calmed Miji and told her that she was not to blame for this tragedy. The young man continued to grieve, barely holding back his tears. Miji did not intend to leave because she did not want to leave her so-called lover alone with his sad thoughts. Miji suddenly handed him some delicious treats as a gift and an apology. Kim Seon-joon had no idea what would happen to him that day. Kim Seon-joon dreamed of dying romantically, but ended up getting hit by a bus. The guy promised that he would be rich in his next life. When Kim Seon-joon lost his life, he did not yet know if his plea had been heard by divine beings, but he was reborn. After being reborn in another world at the age of 4, he learned that he had ended up in a world with a feudal system, reminiscent of the medieval order. His caring mother shouted from the window for Ellie to stop reading, because it was finally lunchtime. The boy continued reading that here knights used their aura, wizards used magic, and priests used another power. It was interesting. Despite many exciting facts, Ellie was very happy that in this unpredictable world, he had a loving and caring mother. In her youth, Ellie's mother became a third-class magician, but she lost her dear husband too early. The girl cherished her son very much. Ellie tried not to let his mother down, so he trained hard. The magic formulas here resembled mathematical ones. At the age of 4, Ellie passed the exams for the 2nd class. The boy understood that in 3 years, he could easily become a 4th-class mage. Ellie watched from the window as a man gave his mother a basket of Risotto tea leaves. The day was approaching when they would leave for the big village. Naturally, Ellie was very happy about this long-awaited day, because he would be able to have fun with his mother. Risotto tea leaves were literally considered a great rarity in the large village. Ellie's caring mother knocked on his door several times. The girl said she was going on an exciting journey. The loving mother stood by the door and thought that her restless son was still asleep. The girl was getting ready for the upcoming trip. Before entering her son's room, the mother clearly announced that she was about to enter, so as not to violate Ellie's personal boundaries. A dizzying surprise awaited the mother, as Ellie had already packed and asked the girl to go with her. Mom laughed and, of course, agreed to her sweet, cheerful son's proposal. And so, the main characters were already planning to leave the house. However, after a few seconds, Mom began to experience dizzying doubts and suddenly grabbed her head. The poor girl began to refuse her son and said that the upcoming journey could be dangerous for them. The worried mother told Ellie that on the trip, they might encounter a terrible, cruel monster that would want to eat him. However, Ellie thought to himself that his mother had already walked dangerous paths alone. The boy did not say that he could use magic. Ellie reasoned that he needed to learn faster. Once, the master told him that when he reached the 5th grade, he would be treated like a viscount. And when Ellie managed to achieve 7th grade mastery, he would become a powerful magician who could live without worries. Ellie tried to calm his angry mother and said that everything would be fine because he would protect her. His mother had no choice but to agree to let Ellie go on a dizzying journey with her. Before the trip, his mother asked Ellie to promise to listen to her and not to do anything dangerous. At the door, his mother turned to her son and said that if a terrible monster appeared, she would protect him. There was no need to worry. Ellie said nothing to his concerned mother and simply nodded. The boy said he sincerely believed her words. Finally, the main characters set off on an exciting and unpredictable journey through the dense, impenetrable forest. A few hours later, the caring mother turned to her son to ask if he was tired. Ellie showed no signs of fatigue. Suddenly, Ellie said that everything was fine because he had trained hard the day before their exciting journey. His mother smiled, understanding that her son had not only trained in magic, but also developed his physical condition to the maximum level. Ellie confidently asserted that great magicians would indeed need a healthy spirit and a strong body in the future. Suddenly, the caring mother stopped and began to remember that when she was studying at the academy, they also constantly talked about physical fitness. Ellie unexpectedly picked a red flower and handed it to his mother. The boy said that he had recently seen it in a book. It could be used as medicine. On the way, the main characters unexpectedly stumbled upon a strange bench and table. The kids decided to take a little break here and recharge their batteries. It turns out that a long time ago, his mother had specially arranged this magnificent place to rest from time to time during their unpredictable journey. Suddenly, poor Ellie's eyes literally widened. The boy heard some strange noises. Ellie stood up and pointed loudly in the direction, telling his frightened mother that there was something there. The main characters froze in fear. Opposite the main characters stood a trio of terrifying monsters who began to communicate and say that they needed to eat their nasty little humans. The poor mother was very frightened, first and foremost for the safety of her son Ellie. The girl had to quickly figure out what to do. The caring mother gathered her courage and asked her son Ellie to step back. These were bloodthirsty orcs, capable of easily taking a human life. The orcs continued to say that the human woman and her child looked very tasty. Ellie saw real monsters for the first time. The frightened mother was very worried about the mental state of her son Ellie. This could leave a mark on his memory. One of the terrible orcs repeated loudly that now he and his comrades would have a delicious meal after the last few difficult days. Various ideas flashed through the frightened mother's mind. The girl understood that in the next few seconds, she had to figure out how to get rid of the monsters. Ellie decided to lighten the tense atmosphere a little and asked his mother if they were really orcs. After all, they looked like green pigs. The frightened mother turned to her son Ellie and thought that the boy was too calm in the current situation. Naturally, the trio of bloodthirsty, terrifying monsters heard that the boy Ellie had called them green pigs. The leader of this terrifying group of monsters repeated loudly and clearly that he had never been a pig. He could not be called that. Finally, the mother decided that it was time to use magic. The girl needed to calm down and concentrate. The determined mother repeated that she could protect her child. And suddenly, a real fireball formed in her hands. The brave and courageous mother was already directing the fireball towards the orcs. The girl said that the monsters would not be able to touch the boy. Mom possessed third-class magic, so the fireball would help her quickly and easily deal with the scary orcs. The angry mom continued to look straight into the eyes of her numerous enemies, who dared to disturb her son. The charming mom repeated to her son Ellie that he didn't need to worry about his safety. The girl would protect him from any enemy. The fireball formed by the loving mother gradually increased in size. It was truly impressive. Ellie's mouth opened in dizzying amazement as he realized that he was witnessing real third-level magic. And finally, the brave mother launched this huge fireball at the bloodthirsty orcs. The monsters just watched what was happening. After a few seconds, the trio of terrifying orcs ran away from this place so as not to be injured by the fireball. Meanwhile, the brave mother began to laugh when she realized that the monsters had given up and run away. The girl was greatly amused that her son had called them pig. In an instant, the three orcs were lying on the cold ground. The monsters repeated that they were afraid of the fire magic and needed to run. A few seconds later, the frightened orcs got to their feet and ran through the thick, impenetrable forest. Ellie looked at his loving, caring mother with adoring eyes and couldn't believe that she had managed to defeat 3 monsters all by herself. Mom watched the monsters run away and kept a close eye on them to make sure the orcs didn't suddenly return and attack them. Mom turned to her son Ellie, and the main characters began to laugh loudly. The boy repeated that the girl looked like a real, powerful magician. The smiling mother even covered her ears, so she wouldn't hear her son Ellie's numerous compliments. She was very happy. After the skirmish with the monsters, the main characters decided to have a snack. Ellie kept saying that they were green pigs, and not so scary at all. Ellie ate his sandwich and looked at his mother, who said that orcs were not the only monsters in the area. They needed to be more careful. Mom talked about ogres, which were giant, powerful creatures resembling the walls of a real fortress. Ellie reasoned that troll blood was a special ingredient for a healing potion, and ogre skin was almost impossible to obtain. Ellie kept saying that if they ever managed to get real ogre skin, he and his mom would literally become rich people. Mom said that first and foremost, they had to be careful. Their main goal today was to get to the village of Banzark. His caring mother said that it would take about 3 days to get to the village. She asked Ellie if he was able to keep up. The brave boy nodded to his mother and said that he was very strong and would never let his mother down. And so, over the next 3 days, the main characters warmed themselves by the fire and crossed a huge river to reach the village of Banzark. A few days later, the main characters were standing in front of the huge village of Banzark. Ellie thought that this city would be a place of wealth and fame for him. Ellie looked at the large, huge streets and tall houses and repeated that soon everyone would be talking about him here. In the village of Banzark, Ellie felt for the first time that he was truly in another world, where everything seemed unfamiliar to him. His mother constantly told her son that when they walked through the city, he should look only ahead and not look up. The main characters were rapidly approaching their destination, the great Dibble store. Inside, the owner of the Dibble store was already waiting for the main characters, and said that he was very happy to see Miss Sylphire. Miss Sylphire smiled at the wealthy store owner, and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The owner of Dibelle's store looked intently into Ellie's eyes, and asked his mother who had come to see him from so far away. Miss Sylphire hugged her beloved son, and introduced him to the man as Ellie. She said that the boy was indeed very bright. Mr. Dibelle knelt down to get a better look at the boy. The man told the boy that he was pleased to meet him. Through his transparent glasses, Mr. Dibelle began to examine Ellie's face, paying particular attention to his eyes. In his mind, Mr. Dibble began to think that Ellie's eyes were clearly not like those of his many peers. Ellie also stared intently at Mr. Dibelle's face. The boy thought that when he looked at him, his gaze was like an appraisal. Miss Sylphire felt somewhat uncomfortable because Mr. Dibble was looking at her son for too long. Mr. Dibelle got up from his knees and said that it was rude of him, but Miss Sylphire really did have a wonderful son. Miss Sylphire handed the shopkeeper a basket of risotto tea leaves, and said that this time they were of excellent quality. Mr. Dibelle was very pleased, and said he could offer Miss Sylphire 5 gold coins more than last time. While his mother was talking to the man, the boy Ellie noticed the many different books inside the shop. Ellie thought to himself that Mr. Dibble really knew how to evaluate goods. If the boy needed a shop, this place was perfect. Miss Sylphire was already standing at the exit, ready to leave. She called out to Ellie, who was intently reading a book. After the main characters left, Mr. Dibelle sat down in his comfortable, expensive chair and thought to himself that he had never seen eyes like that before. The main characters moved along the square. Ellie decided to ask his mother where they should go next. Miss Sylphire was carrying a strange red bag in her hands. The girl replied that now they were going to the famous magic tower. In this tower, Miss Sylphire planned to sell mana stones engraved with magic runes. Ellie thought about how expensive these stones were to produce, but with their help, he would improve his skills. His mother said that magical materials and grimoires were sold in the magic tower, but Ellie said he could buy them in the village. Ellie also understood that the magic tower sold 9th grade books that were unavailable in the village of Banzark. With the help of these books, it was even possible to reach the 10th level. But now, the greatest magician on the planet was only 9th grade. Ellie thought to himself that when he reached the 9th grade, he would live the happiest life with his beloved mother. Ellie unexpectedly asked his mother to buy him several books of different grades of magic so that he could study them. His mother did not answer yet. And finally, the main characters reached their destination, the majestic magic tower that had become the talk of the neighborhood. Inside the magic tower, a mysterious stranger was already waiting for Miss Sylphire. The man was clearly delighted by the appearance of the pretty girl. Miss Sylphire called this strange man the Vice Master, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Miss Sylphire handed the man one of the blue stone. The Vice Master said that his skills were getting better every day. This mysterious Vice Master looked at the boy Ellie with particular contempt, and wondered to himself who this child was. The Vice Master suddenly took the boy Ellie by both cheeks, and began to say that he was very handsome, and looked like his mother, Miss Sylphire. Miss Sylphire decided to solemnly introduce her beloved son to the legendary Vice Master, and said that his name was Ellie. Meanwhile, the Vice Master turned to his son Gedrick, who was only 12 years old. The boy already possessed first-class magic. The Vice Master looked proudly at his son Gedrick, and asked the boy to demonstrate his abilities in front of the guests, and show them an energy ball. The boy Gedrick stretched out his hand and began to whisper something, and suddenly an energy ball formed around his limb. It was clear that it was difficult for Gedrick, and that he was clearly unable to control this unpredictable energy. Miss Sylphire began to clap her hands in amazement, and said that she would like to know who he would become in the future. The Vice Master took the charming Miss Sylphire's hands in his, and hugged them tightly. The man was proud of his son's abilities. The Vice Master looked at Miss Sylphire with loving eyes, and said that if she agreed to marry him, Ellie would become the same. The Vice Master continued to pester Ellie's beloved mother. The man laughed loudly and said he was joking. Suddenly, Ellie said loudly and clearly that he did not want to show his abilities until he was 10 years old. Ellie said that he could also create a real energy ball. The Vice Master's mouth opened in surprise. The Vice Master's son, Gedrick, also did not understand how a 10-year-old boy could possess first-degree magic abilities. Miss Sylphire ran up to her son, Ellie, knowing that her boy never lied, and asked him again if he was telling the truth. The room fell silent, and all the main characters stared intently at the boy Ellie, who was concentrating on himself. Ellie stretched out his hand, and clearly pronounced the words, "Energy Ball." A bright glow appeared in his hand. The entire legendary magic tower began to glow brightly with the powerful energy ball that Ellie had just formed. Ellie was not going to stop, and continued to demonstrate his unique magical abilities to the main characters. Ellie's small hand gradually seemed so strong and powerful to the main characters that it was frightening. The Vice Master stood still and opened his mouth in dizzying amazement. The Vice Master's son, Gedrick, looked at the boy Ellie and envied him. Meanwhile, his loving and caring mother sat on the floor in crazy admiration and thought to herself that her son was the best. Suddenly, Miss Sylphir stood up and hugged her beloved son Ellie tightly. The girl asked the boy how long he had been able to do this. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger in red robes opened the door to the magic tower. The man asked who had just performed magic. It was the mighty and great master, whom everyone in the neighborhood spoke of as an outstanding person. Meanwhile, Miss Sylphir hugged her son Ellie and did not know what to say. The boy wondered to himself how this old man could be a master. The master replied loudly that he now felt an enormous amount of mana. The old man asked if it was 7th class magic. Suddenly, the eyes of the great and mighty master turned bright green. The old man waited for an answer to his question. The master slowly approached the boy Ellie and asked him why his eyes did not match his age. The old man called him a swindler. The boy Ellie opened his mouth in surprise at what the elderly man meant. Only a true sage can look at a person and tell their essence. The master suddenly turned to the charming Miss Sylphir and asked her if she had brought this child here. The girl nodded silently. The great and powerful master told the attractive girl that he would temporarily take the boy Ellie with him. And now the great master and the 7-year-old boy Ellie were sitting at a wooden table in a huge room. The old man said he would get straight to the point. The great master said that it was 1st level magic, but the amount of mana indicated that he had enormous potential. The master continued, saying that this magic was limited during battles, and that is why most magicians die from faster nights. The master asked the boy Ellie to tell him about his technology and method of magic. The boy just laughed. The Grand Master thought for a moment, and continued to tell Ellie that he was too bold a youngster. The old man offered a large sum for his technology. The boy Ellie folded his arms in front of him, laughed a little, and soon asked the Grand Master what amount he was talking about. The master offered the cunning boy Ellie a sum of 10,000 gold coin. This money would be enough even for his descendants. However, Ellie did not plan to take such a huge sum yet. The boy asked to be given 9th grade mana. The old man thought for a moment, but then said that he would prepare mana stones and grimoires for the boy. The deal was done. Ellie smiled broadly and thanked the old man, calling him a wise grandfather, the master of the magic tower. The great master did not let go of Ellie's hand, and thought to himself that the boy was indeed a real trickster. The old man thought about it, and could not understand why it was so difficult for him to deal with a 7-year-old boy, who had not really seen the world. For some reason, the master began to feel strange sensations that told him that he was actually dealing with a powerful magician. Before leaving, Ellie turned to the master and asked the old man to keep everything that was happening here a secret. Upon returning home, Ellie's mother tried to ask him numerous questions about this and that. Her son was in no hurry to answer. Ellie said that he had learned magic with the help of books they had at home and by training his mana. In his past life, Ellie had loved mathematics, and soon the boy had developed his own magic formula. In his past incarnation, the boy had really loved solving complex mathematical equations. Mathematics cannot be studied thoughtlessly. Now Ellie understood perfectly well that magic formulas were actually much more complicated than mathematical ones. Ellie couldn't teach his mother earthly mathematics, so he showed the excited girl the modified magic formula. Miss Sylphir realized that Ellie had managed to greatly reduce the time of the spell, while retaining its dizzying power. Miss Sylphir hugged her son again, and said that he was a true genius. She asked him to teach her something else. 2 years have passed since then. The main characters left the village of Lunk and moved closer to the magic tower. Mom became a 4th-class magician. Once, on their way to the magic tower, Ellie and his mom suddenly encountered a mystical situation. They heard strange voices. Several creepy men in long robes had chained 2 pretty girls together. The cunning criminals shouted loudly at them. One of the charming girls was even slightly hit in the face by a brazen criminal so that she would move faster. The second girl with red hair tried to defend her friend by throwing a stone at the criminal, which only angered the man. Ellie, accompanied by his mother behind him, ordered the criminals in a rough voice to stop immediately and release their victims. It was a real group of slave traders who planned to use 2 innocent girls as merchandise for sale. Miss Sylphir was not the kind of person who would calmly walk by if she saw something like this. Therefore, the criminals were clearly in for trouble now. Miss Sylphir asked her beloved son to step aside to a safer place while she dealt with the slave traders. Suddenly, a dizzying flame appeared in Miss Sylphir's hand, which she planned to direct at the cruel men. Mom turned to her son Ellie and said that it was useless to talk to these criminals. They only understood force. Ellie watched his righteous mother's actions with delight and simply stepped aside. The boy already knew who would emerge victorious. A few seconds later, the frightened criminal gang literally fled into the dark forest. Miss Silver approached the frightened girls to free them from their steel shackles. The girl asked how the poor girls were feeling. Miss Silver continued to say that the insolent and cruel criminals had committed a terrible act that required punishment. Ellie turned to the two frightened girls and said loudly that everything was fine now, and they no longer had to be afraid. The frightened girls looked at Ellie's hand, which he held out to them in a gesture of support. The poor girls did not rush to say anything and remained silent. Soon the girls began to cry loudly. They said that now they literally had nowhere to return to. Ellie and her caring mother tried to find the families of the frightened girls, but their attempts ended in failure and disaster. When Miss Silver heard that the girls had lost their close relatives, she allowed them to stay at Ellie's house. The main characters literally took each other's hands and swore that from now on, their friendship would last forever. One day, Ellie was sleeping in his cozy, warm bed as usual. Suddenly, the boy heard someone approaching his door from outside. The door to Ellie's room was opened by a pretty white-haired girl who called the boy by name but received no answer. Suddenly, a real firebird appeared in the girl's hands with the help of magic. The girl tried once again to wake Ellie. This mystical bird, which was completely engulfed in fire, was created with the help of powerful magic. A second later, another fiery bird appeared in the hands of the cheerful, mischievous girl. These birds resembled pigeons. The passionate pigeons began to fly at breakneck speed around Ella's room, who was still lying in bed. Even their feathers could not interrupt the deep sleep of the boy, Elle. And finally, the fiery birds created by the uninvited guest managed to make Elle open his sincere blue eyes. Elle slowly got up and began to yawn. Soon, the boy turned to the charming girl and called her by name, Serena. Elle noted that Serena had managed to improve her air magic several times over in such a short period of time, which couldn't help but please the boy. Elle asked Serena if she was tired from training and studying all day long. Serena quickly replied that it was very difficult at first, but then she realized that learning magic had become a fun activity for her. Serena asked Elle to get dressed quickly and come downstairs for a delicious and hearty breakfast. As Elle descended the stairs, he thought to himself that several years had passed since then, and he was now 12 years old. Elle asked Serena where Kana was. The girl replied that their friend had been going out a lot lately. Suddenly, a long-legged girl with red hair entered the house. It was Kana. She was holding a wooden sword in her hands. Kana turned to Elle and asked if he had slept well today. The weather outside was incredibly warm and bright. Elle wished the charming Kana good morning and asked her if she had been training with the wooden sword again. Kana looked at her wooden sword and said that the more she swung the blade, the stronger she became. Kana turned to Elle and said that if he didn't mind, she could show him what she had learned through constant training. The guy thought about it and decided to decline the unexpected offer. Elle and Kana were the same age, and Serena was 2 years older than the boys. The two charming girls, Serena and Kana, had a difficult fate, but now everything was much better. Elle taught them to adapt. Serena really did have a unique talent for magic. The sweet, modest girl had already reached the first level in a short time. Meanwhile, Kana had a strong physique and was constantly training in sword fighting. She was obsessed with her physical fitness. Elle watched his best friends with delight and was proud of their achievements. How wonderful that everything had worked out for them. Suddenly, Miss Silver entered the house and wished the main characters a good morning. First, she addressed her son. Elle looked into his mother's sad face and realized that something had probably happened and they needed to have a serious talk. Unexpectedly, Miss Silver smiled and asked the children if they could tell by her appearance that she had become a 5th-class mage. Kana and Serena literally considered Miss Silver their mother, and therefore addressed her accordingly. Miss Silver thanked the happy children for their congratulations. Meanwhile, Elle thought that such a great event should be celebrated. Elle decided to announce that a special evening would soon be organized in honor of such a significant event. Elle did not reveal the details of the upcoming dizzying event and simply left the house. Elle left the main characters alone with their thoughts. The guy moved quickly through the city, and finally, Elle reached his destination, the magical tower. The building was truly awe-inspiring. Elle met an old acquaintance, the Grand Master, who admitted that the boy had grown noticeably. The old man had not seen him for a long time. Elle had actually come to ask the Grand Master how he had managed to defeat the legendary sword master in battle. Miss Silver, accompanied by Kana and Serena, entered the magical tower through a magical portal. The old man said that he had won thanks to a formula. Mom approached her son Elle to ask him why they were actually in the magic tower. After all, there was a reasonable explanation. The Grand Master sat down at the table and also asked El and his loyal companions why they had decided to visit the lonely man. El did not hesitate for long and placed a mysterious red object on the table. The boy said it was his unique invention. A few seconds later, El took out a few more red stones and also placed them on the table for the Grand Master to see. The Grand Master asked El if these stones were magical and how they had come into the young man's possession. The magic stone contained the very mana that vaguely resembled the mana from a high-class mystical stone. The main difference was that it could not be used several times within a certain period of time after the first use. It turned out that it could be charged within 3 days and could be used about 10 times. El said that he thought the Grand Master of the Magic Tower would definitely be interested in this magnificent invention. The Grand Master asked what El wanted in exchange for these magic stones. The young man said he only wanted 4 things. El insisted that he wanted his family to be completely safe and protected. If the Tower of Magicians agreed, the rest would just have to accept it. El also asked to be given a book on sword training and other similar magical manuscripts that were kept there. El went on to say that he needed more supplies, as the girls had been showing dizzying results lately. The Grand Master agreed to El's terms and asked what else he needed. Suddenly, the boy asked to be shown a good hotel. El explained that his mother had received 5th-class magic, and he planned to spend a fun evening in a good establishment without accompaniment. Miss Sylphir, who was standing behind her son, could barely hold back her tears. The boy's words touched her deeply. Once again, Miss Sylphir hugged her son tightly, calling him the best and kindest child in the world. The main characters began to hug each other again. From that moment on, El swore that he would protect this world from danger. The Great Master asked El what the boy's last 4th request would be. El changed his expression and said that he needed a book with which he could create golems. The Great Master was very surprised and asked El why he needed golems. After all, he had not even created them with the help of drawings. El smiled broadly and told the Great and Mighty Master that he was just interested in reading these books. Naturally, the cunning and crafty boy El lied. To achieve his goal, he needed golems. Exactly 4 years had passed since then. The full moon floated delightfully in the sky. Strange male voices were heard near a small house. 2 armed men stood near the house, saying that they had finally found the home of the creator of the legendary magic stone. The cunning men searched intently for traces of witchcraft, but found nothing. The criminals thought that the owners had entrusted the magic tower. The cunning criminals said that it would be quite easy to deliver the creator of the magic stone without a single scratch, as they had been ordered. One of the criminals suddenly asked what would happen if the creator resisted. The second attacker took out a sharp sword. The criminals looked at their sharp swords and said that they would have to take his life, as the legendary assassins would have done. Suddenly, El appeared behind the cunning attackers and told them that it was clearly not a bad idea. In the young El, the insolent criminals recognized the legendary creator of magic stones. The treacherous men were already preparing to attack. However, the attackers were not destined to carry out their plan. Night guards appeared behind them. The frightened criminals stood still when they heard the footsteps of the approaching armed knights. One of the insolent criminals suddenly turned around and literally jumped several meters up in fright. Naturally, the poor frightened man had no choice but to run headlong away from this place. Meanwhile, the eyes of the approaching night guards began to glow with a strange blue light. One of the cunning attackers still dared to take a desperate action and struck several blows at the knight's armor. In the next second, the poor man was looking at the hilt of his sword. Its blade had literally shattered into tiny pieces. The second attacker, who had been constantly hiding his face, was overcome with dizzying fear and did not know what to do. A few seconds later, a team of armed night guards stood over the men who had illegally entered and waited for orders. The criminals stopped resisting, so they laid down their weapons and knelt before the armed group of guards. El watched intently as the armed night guards carried away the bodies of the insolent criminals. The guy admitted that it was a job well done. El thought to himself that these insolent and cunning criminals had clearly made a fatal mistake by daring to come to him. El looked at his army of night guards, who were actually unfinished golems. It had been a long time since the Grand Master had finally given El the famous book on creating golems. El immersed himself in studying this great book and literally locked himself in his workshop, conducting unusual experiments. Soon, El managed to create the first golems, and thanks to this, the boy had his first army that carried out his orders. However, there was a particular problem. These golems were not yet ready to carry out El's plan. El raised his hand to perform a unique magical ritual. It was noticeable how the boy's power increased several times over. El stood in the center of a mysterious mystical circle and recited a special spell according to his specific formula. El looked at his house and stared intently at each window to make sure that none of his loyal comrades and friends saw anything. El finished reciting the spell and was very happy because none of his relatives noticed anything. The next morning, El descended the stairs where Serena was already waiting for him. The girl wished him good morning and called him to breakfast. El sincerely thanked the attractive Serena for the delicious egg. The girl said that cooking had become a fun activity for her. Kaina approached the group and greeted everyone in the room. El asked Kaina once again if she had had a hard workout that morning, or if she had decided to take a break this time. Naturally, Kaina tried to get El to appreciate her incredible height and skills, but the guy refused for now. El thought how relieved he was to see that the girls were behaving as usual today. The guy asked where his mom was. However, Serena and Kaina did not answer, as if they did not understand El's question. The girls stood still and said nothing. The main characters left the house and went outside, where they suddenly saw a hand with a terrible, piercing fire burning from it. El, Kaina, and Serena watched as Miss Silpher practiced magic and controlled a huge fireball above her head. Suddenly, Miss Silpher shouted loudly that she felt the fire she had created was gradually getting out of control. Miss Silpher tried with all her might to concentrate on controlling the uncontrollable element, the fireball. After a few seconds, the fireball and all the fire around it gradually dissolved into the air, and Miss Silpher fell to her knees. El decided to call his tired mother and ask if she was all right. The girl looked back. The main characters approached Miss Silpher and called her to breakfast. After all, Serena tried so hard to please every member of the family. Miss Silpher asked to be left alone to practice a little more, but El said she needed to eat well. Miss Silpher dreamed of becoming a 6th grade master soon. El continued to compliment his mother. El kept saying that his mother didn't need to train so hard, otherwise she would not succeed. Miss Silpher felt out of place and started yelling at her son. El was very offended and continued to look at his loved one. El began to think to himself that his mother was behaving very strangely. The boy did not understand what was happening to her and how to help her. El remembered that in his past life, he had managed to find a way to concentrate properly. He didn't want to reveal it. El turned to the 3 charming girls and said he would teach them a new practice: belly breathing. It was a unique method. Serena was the first to say she couldn't help but breathe. El repeated that they needed to do it slowly and exhale all the air. Kaina also said that her abdominal muscles were starting to cramp. El said that she was using too much force. El looked at Kaina and Serena, who had sat down on the ground, exhausted. The guy said that it was indeed a difficult method. None of the main characters paid any attention to Miss Silpher, who was literally focused on her breathing. Suddenly, the main characters turned to look at Miss Silpher and were greatly surprised by her incredible concentration. El literally saw mana gathering around his mother. Miss Silpher felt the response perfectly and tried not to show any emotion. Miss Silpher began to speak quietly, saying that she felt the mana entering her body. Her magic was indeed growing. Ellie was proud of his mother's achievements, and now the girl would clearly reach the 6th level of mastery soon. Meanwhile, a thought flashed through Miss Silpher's mind that she needed to be stronger in order to return there someday. Miss Silpher continued to maintain her concentration. The girl felt the mana slowly but surely penetrating her body. Miss Silpher claimed that all the accumulated energy was focused in one point of her stunning body. To prove to the main characters that her power had increased, Miss Silpher began to form a fireball in her delicate but strong hand. Miss Silpher raised her hand and with incredible ease controlled the now huge fireball above her head. Kaina and Serena watched Miss Silpher's amazing achievements in magic with their mouths open. Miss Silpher literally couldn't stop and saw the delight in Serena and Kaina's eyes. And finally, Miss Silpher stopped. The happy children began to applaud the girl and congratulate her on her amazing achievements. Miss Silpher began to feel a little sad, and tears began to fall from her eyes. The girl was confident that she could now reach the 6th level of mastery. El was happy because his beloved mother soon began to smile. Her son was truly proud of her. While Serena sincerely rejoiced with Miss Silpher, El continued to think about how to revive the night golem for his purpose. Kaina also smiled with all 32 teeth, and El thought he hadn't noticed when the time came when his mother changed so much. Miss Silpher was overjoyed, and El kept thinking that if he had noticed the changes in her in time, he would have had time to talk to her. The cheerful and happy girls hugged each other tightly and cried. El stood aside and continued to think about negative things. Back at the house, Miss Silph apologized to the girls because their first meal was only at lunchtime. However, Serena and Kaina told their mother that it was not her fault because they had witnessed such a great miracle. They were truly kind. Miss Silpher began to feel sad and stare at the door because L went straight to his workshop after eating. Meanwhile, L sat on the floor surrounded by numerous books and racked his brains over how to create the most powerful golem on the continent. L dreamed of creating a real golem in the near future, a knight who could think and move on his own. L was going over various ideas in his head. First of all, the guy needed to form a real ego. It was not an easy task. The only way to achieve this was to use 8th level mental or black magic. Again, this was not so easy. To form an ego, it was necessary to combine the ideas of jealousy, greed, hatred, and anger into a single whole. No one had ever done this before. The 6th level of magic mastery was still too difficult for L. The guy needed to quickly reach the 7th level, but reaching the 7th level in the near future would be an impossible and unachievable task for L. Poor L clutched his head and tried to figure out how he could soon achieve the long-awaited enlightenment. L began to remember how his dear mother first began to control her breathing with her thin belly. Images also floated into L's head of how the huge fireball his mother had created had caused admiration and delight in Kaina and Serena. Miss Silver stood with her hand raised and looked like a real powerful magician who had no equal on Earth. Suddenly, Ella's thoughts were interrupted by Serena, who opened the door to his workshop. The girl knew that the boy was busy, but it was already time for them to go. It was time to go to magic training, Ella. The boy said he would be there in a few moments. Elle came very close to the charming Serena and asked her if she had once said that something was not the same as before. Serena confirmed this and said that no matter what she did, she literally did not understand the nature of mana. Elle asked Serena if she felt a response in her body when the mana slowly penetrated her. The girl said that this was not quite the case. Serena began to feel very embarrassed for some reason, and literally could not find the right words to explain the situation. Serena put her hand on her stomach and tried to explain that perhaps it had something to do with the so-called nature of mana. Serena said that she felt certain energies moving through her body, but she didn't understand the difference between them. Elle still didn't understand anything. Serena continued to reveal her most intimate secrets. The girl asked Elle if he had ever felt anything like that. Meanwhile, Elle turned away and read something carefully, studying his various notes. Suddenly, Elle stopped reading and quickly ran to a mysterious box, where he began to search for something. Serena was startled by surprise. Elle took mysterious mana stones out of the strange box, and began to perform mysterious manipulations with them. Elle brought his hand close to one of the many mana stones, and whispered something to himself. Serena didn't hear anything. Now Elle began waving his hands over the other mana stone, and soon he gave his final answer. They were indeed different. Offended at himself, Elle began to think about how he could have missed something so fundamental and significant. Everything fell into place. The fact was that the mana stones really did have different function. Now poor Elle would have to study this closely to learn a lot of new things. Elle placed his hand on his chest and began to perform a mystical practice, belly breathing. This allowed the young man to concentrate all his energy in one point. Elle's bright blue eyes filled with knowledge and skills he had never even imagined before. In the next second, Elle seemed to be transported to the sea, which was clearly not as deep as he had thought. The stars lit his way. In his past life, when Elle played his game, the composition of the units played an important role in raids. The difference was in power. Elle reasoned aloud that he was now capable of creating the most powerful magic in the world. He had to try it in practice. Serena was very frightened for the condition of her friend and comrade Elle, and tried to say something important to him. The guy clearly didn't hear her. In his head, various mana stones floated in opposite direction, as if in the sea. Elle tried to catch them mentally. Elle was already running through different combinations of these ill-fated mana stones in his head. The guy was confident in his strength and invincibility. Elle continued to cultivate powerful mana stones in his head, and literally could not stop at the result he had achieved. Elle continued to exist in his imaginary world, where he truly had no equal in magical power. The guy raised his hands, throwing away the mana stones. Elle was sure that he would soon find the right combination of mana stone, and they would eventually turn into a great power. There was only one huge problem. Elle had not yet reached maximum mastery, and such power would simply overwhelm him. Elle was sure that he would soon do everything in his power to attain 7th level magic mastery. For the sake of this goal, Elle was ready to literally survive the dizzying explosion caused by the contact of these mystical stones. Suddenly, Elle felt an incredible force that made him hang upside down in weightlessness. Despite the uncomfortable position, Elle continued to look into his bright and dizzying future. The powerful stones continued to swirl around Elle's thin body, as he hung upside down. The long-awaited small explosion occurred, which was more like a burst of energy, and a strange fiery bird appeared. Elle tried to catch the mystical bright dove that glowed in an incredible way. Elle's crazy thoughts were interrupted again by Serena, who was tired of watching the guy's dizzying flights of fancy. When Elle opened his eyes, he saw a frightened Serena, who was almost crying from the tension. The girl asked how the guy was doing. Elle grabbed his head and rubbed his blue eyes. The poor guy didn't understand why he was sitting on the cold floor. Serena replied that a mysterious mystical vortex had formed around Elle, causing him to fall to the floor. Serena asked again how Elle was feeling. The guy reassured the frightened girl and said that everything was fine. Elle hugged the charming Serena and even tried to kiss her because thanks to her, the boy had just improved his magic skills. Elle explained that it was Serena who had opened his eyes to the fact that there were different types of mana and magic stones in the world. He thanked her. Serena was very confused and couldn't believe that she had just witnessed Elle raise his level of mastery in magic. Serena continued to think that Elle was an amazing person who always tried his best to achieve more in magic. Serena decided to ask her comrade and friend Elle what level he had actually reached now. Serena replied that when Elle was lying on the floor, she felt a power from him that was much greater than that of Miss Sylphir. Elle did not rush to answer such a tricky question, and just looked at Serena with his bright blue eyes. He asked her to keep it a secret. Serena looked at Elle with incredibly loving eyes. The girl really admired the guy's power and skill. Now Elle was pleased that the time had come to carry out his plan, to create a real knight, a golem. Many years had passed since then. Miss Sylphir sat on a stump in complete solitude and reminisced about the old days. The attractive Miss Sylphir looked at the house and thought it was a beautiful place, but she had to leave her homeland in a hurry. Miss Sylphir looked at her wristwatch and thought that Elle would soon be 17 years old. For the sake of her beloved son, Miss Sylphir had to make an important decision immediately, to protect him by any means necessary. Miss Sylphir stared intently at the photos of the strange boy and called him by name, Rayon. Meanwhile, Elle stood still and pointed his finger to the side. The boy said nothing and was really focused on the energy. Serena watched Elle's incomprehensible actions intently. As usual, the girl was worried about her friend's physical condition. A few minutes later, Elle suddenly shouted loudly that he was finally done. Everything went perfectly, in his opinion. In fact, Elle had spent several minutes preparing a delicious breakfast. Serena always loved to cook herself, but not this time. And now the main characters were already sitting at the large dining table, enjoying a dizzying breakfast. Miss Sylphir said that she really liked the breakfast, and once again, Mom praised her beloved son as always. Miss Sylphir turned to Elle again and said that she wanted to set the table herself for her son's 17th birthday. Elle smiled and said that everything was fine. The guy enjoyed the cooking process. After all, in his previous life, he had lived alone for 10 years. Elle continued to prepare a delicious breakfast and informed the main characters that he had only one last dazzling touch left. Elle finally finished cooking and placed the stunning dish on the dining table. Ed thought to himself that it wasn't easy to make fried rice with kimchi in this world. The guy asked the guys to try the dish. Elle continued to think about the cooking process, because he had to find the grains, cabbage, and all the necessary spices. After mixing all the important ingredients, Elle had to use magic to make kimchi. Elle began to worry a lot about how the main characters would actually react to his magnificent dish. However, Elle's ridiculous expectations of criticism did not come true. The girls clutched their heads and simultaneously said that it was magnificent. Elle was very pleased with the positive criticism, and did not even hide his crazy positive emotions. Suddenly, Miss Sylphir began to behave strangely. The girl said that it was too spicy for her, but still delicious. The second to show her negative emotions was Serena, who began to complain that she was unbearably hot. Only the brave and courageous Kana, who never liked to share her feelings with those around her, remained the same. The hungry girls were already finishing the delicious fried rice with kimchi, and simultaneously shouted that they wanted seconds. Meanwhile, Elle had already started washing the dishes, making sure they sparkled in the sun. He was ready to repeat his bold success. Elle continued washing the dishes, and thought to himself that everything was great when his beloved relatives were enjoying delicious and healthy food. Suddenly, Miss Sylphir approached Elle and confidently stated that she needed to talk to her son, urgently, about something important. Elle was very frightened again because his brave and courageous mother's gaze had become very serious. Elle stopped worrying and turned to his caring and beloved mother to finally begin the important conversation. El stood by the window, while Miss Silver sat down on a chair next to him. The boy continued to be afraid and worried. El stared intently at his mother's sad expression for several minutes and wondered why she couldn't start the conversation. It was probably a difficult topic. El began to worry again that his beloved mother didn't like the breakfast, which had taken him too long to prepare. And finally, Miss Silver began to speak. The poor girl clasped her hands on her knees and said that she had been hiding something from her son for a long time. Miss Silver said that now that El had grown up, he could finally hear the truth about his father and his mother's dark past. His mother said that she was the daughter of Marquis Einhart of the Bliard Empire, Silfir von Einhart. The poor son's eyes widened to a dizzying extent. El didn't understand why his mother had hidden the truth about herself. El kept repeating in his head that his mother was the daughter of Marquis Einhart of the powerful Bliard Empire. Of the hundreds of diverse states across the vast continent, the Bliard Empire was indeed considered one of the greatest. The Marquis Einhart family was not just an ordinary clan and family where special children were born. It was said that the Marquis had attained the 8th rank in magic. El just looked at his hurt mother and didn't know how to respond to such a statement. Something else interested him. El noticed his mother's pendant, which was actually an artifact created by magicians of the 7th level of mastery in magic. Now El began to understand that all the books in their house could only be obtained by some important aristocrat or high-level magician. Miss Silver continued to tell him that her mother had died on the 4th day after her birth. The poor girl was raised strictly by her father and brother. When Miss Silver was only 7 years old, her strict father betrothed her against her will to a prince from the great empire of Bliard. However, Miss Silver always dreamed of being free and not limiting herself in any way. Her relatives were clearly against this. And then one day, Miss Silver met Rayon Luvius, with whom she fell in love almost instantly. He was the magician of their family. Rayon Luvius always told his beloved that she needed to believe in herself and her own strength above all else. It was assumed that when Miss Silver turned 16, she would marry the prince, but the girl decided to run away with Rayon Luvius. Even though the Einhart family constantly watched over the couple, Miss Silver was truly happy with Rayon Luvius. After a year on the run, the lovers were finally caught, and her strict father promised to release Rayon Luvius from captivity. Miss Silver begged her treacherous father and crazy older brother to release her beloved Rayon Luvius. Finally, the happy day arrived when Rayon Luvius was released, and the couple in love were reunited. Rayon apologized to his beloved and said that because of him, she had to go through difficult events. Miss Silver agreed to stay in the castle. Miss Silver explained that she agreed to her father's strict orders because he promised to take Rayon Luvius's life. The couple embraced. Miss Silver said that she had experienced the taste of freedom, even if it was not for as long as she would have liked. Miss Silver began to cry profusely and begged her beloved Rayon Luvius to leave Einhart Castle and find new happiness. Rayon Luvius insisted that he could not live in a world without his beloved Silver by his side. Rayon and Silver continued to love each other, despite the fact that they were forcibly separated and forced to take extreme measures. The lovers continued to embrace and swore that they would stay together forever. Everything suddenly changed dramatically. Miss Silver felt a strange warmth on her skin. It soon became clear that it was red liquid from Rayon's body. Miss Silver watched as her beloved Rayon Luvius fell to the cold ground and breathed his last breath. Marquis Einhart approached his daughter Silver and said that he had kept his promise and freed Rayon Luvius from his pain. Marquis Einhart claimed that he had allowed his beloved daughter Silfir to say goodbye to Rayon before he was killed. Marquis Einhart continued to speak to his daughter Silfir and asked her to be grateful to her just father. However, Miss Silfir no longer listened to her father's stern words and walked away from him to give in to her grief. Until that moment, Miss Silfir had not understood what it meant to lose a loved one. From now on, the pain in her heart would never subside. The Marquis Einhart never forgave Silfir for breaking off her engagement to the prince of the powerful empire of Bliard. Miss Silfir was exiled from her home, but allowed to remain there. Her father ordered his daughter to return home when she became a 6th grade master. At that time, Miss Silfir was actually thinking only about how to take her own life. Miss Silfir's life changed dramatically when she suddenly realized that she was carrying Rayon Luvius's child. The news of her pregnancy became the happiest moment in the life of Miss Silfir, who just yesterday had dreamed of leaving this world. Miss Silfir went on to say that she then vowed to make her unborn son the happiest person in the world. Suddenly, Miss Silfir stopped talking, but soon explained that she planned to return to the Einzart family name in the near future. Ella's eyes widened at his beloved mother's dizzying decision. The boy did not understand why she had decided to do such a thing. Miss Silfir said that now that she had become a 6th class master of magic, the Einhart family would take her back. The caring mother said that this place was most suitable for learning. The girl could provide her son with everything he wanted. Miss Silver held out her hand to her son and asked the boy if he agreed to return with her to their rich and grand house. Miss Silver continued to stand in front of Elle with her hand outstretched. The mother waited for her beloved son to agree and take her hand. However, Elle was in no hurry to agree to such an exquisite and unpredictable offer. Instead of agreeing, the boy asked his mother why she wanted this. Elle asked why Miss Silver wanted to return to the hated Einhard house if she could get a title right here. The fact is that the attitude of the powerful Bliard Empire towards the influential aristocracy was very different from the rest. Miss Silver continued to insist that she wanted to provide the best conditions for her only son. Still, Miss Silver did not wait for a final answer from Elle, and simply asked him to think about the offer. Elle stood still and could not take a step. The guy really thought about the dizzying offer. Suddenly, a unique idea came to Elle's mind, one that would allow him to carry out his plan. Elle smiled and told Miss Silver that he agreed to go with her to the great and powerful house of Einhard. Miss Silver looked at her one and only son, Elle, with a loving gaze and was happy with his answer. Miss Silver was once again unable to contain her uncontrollable emotions and hugged Elle, telling him how much she loved him. Miss Silver asked Ella to go to his room to pack his things. The boy slowly but surely left the room. Suddenly, Ella stopped when he heard strange noises coming from the left. Someone was quickly approaching the door. Serena and Kaina were standing by the door, clearly sad. The girls apologized because they didn't want to eavesdrop on Ella and her mother's conversation. Serena and Kaina were almost in tears and didn't know how to ask Ella an important question. Still, the girls asked what would happen to them now. Serena lowered her head and said that they were here as slaves. Now Elle and Miss Silver were heading to Einhardt's house. Elle smiled a little, but did not rush to answer the upset girls. The guy knew perfectly well that he would never abandon them. Elle said that for some time now, he had considered Kaina and Serena his family, and was now thinking about how to introduce them to the people around him. Soon, Elle said that it was possible to register the girls as professional mercenaries, and that from now on, they would always be together. Elle asked the girls to start packing their things, while he went to a secret place. Miss Silver must not find out about this. Leaving his family home, Elle began to think that there was no way he could change his beloved mother's mind. Now the guy had only one option left. None of Elle's close relatives had any idea where he was heading with such confidence. Elle was literally too determined. The guy was not ready to stop. Soon it became clear that Elle actually wanted to visit the famous mysterious De Bell store. Elle was once again greeted by the shop owner, Mr. Dibble, who was as friendly as ever and said he was glad to see his guests. Mr. De Bell said that thanks to the rights to sell magic stones that Elle had given them, their business was booming. Elle interrupted Mr. Dibble and said he had a request. The young man thought that the shop owner might be able to obtain information. Mr. De Bell laughed and said that he had certain agreements with information guilds across the continent. Elle asked Mr. De Bell to tell him everything he had heard or knew about the powerful Einhard family from the Bliard Empire. Elle tensed up as he felt the atmosphere around him change dramatically. The guy had never seen a look like that before. Mr. De Bell literally stopped breathing and stopped talking when he heard the name Einhard from the great Bliard Empire. Soon, Mr. Dibble began his story. The Einhard family had existed for about 700 years. The Marquis was influential among high-level magicians. Mr. De Bell also knew that a long time ago, there had been an unpleasant incident when his daughter broke off her engagement to the prince and ran away. The Marquis and the Crown Prince eventually forgave their unfaithful daughter and allowed her to enjoy a peaceful existence. The fact is that many paid with their lives for such a crime, but the Einhards forgave the innocent victim. Everyone in the neighborhood praised them for this. Elle began to suspect that her beloved mother's relatives had used her as a political tool. Mr. De Bell was convinced that the Marquis Einhard was a cruel man, and that it was better never to get involved with him. Elle was already leaving the store when he realized that Miss Silver would obviously be accepted back into the Einhard household, but they might use her again. Before leaving, Mr. De Bell said that Master Brian of the Magic Tower had been feeling lonely for a long time. Naturally, Elle couldn't ignore such information, so he headed to the old man's magic tower. Meanwhile, Master Brion sat surrounded by numerous books in complete solitude, thinking that he had been forgotten. Suddenly, cheerful Elle approached old Brian and said that he had come to give him a nice gift. Elle was holding a strange piece of paper with various inscriptions on it. Master Brian had no idea what was written there. A moment later, the happy Elle said that the paper actually contained a plan for improving the Golem Knight. Surprised, Master Brion jumped up from the table and reached out his hand to study the written plan closely. Master Brion kept saying that no mage was capable of creating a golem that could think and move on its own. Soon, Master Brion studied L's plans on paper and suddenly asked the boy a strange question. Brian asked if what was written on the paper was true. L didn't understand the question at first, and asked the old man what he meant. L smiled a little, realizing that Master Brian was simply tired of the constant experiments. L said that soon he and his family would have to leave this place. The boy wasn't sure if he would ever come back here again. Poor Master Brian became very sad, and even thought that now no one would come to him anymore. Master Brion stood up and said that judging by the expression on L's happy face, a great and responsible task awaited him. Brian took L by the shoulders and said that someday his name would resound across the continent, thanks to his dizzying strength. Master Brion repeated that he was absolutely sure he would hear L's name again, despite the fact that he was planning to leave forever. L thanked Master Brian for everything he had done for him in the past that had been useful and pleasant. The young man promised that he would visit the old man again someday. L returned home in high spirits to start packing his things before his dizzying journey. L gathered his belongings and put away his various magical mana stone. The young man understood that he would soon need them very much. Before setting off, L had to make some final preparations that he could not do without. L waved his strong and powerful hands and whispered a strange but powerful spell. Everything around him glowed blue. Suddenly, a real knight appeared from the magical space, a golem in golden robes and a colorful helmet on his head. This powerful and majestic knight golem stood behind the magic circle and looked straight into the eyes of the courageous L. At that moment, L thought that he had told his grandfather, the master of the magic tower, that he could not create such an amazing creature. But in reality, L had long since realized how to rearrange the combinations of mystical mana stones to bring his idea to life. L shouted loudly and clearly at the knight golem in golden armor to finally wake up from his sleep. The golden knight golem suddenly began to move and knelt on one knee before the brave and courageous L. The golden knight golem greeted his new master and eagerly awaited his orders. L began to scratch his head, realizing that the golden knight was not yet ready, as he had not chosen the most powerful ego for its creation. L ordered the golden knight to do something at the right moment. The golem had to remain in the spatial pocket. The golden knight golem replied that he would eagerly await orders from his powerful master. The huge golden knight golem turned to pass through the mystical circle and enter the spatial pocket. L watched the mysterious golden knight golem with a bold gaze. The guy was clearly proud of his dizzying achievements in magic. L thought he had put all his knowledge into creating this powerful golem and could now summon it at any moment. L hoped that the day would never come when he would have to find out how powerful this mighty knight golem really was. It was time to go. Meanwhile, at the estate of the great and illustrious Einhart family, the scene was not a pleasant one. Marquise Einhart was playing a difficult game of chess with his eldest son. The game was clearly not easy. Everyone was deep in thought. While playing this exciting game, the eldest son of Marquis Einhart said that the investigation into the case of the magic stones had finally been completed. The Marquis of Einhart was saddened because he understood that the criminals had been carefully hiding and avoiding punishment for many years. The eldest son of the powerful Marquis of Einhart did not lose heart and reported that after a long search, he had finally found the source. Marquis Einhart was delighted by this statement and grabbed one of the important pieces in chess. The proud Marquis Einhart continued to ask his eldest son why he had spent so long searching for the real criminals. Several years had already passed. The eldest son, Einhart, replied that the creator of the magic stones had also succeeded in producing knights, golems that possessed power. The eldest son, Eickhart, said that he had even sent members of the great family of assassins to the house of the creator of the magic stones, but they had not succeeded. Marquise Einhart thought that a new formidable enemy had appeared on the horizon, one who had managed to create something that no one else had been able to achieve. Einhart's eldest son nodded and said that other magic towers had been searching for magic stones for several years, but their attempts had ended in failure. The production of such rare magic stones would bring the powerful Einhart family dizzying riches. If the Einhart family could get these magic stones sold exclusively in their store, they would rise to the top of the world. Everyone around them would recognize the greatness and dominance of the powerful Einhart family and literally worship them. Marquis Einhart already imagined how his father, who never wasted compliments, had become the most powerful man on the continent. The Marquis of Einhart continued to recall how his eldest son had announced that he had managed to find the true creator of the magic stones. In the next moment, the Marquis of Einhart was shocked when his eldest son said that the name of the creator of the magic stones was Sylphir. Marquise Einhart was truly surprised and began to recall past moments from his own life. An image flashed in the Marquise's mind of Sylphir, weeping because her father had cold-bloodedly taken the life of her beloved. A moment later, Einhart's eldest son said that the magic stones were actually developed by Sylphir's son, a boy named El. Marquise Einhart turned to his numerous armed knights and ordered them to bring Sylphir to him immediately. Marquise Einhart said he was ready to forgive his daughter and welcome her back into the family, and if they told her they were ready to take El too, she would surely give in. Marquis Einhart continued to spin his fantasies, in which the man was surrounded by bright, magical stones. The eldest son asked the Marquis what he planned to do with the crown prince, who would clearly not be happy about Sylphir's return home. Marquis Einhart said that everything should remain as it was. As long as the prince was not in a negative mood, there was no need to upset him first. Meanwhile, Miss Sylphir stood near her house and looked sadly at all the windows. It was hard for the girl to leave this place. Miss Sylphir's eyes were already filled with tears, but she tried to hold back her overwhelming emotions. Elle, accompanied by Kaina and Serena, was already standing at the door with their suitcases packed, telling their mother that it was time to leave. Miss Sylphir slowly approached her children and said that it was really hard for her to leave this place. Her heart ached. Elle thought that, to be honest, he was glad to be leaving this house with good, positive memory. Elle also thought to himself that he would like to tell his beloved mother that he had recently become a 7th grade master, but it was too early. Elle didn't want Miss Sylphir to think he was abnormal, since no one else had ever achieved such a feat at the age of 17. Elle decided to wait a while before telling her this important news, and leave everything as it was. Everyone was happy and content. And so the main characters set off on an exciting and unpredictable journey toward adventure. Miss Sylphir said that with the help of a special teleport, they would travel to the capital of Kefirmil. A guard was sitting near the gate. Miss Sylphir approached the guard and asked how much it would cost to cross the magical teleport to the capital city of Kefirmil. The insolent guard said that each person had to pay 200 gold coins. For 4 people, that would be 800 coins. Miss Sylphir clutched her head and declared that such a price was too expensive for her. The girl turned to Elle and didn't know what to say. The insolent guard suddenly grabbed Miss Sylphir by the arm and said that if she didn't pay, she would have to leave immediately. Miss Sylphir was very frightened, but was about to obey the order of the insolent, self-centered man. Suddenly, Miss Sylphir witnessed someone's strong foot flying towards the insolent man's face. With each passing moment, this strong and powerful leg was getting closer and closer to the face of the treacherous guard. This leg belonged to the courageous Kaina, who said that the man had no right to touch her loved ones as he pleased. Elle and Serena were stunned with surprise, as they clearly did not think that Kaina was capable of such desperate measures. Miss Sylphir was also very frightened and turned to Kaina to ask why she had done such a thing. Miraculously, the guard managed to put his arm out in time to protect his stupid face from Kaina's crushing blow. Suddenly, a door opened on the other side of the tower, and a mysterious stranger entered, asking the uninvited guests to stop immediately. The mysterious stranger immediately turned to Miss Sylphir and asked if the guard had been rude to her while he was away. The polite, handsome stranger treated the guard very harshly and ordered the man to return to some other place. The handsome stranger turned and asked if Miss Sylphir was planning to go to Kefirmil. It cost 400 gold coins. The polite stranger continued to say that if there were 4 or more people, a discount of 360 gold coins would be applied. Miss Sylphir confirmed that this was the amount she had expected to pay, and soon the girl handed the coins to the polite gentleman. The handsome stranger asked Miss Sylphir if they were going to Kefirmil on vacation. The girl said that they were planning to move. The stranger said that Miss Sylphir could feel calm and safe because she had a protector like Kaina by her side. The cheerful stranger asked the main characters to stand in the center of the magic circle so that they could soon pass through the portal. Before the main characters passed through the mystical portal, the polite stranger said goodbye to them. Elle watched the great magic intently and suddenly heard the stranger tell them to be careful. A bright, dizzying blue glow formed around the main characters. And finally, the magical journey through the portal began. The main characters froze in anticipation. Miss Sylphir was the first to rise into the air, accompanied by her beloved son, Elle. They laughed loudly, as they had never done before. Next to rise into the air were Serena, who clutched her head in surprise, and Kaina, who remained calm and composed. A moment later, the main characters found themselves in a strange, unfamiliar place. Serena decided to ask Miss Sylphir if they were in the right place. Elle, accompanied by his beloved and dear family, gazed at the surrounding nature, and especially at the majestic magical towers. Elle, Serena, and Kaina were speechless with dizzying surprise and shock as they saw the capital of Kefirmill for the first time. Miss Silpher pointed to a giant, tall building and told the kids that they would be staying there tonight. Miss Silpher said that before going to the Marquis's estate, they needed to register Kaina and Serena as professional mercenaries. Miss Silpher said that given the skill level of the charming girls, they would become true professionals in their field. Miss Silpher continued to say that they needed to quickly unpack their things so that she could show the kids around. Miss Silpher's cheerful mood suddenly changed when she unexpectedly heard a strange voice. Someone was calling her name. Miss Silpher was shocked and surprised when she suddenly saw Crown Prince Alkaid surrounded by his servants. Crown Prince Alkaid looked at Miss Silpher with crazy but still loving eyes and said he was very happy to meet her. Elle was also surprised by the unexpected meeting. After all, this was the former fiancé of his beloved and dear mother. According to Elle's confirmed investigation, he already knew that when Einhart caught his mother, her lover Rayon was put in prison. After some time, Elle's mother's lover was released, but in reality, the girl had to say goodbye to the greatest love of her life. Then, even the magician Rayon Levisis was cold-bloodedly killed right in front of his beloved Miss Silpher. According to his father's story, Ella was brutally and arrogantly killed on the orders of the indifferent and ruthless Crown Prince Alkaida. Elle was not ready to forgive the Crown Prince, as poor Miss Silpher had been weeping over the death of her beloved for many years. Crown Prince Alkaid continued to look into the eyes of his former fiancée, Miss Silpher, and told her that she looked very beautiful. In her thoughts, Miss Silpher tried to calm herself down in any way possible, but it was clear that she was nervous. Crown Prince Alkaid said that in fact, Miss Silpher and he had broken up because of a ridiculous and sad accident. Suddenly, Crown Prince Alkaid saw that Miss Silpher was accompanied by several children. He decided to ask who these children were. Serena said that Crown Prince Alkaid looked like a real gentleman. Kaina thought that the prince would be completely different. Elle's opinion changed dramatically from positive to negative. The boy understood that this man was responsible for his father's death. Elle looked closely at the self-absorbed Crown Prince Alkaid once more, and thought to himself that this guy was definitely pretending. The arrogant Crown Prince told Silpher that even though she was 30 years old, she looked like the most exquisite girl in the empire. A terrible and very tragic idea arose in the mind of Crown Prince Alkaid, which was to get this girl. Elle continued to sense the aura of the Crown Prince, who was trying to hide his true nature after reaching the 7th level of magic. Suddenly, Elle decided to intervene in this pointless conversation between the prince and his mother. The guy asked how the prince knew her. Elle began to smile and said that he was very pleased to meet the Crown Prince. He introduced himself as the son of Miss Silpher. Naturally, Crown Prince Alkaid narrowed his eyes, so as not to show his rejection of the fact that his former fiancé had a son. Elle continued to smile and simply looked into the arrogant and shameless eyes of the wealthy Crown Prince Alkaid. Crown Prince Alkaid said that the boy looked very much like his beloved mother. He was truly happy that she had children. In order not to appear arrogant and very uncivilized, Elle decided to just stand and remain silent, showing the Crown Prince his smile. Crown Prince Alkaid apologized to Silpher and said that he had urgent business to attend to. He also suggested meeting up for a drink. Before leaving, Crown Prince Alkaid came up close to the charming Miss Silpher and tried to hug her. The thought that the attractive Miss Silpher would soon be his still flashed through Crown Prince Alkaid's mind. Miss Silpher seemed to read the Crown Prince's thoughts and lowered her eyes. She didn't want to say anything. As soon as the wealthy Crown Prince Alkaid disappeared from view, Elle said loudly and clearly in his mind that he would take revenge. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Alkaid thought that Miss Silpher was planning to return to her family, since she had recently received her 6th grade in magic. The cunning and insidious Crown Prince Alkaid continued to think that Miss Silpher was the perfect girl for him. The arrogant, crazy thoughts in Alkaid's head continued. He thought it would be nice to make Miss Silpher his mistress, but in order to carry out the Crown Prince's cunning plan, he first needed to get rid of her son. Miss Silpher began to feel noticeably sad, frightened and confused. The girl even sat down on the cold ground. After a few minutes, Miss Silpher said that they needed to calm down and go to the guild to register the girls as mercenary. Miss Silpher turned to Serena and Kaina and told them that she was sure that everything would be fine for the girls in the near future. And finally, the main characters reached their final destination, the majestic guild mansion. A mysterious, friendly stranger was sitting in the hall of the huge, sacred building. On his table stood a vase with beautiful flowers. The polite man greeted the main characters. Miss Silpher said that Serena and Kaina would like to take an important exam. The cheerful man said that mercenaries receive ranks from F to B. To find out what rank the girls would receive, they would have to fight the head of the guild. Already in the courtyard, in the fresh air, Kaina and Serena were awaited by the so-called guild leader, who, according to rumors, had an A rank. The muscular guild leader suggested that the pretty girls take the exam together. The cheerful muscular guild leader continued to laugh and said that he would go easy on the little girls, so that they would not get hurt. Serena and Kaina looked with surprise at the cheerful and muscular guild leader who dared to mock them. The eyes of the charming girls showed incredible courage and bravery, because they knew for sure that they could win. The guild leader stood in the middle of the arena, which looked more like a gladiatorial arena. The man said that the girls could attack at any moment. Serena and Kaina clenched their fists and prepared to launch a dizzying attack on the arrogant, muscular guild leader. Before the brave girls attacked, the muscular guild leader asked them to give it their all. Serena and Kaina looked at the guild leader with puzzled expressions and decided to ask him if he was sure about that. The man replied that he would not get angry. Kaina and Serena had no other question, so they took up a fighting stance and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Kaina planned to attack first, slowly but surely drawing her sword from its sheath. A few seconds after Kaina drew her sword, the muscular guild leader saw only a small flash on the left side. Meanwhile, Kaina jumped to her maximum height with a sharp sword in her hands and shouted loudly, "Fire sword!" A moment later, Kaina was already behind the muscular and brave guild leader, who had previously boasted of his highest rank. Meanwhile, Serena held her hands out in front of her, and a bright blue glow began to form around her. She was already casting a spell. A few seconds later, Serena uttered the words, "Windstream," and the muscular guild leader found himself inside a crazy hurricane. Serena remained far behind and watched intently as the muscular guild leader was defeated. The guild leader never understood how ordinary girls managed to do something like that. The man lay on the cold ground. Serena and Kaina began to worry greatly about the physical and especially the mental state of the great guild leader. After a few minutes, the guild leader finally got up to announce loudly and clearly that the girls would now have a B rank. Elle, who had been watching the attack of his two best friends closely, began to laugh and congratulate them on their great achievement. Serena and Kaina began to rejoice greatly, but for them, the question remained whether they would have enough strength to protect Miss Sylphire. Miss Sylphire did not respond to the question posed by the girls. She simply decided not to say anything so as not to hurt their feelings. However, Serena and Kaina were very concerned about why Miss Sylphire did not respond and decided to rephrase the question. Suddenly, Miss Sylphire began to clap her hands and said that her charming girls, Serena and Kaina, had done a wonderful job. Elle looked at his beloved and dear mother with a puzzled look, but he also did not understand what was happening to her now. The main characters went to the so-called hotel to spend the night there. Until that moment, no one had ever been in such luxurious rooms. Meanwhile, Miss Sylphire sat alone on a comfortable bed and began to think that Crown Prince Alcade had hardly changed. Miss Sylphire continued to think that Crown Prince Alcade was still obsessed with her. The man would clearly want to make her his mistress. Only in this case would Elle literally repeat the cruel fate of her former lover, Rayon. A loving mother could not allow this. For Ellie's sake, Miss Sylphire would resort to the most insane and desperate measures. In her mind, he was always surrounded by fairy tale flowers. Miss Sylphire continued to believe that she would never let anyone hurt her precious child, Ellie. She simply wanted to quietly return to her family. Miss Sylph had to come up with the perfect plan so that the members of the powerful Einhart family would support her decision and accept Ella. Suddenly, Miss Sylph's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected loud knock on her door. It was her only son, Elle. Elle entered the room with a happy face, as if he wanted to rejoice that Serena and Kane had coped with the important task during the exam. Unexpectedly, Miss Sylphire asked Elle a strange question about offering the Einhart family the creation of magic stones. That would be their condition. Elle was shocked by the question and just stood there silently. The boy couldn't understand how his mother could have come up with such a crazy idea. Elle continued to stare at his mother's face with a puzzled look. The boy really couldn't figure out how to respond to such a provocative question. Miss Sylphire claimed that the entire continent was literally obsessed with the production of these magic stones. The Marquis would like this idea. Miss Sylphire said that if they provided the technology for producing magic stones, Marquis Einhart would protect Elle from danger. Elle approached his beloved and dear mother and said that he could protect not only himself, but also all his loved ones around him. Unexpectedly, Serena and Kana joined the conversation, also claiming that they could take care of Miss Sylphir and Elle's safety. The main characters laughed loudly at the same time and took out bottles of alcohol. They suggested drinking to forget all the bad things. Elle laughed and held a bottle of alcohol and said that he was already 17 years old and now he could drink with his beloved mother. Serena and Kaina also did not want to be left out and told Miss Sylphir that they had prepared something for her as a gift. Miss Sylphir, who continued to sit on the comfortable sofa, could not understand how quickly the children had found a gift for her in this hotel. The eyes of the charming Miss Sylphir slowly filled with tears of happiness, delight, and joy for her wonderful, caring children. And now all the main characters wanted to forget all the bad things that had happened in their lives. They began to enjoy the incredible experience. When Elle poured alcohol into a glass, he somehow remembered his past life and thought that he hadn't spent much time with his parents back then. Elle's past life had not been easy. The poor had to constantly pay off their hated debts. Elle looked at the charming Kaina and continued to think that here he was quickly gaining strength thanks to his incredible efforts. It was at this moment that Elle vowed that in the near future, he would make his mother happy and not lose his parents as he had before his rebirth. Elle continued to think that anyone who stood in his way would immediately meet the unique night golem. Even while in the spatial pocket, the golden night golem miraculously heard what his great lord had commanded him to do. Elle, as always, looked out the window and hoped that today would pass without any major, unpredictable problems. Elle thought that the long-awaited meeting with the powerful Einhart family would go according to plan. The boy sincerely believed in miracles. And finally, the main characters arrived at the most unpredictable place, the family estate. Elle stared at the gigantic building. The main characters stood near the majestic gates and couldn't believe they had made it here. Miss Sylphir compared this castle to the city of Bazark. Suddenly, a hint of sadness appeared in Miss Sylphir's eyes. The poor girl began to remember the past and said that the estate had hardly changed. After a few seconds, Miss Sylphir mustered up the courage to approach the majestic gates of the Einhart family estate. Miss Sylphir's steps became confident and strong. The girl understood perfectly well what she wanted from her relatives, who had once forced her to leave her family home. The main characters came almost to the gates of the Einhart family estate. Armed guards asked them why they had come. Miss Sylphir addressed one of the armed knights and said that she wished to meet with the powerful Marquis. The proud knight asked the pretty girl if she had an appointment. Miss Sylphir told him to tell the Marquis that his daughter had returned. When the armed knight learned that he was standing before the daughter of Marquis Einhart, he immediately said that he would inform his master of her arrival. With lightning speed, the armed guard ran toward the entrance of the huge building to inform the Marquis of the important news. Miss Sylphir thought about the rumors that when the engagement to the Crown Prince was broken off, the Marquis Einhart did not eat or drink for several days. Miss Sylphir looked at the colorful fountain in the courtyard of the estate and thought that her beloved had died by order of the Crown Prince. Miss Sylphir remembered that her treacherous father, the Marquis, had said after her beloved's death that she should be grateful to him. Miss Sylphir's various negative thoughts were interrupted when someone's gentle hand rested on her fragile shoulder. Her beloved and dear mother was approached by her only son, Elle, who wanted to support her in this difficult moment. Miss Sylphir once again looked at her son with loving eyes and placed her hand on top of Elle's. Suddenly, Marquis Einhart and his eldest son approached the estate. They clearly did not expect the long-awaited meeting to happen so soon. Marquis Einhart rushed to his unforgettable daughter at lightning speed and began to say that he had been very wrong to make her leave. Miss Sylphir looked with tears in her eyes at her father, who had always sought to endow his family with power, wealth, and glory. Since Miss Sylphir had heard such a rare apology from her strict father, she decided to ask the man for forgiveness in return. Suddenly, Marquis Einhart noticed Ella. The man asked his daughter who this beautiful child with blue eyes was. Miss Sylphir asked Ella to come closer so that she could finally introduce him to his grandfather, the Marquis. The boy began to smile. Marquis Einhart also began to smile and said that he was very happy to meet his own grandson. The man looked truly friendly. However, Elle noticed when the Marquis looked at him. His gaze changed dramatically for the worse. The cunning Marquis was actually closely studying the mana that his now grandson Elle had studied. The man did not understand how the boy had achieved the 5th level. Marquis Einhart could not understand how Miss Sylphir's unbearable and disobedient daughter had attained the 6th level of magic. Perhaps magic was in their genes. While the Marquis was hugging his daughter, Elle swore that his grandfather must not find out that he had recently attained the 7th level of magic. Miss Sylphir's older brother turned to his father and suggested that they continue their conversation inside the giant estate. Marquise Einhard agreed with the excellent suggestion and asked his close relatives to go inside the mansion. And so the heroes sat at a small wooden table somewhere in the living room. The owner of the mansion said that he had sent the girls to rest. Marquise Einhard wanted to talk only with the real members of his family. The man got down to business and asked his daughter if she knew how to create stones. Naturally, the Marquis thought that if his daughter Sylphire really did create magic stones, their wealth would increase several times over. Once Marquise Einhard acquired the technology for producing magic stones, their power would increase compared to today. El understood perfectly well that his grandfather's eyes were literally filled with greed. Now he understood what the Marquis was thinking. Marquise Einhard continued to tell his daughter that she must understand that after her return to the family, it was her duty to improve their financial situation. Miss Sylphire actually agreed to the demands of her strict and cruel father, but before making a final decision, she said that there were conditions. Miss Sylphire voiced her only but very important condition. Einhard must make El a real Marquis. Marquise Einhard and his eldest son were stunned with surprise. They did not expect to hear such words. Meanwhile, El also did not understand why his beloved mother demanded such an impossible condition from his grandfather. Miss Sylphire did not rush to answer the numerous questions of her relatives, but said that it was El who was involved in the creation of the magic stones. Miss Sylphire went on to say that Marquis Einhard had already understood everything when he assessed the mana of the 17-year-old teenager. Miss Sylphire claimed that no one before El could have developed such power at the age of 17. In the next few years, the boy could achieve even more. The conversation continued with the continent's interest in the production of magic stones. Everyone was particularly interested in their creator. After El joined the title of Marquis, the Einhard family could become the most powerful clan, not only in the Bliard Empire. The Einhard family's gigantic estate was truly impressive in size compared to other buildings. However, Marquis Einhard asked for a temporary pause because he could not make such an important decision at that moment. Miss Sylphire replied that she needed a definite answer. She had come here for the bright future of her only son. Miss Sylphire had already said bluntly and openly that if he did not become a Marquis, she would not reveal the technology for creating magic stones. Marquise Einhard was furious. The man had never seen his daughter in such a state before. She had always listened to him and her older brother Gleaton. Marquise Einhard thought that his daughter Sylphire had become much stronger with the arrival of her child, so he had to agree. A few seconds later, Marquise Einhard suggested that his daughter take a little rest, after which he would give his final answer. El, accompanied by his beloved mother, headed to his room to finally rest after a dizzying trip. They walked in silence. El wanted to turn to his caring mother and ask her what she meant when she spoke to his strict and cruel grandfather. The affectionate mother turned to her son and told him never to worry again. From now on, he would be completely safe. The conversation between mother and son was interrupted by two pretty but confused girls, Serena and Kaina. They wanted to find out what had happened as soon as possible. Serena ran up to Miss Sylphire to hug her. Mom said she was sorry for leaving them for a while. Serena and Kaina were actually very concerned about Sylphire and Elle's condition. The girls asked if everything was all right with them. Elle was already approaching his room to rest a little after a hard and busy day. The boy did not think that his mother would dare to set conditions. Elle stood by the door and thought that Marquis Einhard clearly did not approve of their meeting at the dining table in the living room. Elle thought that he needed to carefully sort out this difficult situation. Suddenly, the boy recited a spell to conjure up a pair of magic glasses. A moment later, a pair of glasses appeared on Elle's face, which looked quite expensive at first glance. They possessed amazing power. In fact, Elle's eyesight was fine. He needed the magic glasses to improve his concentration. Putting on the glasses, Elle immersed himself in his sad past life, when two of his best friends at university used to tease him and pull his hair. At that moment, Elle was very angry with these two spoiled girls who were studying at a prestigious university. It was then that the glasses symbolized the kind of secrecy from the evil and unpredictable world around him. However, in this life, Elle did not need to abstract himself from the sometimes cruel and vicious world around him. Here, the main goal was concentration. It turned out that with the help of the magic glasses that Elle created himself, it was possible to see the flow of mana better. Elle also wanted to find out what Marquise Einhard was actually planning to do in the near future, so he cast an invisibility spell. A moment later, El was standing near his door, but no one could see him because of the invisibility spell. Having become invisible to the surrounding public, El approached the door that led to the bedroom of the powerful Marquis Einhart. El carefully opened the door to the room where his beloved but strict grandfather was resting. Suddenly, El heard voices coming from the neighboring office. The Marquis Einhart was being asked if he was going to make him a true aristocrat. El found the door from which he heard the men's voices. This conversation was very important. Not a single word could be let out. El stood silently and listened carefully to who was talking and what they were saying behind this huge door. El continued to stand near the beautiful door, from which he heard voices saying that there was no need to make such a strange face. Marquis Einhart, accompanied by Lord Gleeton, was throwing knives at a target. The man said that Sylphir's son had the abilities to claim this place. Marquis Einhart continued to be surprised because Ellie, who was only 17 years old, possessed the 5th class. Marquis Einhart said that the boy had lived in another country his entire life. The young man would be a stranger in their powerful family. Marquis Einhart threw a sharp blade at the target and hit almost the center, which made him very happy. Lord Gleeton claimed that Sylphir was a 6th class master, which could cause enormous problems. Marquis Einhart took another knife in his hand and said that there were 20 mages here who were better than Sylphir. The man was confident that he would never lose. A few seconds later, Marquis Einhart turned to Gleeton and asked him if he remembered the letter they had received from the Crown Prince. Einhart said that if he agreed to certain conditions from the Crown Prince, he would accept Sylphir as his concubine. Lord Gleeton narrowed his eyes slightly and thought that Sylphir had probably already guessed the Crown Prince's future plans. Lord Gleeton also said that Sylphir might find out that they had been secretly kidnapping talented people from other countries to brainwash them. Suddenly, Lord Gleeton and Marquis Einhart's conversation was interrupted because his strict father ordered him to shut his mouth immediately. Marquis Einhart said that even with the help of silence magic, someone could still eavesdrop on their important conversation. El noticed that there were several devices here that even 6th class magicians would never be able to disable easily. Marquis Einhart continued to say that if the truth were to suddenly come out, it would be a scandal large enough to destroy the entire family. Gleeton swore that from that moment on, he would never speak of this delicate and highly destructive topic again. Nevertheless, Marquis Einhart said that the Crown Prince was also involved in their treacherous affairs, and that he would not do anything that could cause harm. The Marquis of Einhart continued to say that the Crown Prince should be offered favorable terms for the production and technology of magic stones. The Marquis of Einhart continued to insist that the Crown Prince would greatly appreciate the options and would not be able to refuse. Marquis Einhart handed Gleeton a sharp knife and asked him what he would do in this case. The boy thought that this was another test from his strict father. Lord Gleeton thought to himself that if he did not correct his mistake, everything could end very badly for him. Lord Gleeton slowly but surely reached out his hand to take the sharp blade from the hands of his strict and cruel father. Lord Gleeton suggested capturing the boy Ellie to find out how to create magic stone. Sylph would surely tell everything. Lord Gleeton took a long time to aim and decided to throw the sharp blade at the target. The boy was clearly worried that he would miss. Gleeton was astonished when his knife landed right in the center of the small target. The boy was clearly delighted with what had happened. Marquis Einhart insisted that he find out all the information about the stones and send Sylphir to the Crown Prince, even if it meant using force. The Marquis went on to say that if his daughter resisted, he would seal her abilities and brainwash Ella to make her loyal. Marquis Einhart patted Gleeton on the shoulder and said that he was indeed suitable for the role of successor. Everything should go wonderfully. Marquis Einhart clenched his hand into a fist and told Gleeton that he was leaving Ella to him and would eagerly await positive results. El was very angry at his heartless family. The boy wondered why he couldn't refuse his mother's strange proposal. El really wanted to make sure they never came to this horrible place, but the boy understood that he was intoxicated by his superiority. El sincerely believed that he could make his mother happy no matter what. Images from the past when everyone hugged each other came to his mind, but when his mother suggested that El go to her family home, her son simply respected her decision. El looked at the cunning and insolent Gleeton, and now realized that the outcome was not as positive as he had hoped. El continued to argue that he should deal with his insolent relatives if they tried to use him. However, El was deeply saddened because he would have to involve Crown Prince Alcaide in this difficult matter. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically when Marquis Einhart unexpectedly turned around after hearing strange noises. The Marquis realized with incredible ease that there was a mysterious stranger behind the wall who had used invisibility magic. The man asked who it was. Meanwhile, El was already reciting a special spell, and a bright blue ball formed around his hand. Marquise Einhart and his faithful assistant Gleaton approached the wall to see who the mysterious stranger was. El tried to concentrate on his magic and did his best to avoid an unexpected encounter with the Marquis. The boy quietly uttered the words, "Endless flame." Marquise Einhart and his faithful assistant Gleaton were greatly frightened because they realized that a giant explosion of energy would occur in the next second. Marquise Einhart opened his mouth in surprise and astonishment. The man clearly did not expect to be overheard here. And finally, the very unexpected explosion of energy occurred, which frightened all the main characters in the room. A few seconds later, Marquise Einhart and his loyal assistant looked at the aftermath of this dizzying, mysterious explosion of energy. Marquise Einhart was surprised again and said that it was incredible, as it would take any other mage at least half an hour to create such magic. The power and sounds of the magical explosion attracted the attention of the armed guards, who rushed in to check if Lord Gleaton and the Marquis were all right. The scene suddenly changed when the armed guards suddenly heard strange noises somewhere above. Everyone looked up. Above the heads of the armed knights, El hovered in the air and said that he was very angry. Everything was supposed to end differently. El began to cast spells again, and a small, bright blue magic ball formed in his hand. The guy said he would take care of his traitors. El continued to say that he would make his enemies regret trying to harm his dear and beloved family. El continued to perform magic and was already hanging in the air behind a huge mystical circle. The boy said that his enemies would suffer. The armed knights, together with Marquise Einhart, continued to stand in place with their heads raised. Everyone listened attentively to the teenager's words. El continued to say that destruction would befall those who dared to stand in his way. None of the armed knights could imagine what they would face in the next moment. A golem knight emerged from the spatial pocket. The golden golem knight stood confidently behind the powerful Lord Alai, eagerly awaiting his orders. The frightened armed knights of the castle had never before seen a real legendary golden golem knight in person. Lord Gleaton was also greatly frightened by the appearance of an uninvited powerful guest in their castle. The boy asked his father what to do. However, Marquise Einhart looked at the golden golem with incredible admiration. The man said that it was better than any praise. The knights of the castle knew that no powerful mage had ever been able to create a real golden knight golem before. They thought it was a fake. Meanwhile, the powerful and legendary knight golem continued to stand in place, awaiting orders from his master. The poor guards had already prepared their weapons to either attack or provide the necessary defense. The sight of the powerful knight golem was truly terrifying. None of the castle's armed knights dared to attack first. Soon, the order was given, and the mighty golem knight launched a dizzying attack on the army of armed knights. Lord Gleaton watched the unpredictable battle intently. The guy knew that the guards would cope. Lord Gleaton began to worry as the golem knight miraculously managed to defeat his army of mercenaries. A few seconds later, Gleaton watched as the knights who had just been trying to defend themselves lay on the cold ground. Marquise Einhart simply laughed out loud and realized that what he was seeing was not a fake. With this asset, his family could be the most powerful. The Marquis ordered the remaining armed knights, El and his faithful giant companion, to investigate the technology used to produce the stones. El looked at his grandfather with indignation and said that the only thing he knew was how to be a truly greedy person. El continued to look the Marquis in the face and said that he already lived too luxurious a life. What else did the Marquis really need? Marquise Einhart continued to command his remaining troops and ordered them to extract the secret of creating a golem knight from El. El continued to cast spells and whispered something near the huge magic circle. It was clear that the boy would soon give the knight another order. El controlled the powerful golem knight and directed it towards the armed guards of Einhart Castle. Everyone felt the Lord's mana. Marquise Einhart was truly amazed, as after a few seconds he realized that his mana was comparable to that of a master swordsman. Marquise Einhart could not understand how the creator of such a powerful knight golem still had only a 5th-class rank in magic. Marquise Einhart began to recall that when he closely studied the mana of the teenager El, everything looked exactly the same. But soon, Marquis Einhart began to suspect that the cunning and insidious boy had indeed deceived him in some incomprehensible way. Everything fell into place when the Marquis realized that a person who used such magic could not be lower than 7th class. But Marquis Einhart couldn't believe such a dizzying miracle. A 17-year-old boy was not worthy of knowing such magic. Marquis Einhart stared intently at the back of El's head to see the true power of the great magician in him. Marquis Einhart couldn't believe that he had been so thoroughly and boldly deceived. Could El really be the most powerful 7th-class magician? Marquis Einhart began to form a blue energy ball in his hand and turned to El, calling him too arrogant. The blue energy ball in Marquis Einhart's hands turned into a giant mystical circle. The man also had several excellent techniques. Meanwhile, El literally hovered in the air and closely watched his opponent's strange actions. El stretched out his hand in response to Marquis Einhart, and a moment later, a glowing blue ball also appeared in his palm. In fact, it was a huge shield with which El managed to deflect the cunning Marquis's devastating attack with incredible ease. El continued to hold his blue energy shield and looked down at Marquis Einhart. The boy hated his grandfather. El's grandfather and uncle, who planned to use Miss Sylphire for their own nefarious purposes, were not worthy of being true magicians. El shouted loudly and clearly that his new so-called relatives were not worthy of being considered magicians and sorcerers. The situation became much more complicated when El saw Miss Sylphire on the other side of the battle, accompanied by Serena and Kaina. Miss Sylphire hurried to find out what was really going on here. El was worried that his mother would witness the dizzying battle. El was faced with a difficult task. The boy did not want his real family to see what he planned to do to Marquis Einhart. El's grandfather and uncle stood nearby and waited patiently for further developments. The boy tried to tell them about their plan. Memories flashed through El's mind of how the cunning Marquis Einhart planned to do everything possible to find out the technology behind the stones. El's memories were too real when the boy imagined the Marquis laughing because he wanted to seal Sylphire's abilities. This cunning, insolent old man rubbed his slippery hands as he planned to even use force against his poor daughter. El didn't understand what could happen if his beloved mother found out the bitter truth. Miss Sylphire, Serena, and Kaina stood still, waiting for the boy to give them the long-awaited answers to their many questions. Meanwhile, Miss Sylphire stared intently into the eyes of her only son, Ellie, thinking that she had never seen him like this before. Miss Sylphire began to realize that El had not lost his temper for no reason, and that something terrible and horrible had happened. El lowered his head, knowing full well that at that moment he had no other choice. El closed his blue eyes and continued to cast spells, quietly whispering some insidious but powerful incantation under his breath. A few seconds later, Marquis Einhart, who was closely watching what his grandson El was doing, said that he was using capture magic. The Marquis of Einhart was very frightened because he thought that El might have recorded their important conversation with Lord Gleaton the day before. The Marquis understood perfectly well that his family would be ruined if everyone found out the truth. The man turned to Gleaton and ordered him to act. Miss Sylphire heard this harsh order and asked what was going on. Marquis Einhart said that El had caused an explosion. Her mother was very frightened for her son and asked her father to cancel the order, to which the Marquis asked her to shut her mouth. Miss Sylphire had no intention of complying with this strange request and said that El was the Marquis Einhart's own grandson. The Marquis Einhart turned to the remaining guards and ordered them to move as well. El was a high-class mage, and they needed to be on their guard. The armed knights were still afraid to approach the powerful golem, so they simply surrounded him. Finally, El turned to the Golden Knight Golem and said that in the next moment he would crush these unfortunate people. The Golden Knight Golem bowed, indicating that he understood his master's order. El added that there was no need to take the knights' lives. The Golden Knight Golem replied that his master's order would be carried out as soon as possible, and took up his huge pointed sword. One of the castle's armed knights thought that if he destroyed the Golden Golem's sword, it would be defeated forever. El smiled slightly, knowing that it was practically impossible to destroy the Golden Knight Golem's sword. It was a legendary blade made of rare steel by dwarves, with a small amount of various impurities. El remembered his past life, where he often played computer games. Even the strongest units could lose. In addition, El knew that the top of the Golden Knight Golem's sword was covered with a special magical metal to seal the magic. Nevertheless, the armed knights of the castle took a risk, and were ready to attack the legendary Golden Golem. The Golden Knight Golem swung his giant sword in the air to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy army. The castle's army of armed knights had no idea that the Golden Golem possessed such dizzying power. Marquis Einhart and his loyal companion Lord Gleaton watched in astonishment as their army was defeated. One of the castle's brave knights shouted at the Golden Knight Golem, warning the powerful monster not to underestimate him in battle. However, the Golden Knight Golem simply remained silent and delivered another powerful blow to the army of frightened opponents. A moment later, the frightened knights stared at the handles of their swords, which had just shattered into small pieces. The rest of the armed knights of the castle were not so lucky. The shockwave from the blow threw them back several meters. One knight, whose lock still remained standing, suddenly felt his knees tremble. The man was ready to surrender. The Golden Golem Knight stood still and looked at his opponents, who were lucky enough to remain alive. The worried knights could not do anything against the Golden Golem's crushing blows. It was impossible. Despite the terrible losses, the knights continued to shout that they must not give in to panic. Their lord's command was law to them. The knights gathered their courage and willpower to give the mighty monster a worthy rebuff in the next moment. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically when the armed army of knights turned around and saw their commander approaching on horseback. El tensed up a little, as the commander of the Einhart Castle Knights did indeed look very brave and majestic. El assumed that the commander's skill in magic was close to that of a master swordsman. The knight had already dismounted and knelt before his lord. The commander of the knights asked Marquis Einhart for forgiveness for his tardiness. His lord told him to immediately go into battle. The commander of the knights, without much hesitation or doubt, set out to carry out the order of the powerful Marquis Einhart. The brave man rose from his knees and introduced himself to the Golden Golem as the commander of the Einhart family's knights. The brave commander of the castle's knights looked at the other armed guards and ordered them to kill the Golden Golem. In front of his army of knights, the commander drew his sharp blade and raised it to inspire a spirit of rivalry in his frightened soldiers. Meanwhile, El turned to his Golden Knight Golem and ordered him to activate the second level of attack. The Golden Knight Golem immediately obeyed the order of his great master and replied that the seal had been lifted. The Golden Knight Golem raised his hand to draw his giant sword, with which he intended to kill the commander of the knights. The Golden Knight Golem slowly approached the brave and courageous commander of the Einhart family knights. His incredible armor literally blinded the surrounding public. He looked invincible. The Golden Knight Golem moved closer and closer to his opponents, instilling uncontrollable fear in them. The army of armed knights of the Einhart family noticed that the Golden Knight Golem had somehow miraculously changed. When El heard that the army of armed opponents thought that the Golden Knight Golem had changed, he thought that this was not the case. Meanwhile, the Golden Knight Golem decided to swing his huge sword in the air to further frighten the armed knights. The Einhart family's armed army thought that the Golden Golem's sword had grown several times in size. The Golden Knight Golem took up a fighting stance, ready to soon meet a worthy opponent on the battlefield. The frightened Einhart family army saw the Golden Golem Knight cover his sword with a powerful aura. The Golden Golem Knight began his dizzying movement toward his frightened opponents. The commander of the Einhart Knights stepped forward to fight the Golden Golem one-on-one. The man was confident that the golem was no match for him. The commander of the Einhart Knights also raised his legendary blade and prepared to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent. The Golden Knight Golem was also preparing for the upcoming battle. No one knew the outcome of this duel. The swords of the two worthy opponents finally clashed in the air. A dizzying, bright aura shone around them. This incredible aura of the two legendary rivals made Marquis Einhart and the rest of his entourage squint from the light. El watched the unpredictable duel intently and did not show even a shadow of doubt. The boy waited for the end of the fight. Meanwhile, Marquis Einhart raised his head to look at El, who continued to hover in the air. It was noticeable that a strange red liquid began to flow from the commander of the armed knights, Einhart. The main characters watched with fear in their eyes as the legendary sword of the commander of the Einhart family knights stuck into the ground. Commander Einhart suddenly dropped to one knee. It was clear that the man had been seriously wounded. Commander Einhart opened his visor and said in a quiet, uncertain voice that it was the first time he had ever felt such intense pain. Meanwhile, the Golden Golem Knight stood over the body of Commander Einhart and felt perfectly fine. The rest of the Einhart family's army opened their mouths in amazement and declared in unison that this could not be. Their commander had been defeated. The Golden Golem Knight decided to show his superiority and swung his sword again in front of the heads of Marquis Einhart and Lord Gleeton. Frightened, Marquis Einhart and Lord Gleeton managed to put up a magic shield in front of themselves, and therefore did not suffer serious injuries. Marquis Einhart turned his magic shield into a huge dome that could never be destroyed. Only his army lost their lives. Lord Gleeton watched with particular regret as his guards fell so quickly at the hands of the powerful Golden Golem. El noticed that mysterious people, who were actually magicians, began to gather on the left side. El expected nothing else from the treacherous Einhart family. The boy was not going to give up, and wanted to fight to the end. El suddenly turned to Miss Sylphire and showed her that he had real magic in his hand. His mother had never seen it before. El asked his beloved and dear mother again if she was ready to see the real truth in the next moment. Miss Sylphire naturally agreed and held out her hands. The girl knew that her son was not acting this way for no reason. El directed the magical blue ball toward Miss Sylphire and said that an unpleasant surprise awaited her inside, one that would reveal the truth to her. Marquis Einhart did not want to let his daughter see this, but he had no choice because the Golden Knight Golem was watching him. Marquis Einhart had already guessed that El possessed 7th-class magic. He needed to join forces with the other magicians of the family. Marquis Einhart was very afraid that El might simply run away. The man thought hard and couldn't figure out what to do now. Meanwhile, El began working on the next difficult spell, which was called Space Restriction. A few seconds later, Miss Sylphire found herself in a transparent cage that could not be destroyed, even with powerful magic. Serena and Kaina were very concerned about Miss Sylphire's physical condition, as the cage was gradually becoming less transparent. Miss Sylphire tried with all her might to hold on to the blue energy ball that El had given her. Soon she realized that it contained his memories. Unexpectedly for Miss Sylphire, the energy ball burst, and now something began to happen around the charming girl. Miss Sylphire began to observe the conversation between Marquis Einhart and Lord Gleaton, who said that she would soon be the prince's concubine. Miss Sylphire also saw the cunning Marquis Einhart talking about how his daughter might find out that they were kidnapping talented people. The next moment, Marquis Einhart was saying that the kidnapped people were brainwashed and turned into obedient slaves. The next image was a conversation about Crown Prince Al-Qaeda, who was actually involved in the Marquis of Einhart's shady dealing. The Marquis of Einhart proposed kidnapping Ella so that Miss Sylphire would be pressured into telling them the technology for producing magic stones. And finally, Miss Sylphire heard how the Marquis of Einhart was going to send her by force to the Crown Prince of Al-Qaeda. The last picture was a conversation about how El was also to be tortured in order to ultimately subjugate his will. From what she heard and saw, Miss Sylphire's head literally burst with pain. The girl already wanted to cry. Miss Sylphire fell to her knees from the terrible pain in her head and began to cry heavily. The girl clearly did not expect to see such a thing. A memory came to Miss Sylphire's mind of when her own father had hugged her upon meeting her after a long separation. Through her tears, Miss Sylphire thought that her father had changed after all and truly considered her part of his powerful family. Miss Sylphire thought of her cheerful son, El, who should not have seen what was really going on inside this vicious family. Now Miss Sylphire was sure that her father, Marquis Einhart, and her older brother, Lord Gleaton, were cruel and unjust people. Miss Sylphire felt as if she were tied up with a strong rope and unable to make any movement forward. The embittered members of the Einhart family wanted to use not only Miss Sylphire's skills, but also those of her son, El. Miss Sylphire thought that her beloved fiancé, Rayon, had lost his life because of the Crown Prince's order, but she was wrong. The naive daughter tried for many years to forgive her father, who was not guilty of Rayon's death, but it was a lie. Now Miss Sylphire sincerely knew that these people did not know what true love and a faithful family were. For Marquis Einhart and Lord Gleaton, everything was a means to obtain wealth, power, and glory. Finally, Miss Sylphire saw the true nature of her so-called dear and close people. Serena and Kaina continued to watch as the mysterious mystical cube hurt Miss Sylphire, but they couldn't help her. El also watched the condition of his beloved mother. The boy had to accept what had happened with dignity. Miss Sylphire had already gotten to her feet and seemed to have become even stronger than before. The girl continued to stand with her eyes closed. The tears had stopped flowing. Miss Sylphire had truly discovered within herself the dizzying power to accept the truth. El looked at his mother with a special loving gaze, as if she were about to wake up. And finally, Miss Sylphire landed on her feet to open her eyes and face the truth. The courageous Miss Sylphire turned to her son El and said that she no longer planned to run away from her problem. El, who continued to flutter like a bird in the air, was happy for Miss Sylphire and was even ready to hug her. El's face suddenly changed when he saw tears on Miss Sylphire's cheeks. The boy knew that she could not feel hatred despite the pain. El said that Miss Sylphire, Serena, and Kaina were members of his family, and he would never allow anyone to hurt them. Now there was only one thing left to do. El turned to Marquis Einhart and Lord Gleaton to deal with them once and for all. Meanwhile, Marquis Einhart and Lord Gleaton watched the situation closely and clenched their fists in uncontrollable anger. El raised his hand to show his grandfather and uncle what the iron sword of justice was all about. A new mystical circle of red formed around El's hand, It was once again incredible and mesmerizing magic. Suddenly, a strange but powerful bird with eyes red as fire appeared out of thin air. It began to flap its giant wings. It seemed as if El was controlling this mighty, legendary bird. It was as if the boy was telepathically transmitting his thoughts to the animal. Meanwhile, the bird with fiery eyes listened intently to the thoughts of the little boy El. A moment later, a crazy, piercing sound rang out, causing the armed army of knights below to cover their ears. Lord Gluten also covered his ears with his hands, to prevent his eardrums from bursting. Only Marquise Einhart remained standing in place. The man realized that El had used sound magic to suppress the spirit of his opponent. Marquise Einhart noted that El had used 5th-class magic to defeat a 7th-class mage, Lord Gluten. Marquis Einhart smiled, and suddenly asked El if he had changed his mind and wanted to join his powerful family. Marquise Einhart continued, saying that it would be a great loss for him if El refused to join his relatives. Miss Silfer, accompanied by Serena and Kaina, looked at El with surprised expressions as he was about to give his answer. Marquise Einhart smiled broadly and said that he would guarantee the safety of Miss Silfir and those 2 wonderful girls. El thought that for the first time, he was experiencing some kind of unfamiliar and strange feeling. The guy didn't understand what was going on. El soon realized that he was facing real magic of suggestion. He would not be the only one to face such problems. El decided that the other magicians who had cast spells at that moment and made him feel doubtful should be punished. El looked at the cunning and insidious Marquis Einhart and loudly called him a malicious old man who did not deserve mercy. Suddenly, El stopped talking and thought for a moment. Soon, the young man said that he had an important question for Marquis Einhart. Meanwhile, Marquise Einhart realized that all his efforts had been in vain, as he was facing a true 7th-class mage. El finally asked a provocative question, and asked how Marquis Einhart could do such things to his family. In response to the strange question, Marquis Einhart simply smiled again and remained silent. The old man did not want to give himself away. A moment later, Marquise Einhart raised his hands and began to whisper something quietly under his breath so that no one could hear him. Marquise Einhart said that many aristocrats sold their children for the prosperity of their families. It was normal. These calm words made the boy El fly into a rage. The boy hated his own grandfather. Standing before El was not just an ordinary person, but a real monster who knew no pity or mercy. Marquise Einhart said that now he planned to ask the questions that interested him. The old man grinned again. Marquise Einhart asked how El knew such complex spells, and how he had managed to acquire such dizzying knowledge at the age of 17. El was in no hurry to reveal his secrets and mysteries to his own grandfather. The boy simply lowered his head. After a few seconds, El finally decided to answer his grandfather, and said that he had actually learned everything on his own. Marquise Einhart cringed with dissatisfaction. The old man asked why the boy had mocked him, and why he had hidden his true power. Marquis Einhart's head was literally exploding with excruciating pain. The old man was tired of listening to his grandson's lies and deceit. El continued to say that he hated people like the Marquis, who treated their relatives as expendable, more than anything else in the world. Despite his anger and resentment towards Marquis Einhart, El suddenly held out his hand and said he had something to offer his grandfather. El asked if he would get into trouble if he left their home with his loved one, and told everyone about the Einhart family. El showed a small coin, with which he had managed to capture everything he had heard during the conversation between the Marquis and Lord Gleaton. The Marquis Einhart was very surprised to see the small coin, and asked the boy what exactly he meant. El said that Prince Alcade was also involved in the kidnapping of innocent people, and that was terrible. People would not like such news. The Bliard Empire could fall if it suddenly entered into a dizzying battle with the families of those people whom Einhart had kidnapped. Suddenly, a lovely picture appeared inside the coin, depicting Marquis Einhart in the company of his son, Lord Gleaton. El said that if they didn't want him to tell the whole truth about their family, the Marquis and the Lord would have to fight without any interference. El said that if his opponents could defeat him, he would destroy the coin and disappear forever. The Marquis and Gleaton prepared for battle. Marquise Einhart turned to Gleaton and said that they needed to attack El at the same time. In that case, they would have a chance to win. Lord Gleaton began to smile strangely and laugh, but ultimately agreed to the unique proposal. Marquise Einhart agreed to the condition, and was already preparing to launch a devastating attack on the naive boy. Meanwhile, El closed his blue eyes and began muttering something under his breath again. It was clear that he was reading a spell. A blue glowing aura began to form in El's hand. The boy said that his relatives clearly underestimated him. El directed the blue, glowing aura toward Marquis Einhart and Lord Gleaton, and said that he would plunge them into the depths of despair. A huge blue aura approached Marquis Einhart and Lord Gleaton at lightning speed. Naturally, Marquis Einhart and Lord Gleaton put up their hands to create a mystical shield of protection. They were not ready to lose. Once again, a dizzying magical explosion of energy thundered, as if it were an earthquake. Meanwhile, somewhere in the palace, two mysterious male figures were talking about an important matter. One of them knelt down. The evil king asked his loyal servant if there was any evidence of 7th class magic being used. The king declared that if the Einhart family had indeed been conducting any experiments, they must be punished immediately. The king went on to say that the Einhart family had become very powerful recently. This could not be ignored. For the king, the existence of serious opposition was unacceptable. Duke Leon agreed with the arrogant aristocrat. The great emperor could clearly see how the Einharts were literally gaining momentum in magic. Now he needed to rein them in as soon as possible. The emperor looked at Duke Leon once more and said that he would succeed. He would wait for positive news and updates from him. Duke Leon bowed once more before His Majesty and set off on an exciting and dizzying journey. Before leaving, Duke Leon apologized for having to leave the Emperor alone with his thoughts for a while. The conversation between the two high-ranking individuals was interrupted by the faint, piercing sound of boots approaching them. The Emperor saw the smiling Crown Prince Alkaid approaching him and saying that he had one request for the Emperor. The Crown Prince asked the Grand Duke of Gleon if he was heading to the Einhart estate. The Duke nodded silently. Crown Prince Alkaid turned to the formidable Emperor and asked him to allow the prince to accompany the Duke. Crown Prince Alkaid claimed that he would use his extensive powers to greatly reduce the power of Marquis Einhart. The angry and enraged emperor did not rush to respond to Crown Prince Alkaid, as he understood that his son had his own plans. In fact, the cunning Prince Alkaid planned to get to his charming beloved, his former fiancée, Miss Sylphire. The cunning Prince Alkaid repeated in his head that this time he would make Miss Sylphire his concubine. A terrible image appeared in the mind of the Crown Prince Alkaid, where he clasped his hands around Miss Sylphire's delicate body. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's thoughts were interrupted by the formidable Emperor's question of whether he would actually be able to defeat the Marquis. Prince Alkaid smiled and said he would do it to gain experience. The young man smiled sincerely and continued to dream of Miss Sylphire. The stern emperor pointed to the exit and replied that he would allow Prince Alkaid to go to the Einhart estate and find out what was happening there. The knights mounted their horses to set off on a long and unpredictable journey. Prince Alkaid said he was happy to work with Duke Leon. Duke Leon was also happy that the great Crown Prince Alkaid was going with him. He thought he wouldn't even have to do anything. Prince Alkaid seemed to read Duke Leon's thoughts and told him that he was indeed thinking in the right direction. Duke Leon silently looked at Prince Alkaid and thought that he might yet show his determination. The armed imperial army raised their swords before the momentous journey to boost morale. Duke Gleon and Crown Prince Alkaid left the imperial palace and headed for the Einhart estate. Meanwhile, the dizzying duel between Marquis Einhart and the 17-year-old boy Elam continued. El continued to hang in the air above a huge chasm from which a mysterious, powerful hand suddenly flew out. This mystical hand approached the face of Marquis Einhart, who was already prepared to parry the devastating blow with lightning speed. Marquis Einhart thought that this was a fast and powerful magic that he had rarely encountered in his life. The opponent's body would be cut in half before he could attempt his unexpected counterattack. The Marquis understood this perfectly well. Naturally, Marquis Einhart knew how to repel this devastating blow and decided to use his family's spell. Marquis Einhart instantly brought his finger to his mouth and began to whisper rapidly. Suddenly, a mystical aura appeared, resembling a shield. Marquis Einhart quickly began to control the fiery aura and directed the light towards El. The old man shouted the words, "Firestorm." The smiling Marquis Einhart watched El's unpredictable reaction with particular interest. In his mind, the old man asked how he liked it. However, El thought to himself that even a 6th-class spell could be created in such a short, limited time. El reacted to this monstrous spell with lightning speed and placed a mysterious tall shield in front of him. Strange runes could be seen on this shield, the existence of which few of those present knew about. Marquis Einhart thought that El had managed to block Lord Gloaton's magic after all, but he shouldn't rush to rejoice. A few seconds later, Marquis Einhart uttered the words, "Lightning Arrow," which was supposed to immediately attack the boy. Yellow lightning bolts began to fly around El, accompanied by large stones and shards. The boy seemed to be in a balanced state. El put his hands forward, and again quickly blocked these numerous magic arrows. El's piercing gaze made it clear to Marquis Einhart that he could easily deflect any of his attacks. This should have caused panic. Magical and mystical arrows continued to fly around El, but he remained standing in place. Rocks and shards also remained surrounding the boy. Suddenly, a huge white magic shield began to form in front of El's hand, which was supposed to frighten his worthy opponents. El narrowed his eyes slightly and said the word firestorm. Marquis Einhart and Lord Gleaton were indeed frightened by this spell. A full-fledged hurricane consisting exclusively of fiery rays was already forming around El. It was truly frightening. This majestic, magical tornado was approaching El's opponents at an incredible speed. Marquis Einhart began to think that El had seen him use his family's secret spell only once, and was able to repeat it much faster. Frightened, Marquis Einhart quickly blocked the secret spell of the firestorm, and blue rays appeared from his hands. In fact, Marquis Einhart formed a mystical cage around himself that resembled a dome, so as not to suffer serious injuries. Marquis Einhart watched the fiery rays of the storm surrounding him, and tried to come up with a response. At first glance, it seemed that his cage should be able to withstand constant hits from its fragments and rays of flame. However, the cage in which not only Marquis Einhart, but also his son Gleaton were located soon simply collapsed. Lord Gleaton stood still and simply watched as his magic failed to withstand El's dizzying energy. Lord Gleaton thought he would be able to come up with something else and inflict colossal damage on the boy. But suddenly, El was behind him. Naturally, Lord Gleaton could not have expected such a turn of events and was shocked. The boy turned to strike. El said it was too late, despite the fact that Lord Gleaton had incredible reaction speed. A few seconds later, the frightened Lord Gleaton was literally unable to move to attack the insolent boy. El directed an aura of blue light at Lord Gleaton, and the guy ended up flying back several meters. When Lord Gleaton got back on his feet, he wasn't going to give up and kept trying to strike El. But the boy said it was too slow. Lord Gleaton tried again to make some kind of move, but the frightened poor guy couldn't do anything. Marquis Einhart watched El's actions closely and realized that the teenager was using a magical net to restrain his movements. Marquis Einhart was actually pleased, as he had once seen Lord Gleaton deal with such magic with his own eyes. A moment later, Lord Gleaton whispered something and replied loudly to El that such magic had no effect on him. Lord Gleaton made the only correct decision in this case and used powerful fire magic. Marquis Einhart began to smile because he understood that Ella's magic was indeed weak compared to Lord Gleaton's sorcery. The opponents clashed in a dizzying battle, from which only one of them would emerge victorious. Lord Gleaton's gaze should have greatly frightened the 17-year-old boy El, who had never actually fought before. However, El's eyes showed no fear or panic. The boy continued to focus his energy on only one point. Lord Gleaton swallowed hard and thought to himself that soon the boy would simply give up and finally leave the Einhart estate. Meanwhile, Marquis Einhart raised his hand and muttered something under his breath. Soon he shouted that Gleaton was doing everything right. Marquis Einhart told Lord Gleaton that everything was going according to their pre-planned scheme. El would definitely lose. The cunning and treacherous Marquis Einhart thought to himself that the end was near. The battle was coming to its logical conclusion. Lord Gleaton hung in the air in a terrifying battle. Suddenly, the boy heard someone shout and summon a thunderous blow. It was Marquis Einhart, standing in the center of his powerful magic circle. The old man held his hand aloft and commanded the elements. Lord Gleaton looked up and realized that in the next moment, the boy El would be struck by a thunderbolt from which there was no escape. Marquis Einhart also looked up, raising his head and expecting a positive outcome from the long battle. El saw the approaching thunderbolt that would soon overtake him. For the first time, the boy was truly afraid. El's eyes widened to a dizzying extent. The main character did not know what to do now. A second later, a crazy idea popped into El's head, which he had to quickly put into action. And so El stood in his own magic circle and uttered the word lightning rod, which meant that he was clearly not yet defeated. The lightning bolt, approaching at lightning speed, collided with the lightning rod in the air. El managed to block the attack. Within a few minutes, the thunderous firebolts were completely blocked inside the giant lightning rod that El had created. Marquis Einhart looked up at the sky and repeated that this simply couldn't be. It was the first time the old man had seen anything like it. El praised himself and said that he had done well with the difficult task. Marquis Einhart asked the boy what kind of magic it was. El turned to the frightened Marquis Einhart and simply smiled. The boy clearly did not want to answer the question. El laughed and said why should he tell and reveal his secrets to his sworn enemy. That would be a mistake. Marquise Einhart was seriously angry and was ready to show El what he was really capable of. El continued to look at his impressive work and thought that the lightning rod was quite effective. It turned out that the lightning rod was literally capable of completely absorbing all the magic of lightning. As a rule, fire has the opposite effect to water, but this was far from the best method of protection. The fact is that fire could easily boil water and thus burn the spellcaster very badly. Therefore, El did not relax too much and watched the lightning rod closely. Marquis Einhart also watched. El remembered that when he was little, he read various books about magic and sorcery that described different types of witchcraft. It was in these books that El learned that fire magic could be blocked by earth, and water magic by plant sorcery. Wind magic could be blocked by stones or metal. Lightning magic was the most insidious and unpredictable. Even as a small child, El always sought the right methods in magic and sorcery so that he could put them into practice in the future. El assumed that stones and earth could affect lightning, but if it was too powerful, nothing would work. Then El suddenly remembered the lightning rods that had come into his life before his rebirth. Lord Gluten remained standing in place, waiting to see what would happen next. It was clear that Lord Gluten was deeply concerned for his own life. After all, he was now virtually defenseless against his opponent. El concentrated intensely on his own energy and shouted loudly that this was truly the end for Lord Gluten. El raised his hand, which projected into a giant palm that approached Lord Gluten's frightened face. Lord Gluten stood still, waiting, so to speak, and realized that he would most likely never see this world again. With lightning speed, El brought this mystical giant hand down on the small, defenseless Lord Gluten. There was a dizzying, crazy blow that sent dust flying around. Lord Gluten was defeated. Lord Gluten lay on the cold ground, showing no signs of life. Red liquid spilled around him. No one knew if he was still alive. Marquise Einhart began to worry greatly about the condition of his eldest son, Lord Gluten. The old man was afraid that the boy had lost his life. El smiled slyly and told the Marquis that when one of his opponents was defeated, they were left alone. Lord Gluten lay unconscious on the cold ground. His strict but fair father was very worried about his condition. El reassured Marquise Einhart and said that Gluten was alive, but would most likely be bedridden for a year. Marquise Einhart raised his head to stare intently into the blue eyes of his cunning grandson. Meanwhile, El pointed his finger at Marquis Einhart and said that now he would be his next victim. El began to recite another terrible spell, and after a few seconds, shouted the words, "Fire arrow." Marquise Einhart could not move to deflect the approaching deadly blow. The old man clearly did not want to lose his life. After a while, Marquis Einhart built protective shields around himself and thought that El's magic had really impressed him. And then, the fire arrow collided in the air with the shield that the great Marquis Einhart had formed around himself. Marquis Einhart knew that he would easily deal with the fire arrow in a short time, so he summoned fire to attack. The old man did not understand how dizzying and lightning fast El's reactions were, and so the boy easily built his defense. A few seconds later, El whispered something again so that no one could hear him, and soon shouted, "Magic arrow of infinity." Marquise Einhart stood surrounded by the ruins caused by the explosion and watched the arrow intently. El said loudly and clearly that even though they were small and weak, when there were too many of them, they could be dangerous. These words made Marquise Einhart furious. The old man dreamed of taking his grandson's life with his own hand. After a few seconds of thought, Marquise Einhart shouted the word "shield" loudly and waited for the arrow to collide with his defense. And so, the small and weak arrows of infinity attacked the powerful shield of Marquis Einhart. Everything around him shone from the flash. The elderly Marquise Einhart continued to hold his shield with all his might and not let a single arrow pass him. Marquise Einhart tried with all his might to say that he could not lose to this weak fire magic. At that moment, Marquise Einhart wondered why he was fighting second-class magic when everyone around him considered him the most powerful. Marquise Einhart continued to think that some 17-year-old boy was clearly no match for him. The old man could not tolerate defeat. Marquis Einhart once again looked into the eyes of the formidable and malicious El, who was only 17 years old. The Marquis of Einhart emphasized that it was brilliant magic and incredible tactics, as if the boy had previous experience. Suddenly, an image of a mysterious young man in yellow glasses, whom he had never seen before, popped into the Marquis of Einhart's head. Marquise Einhart looked closely at this boy in his mind and asked him who he really was. The picture changed dramatically when Marquis Einhart suddenly noticed that his powerful, legendary shield had cracked for the first time. A moment later, the the Marquis of Einhardt's shield was completely destroyed. It literally shattered into tiny pieces. Immediately, the Marquis of Einhardt felt a dizzying pain in his stomach from the crushing blow of the infinity arrow. From the unexpected blow of the arrow of infinity, Marquis Einhardt lost his balance and hit his head hard on the cold ground. It was the long-awaited and very predictable end to this long battle. Marquis Einhardt lay on the ground, stunned. Armed guards had already gathered around the Marquis Einhardt's body, still unable to believe what was happening. After his great and long-awaited victory, El decided to descend and land on his feet, and now El was standing next to the poor body of the Marquis Einhardt, who was barely breathing and unconscious. El used magic to lift the Marquis Einhardt's body and hang it upside down in the air. The boy said he did not plan to take his life. El actually wanted to take away the abilities that had turned the Marquis Einhardt into a truly cruel monster. El began to whisper something, and later said that the Marquis Einhardt would get what he deserved for what he had done to his mother. Suddenly, El's face changed, and his eyes revealed true anger. The guy promised to tear the Marquis to pieces. El continued to be very angry, and read a powerful spell with which he was going to break the Marquis's bones. El stopped when he heard a familiar female voice nearby, asking him to stop tormenting Marquis Einhardt. El understood perfectly well who was speaking to him, as he was about to break Marquis Einhardt's bones. Miss Sylphir, Serena, and Kaina approached. The trio of charming girls looked at El with loving eyes. El was visibly confused and tried to find the right words to express his position. Serena stared intently at El with loving eyes. The attractive girl stood silently and clasped her hands over her chest. Kaina also watched the dizzying scene unfold and couldn't find the words. Miss Sylphir looked at her only son, El, for a long time and suddenly told the boy to stop. Miss Sylphir wanted to get closer to El, to tell the boy that it was time to stop at what he had already achieved. El said nothing, but continued to listen attentively to the opinion of his beloved and dear mother. Miss Sylphir thought to herself that she knew very well that El was a gifted child, but she couldn't imagine that he had already mastered the 7th grade. Miss Sylphir also couldn't imagine that El would be able to create a real night golem that could defeat a master swordsman. In Miss Sylphir's mind, El always remained a cute little child who was always smiling. Miss Sylphir approached her son and said that she did not think the boy could become such a powerful mage. Ella had to fight an honest duel with Miss Sylphir's father, who could not be forgiven for his many sins. However, Miss Sylphir could not allow her only son, Ella, to cold-bloodedly take the life of his own grandfather. Miss Sylphir reached out her hand to El and said that he had taught his enemies a good lesson, and they would clearly not try to harm him. El thought for a moment, and suddenly said that he should not just let the treacherous Marquis Einhardt go, and that he must take revenge on him. El said that his enemies would definitely return, but Miss Sylphir said that now the boy had a recording of an important conversation. Miss Sylphir added that Marquis Einhardt would not act recklessly now, so there was no need to fear them. El thought about the powerful emperor, who would clearly not be pleased if the boy took the Marquis's abilities away from him. The Empire could easily rise up against El, and then his loved ones could be in grave danger. El couldn't let the smile he remembered from his childhood disappear from his beloved mother's face forever. El thought for a moment, and looked at Miss Sylphir to tell the charming girl that he agreed with her statement. El turned to Serena and Kane and asked them all to simply leave this disgusting place forever. El said from now on, with their abilities, they could get a title anywhere. They needed to find a quiet place and live happily. Miss Sylphir took El by the hands and said that her boy was right when he said that the girl had been brazenly deceived. Miss Sylphir said that power might be important in life, but love for one's loved ones was much more important. El lowered his eyes and looked at the ground. The boy understood perfectly well that his mother was telling the bitter truth. Naturally, El turned to Serena and Kaina and told them that he wanted them to go with them as well. Happy and joyful, Serena and Kaina looked at El with loving eyes and had already practically agreed to the proposal. Kaina stood in a fighting stance to show that she was truly ready to do anything to stay close to her loved ones. Serena also said that she was always ready to stay with El, Miss Sylphir, and Kaina. Miss Sylphir began to feel shy, but still continued to rejoice in her dizzying and cheerful family. Suddenly, El approached the main characters to sincerely thank them for stopping him in time during the fight. A few seconds later, El turned to the mighty Golden Knight Golem, who was standing nearby, awaiting orders. The Golden Knight Golem stood patiently in place and watched the fairy tale scene, although he had never experienced such feelings before. When the Golden Knight Golem heard the voice of his great master, he approached and knelt on one knee. El began to smile and told the Golden Knight Golem that he had done a truly excellent job. He needed to come up with a name for him. El said that from now on, the Golden Golem would be called Tana, The knight thanked his great master. El began to form a blue aura in his hand and told his relatives that it was time to go home. The situation changed dramatically when a strange, mysterious dark figure appeared behind the main characters. The Golden Knight Golem suddenly stood up to see who this mysterious, mystical stranger was. But in the next moment, a terrible, crushing blow was directed at the Golden Knight. El and his beloved relatives ducked to avoid serious injury or trauma. The blow aimed at the Golden Knight Golem was indeed endowed with incredible, dizzying power. The main characters did not understand who could possess such amazing, terrifying power that caused the Golden Golem to lose his balance. The Golden Knight Golem had lightning-fast reflexes and put up a defensive block before the devastating blow. However, the defense was practically ineffective, and a powerful, dizzying explosion occurred. The energy spread everywhere. El still did not understand who had carried out this terrible and unexpected attack, but he already understood that the mysterious stranger was truly powerful. In fact, the blow was struck by the Imperial Knight Duke Cleon, who had come here in the company of Crown Prince Al-Qaeda. El turned to his friend and comrade Tana and ordered him to immediately activate the third-level attack. The Golden Golem Knight Tana, who was trying to hold back the enemy's arrows, said that the seal had been broken again. And after a few seconds, the Golem Tana easily dodged the numerous arrows fired by his opponent. The great Imperial Knight Cleon couldn't believe that someone had managed to overcome his incredible magic. To scare his opponent, the Imperial Knight Cleon made a dizzying swing with his sharp sword. The attack on Tana's Golden Golem was temporarily halted. Duke Cleon looked at the boy El and asked him who he was. Duke Cleon stared intently at El's mana and said that a talented person like him should serve the Empire. Only El had attacked the powerful Einhart family, and now he literally had to fight the great Empire of Bliard. Duke Cleon, in the company of Crown Prince Al-Qaeda, said that he would certainly like to avoid conflict with El. The conversation between Cleon and El was unexpectedly interrupted by the Crown Prince, who did not understand what this dialogue was about. It was necessary to take revenge on the traitors. Crown Prince Al-Qaeda said that he must get Miss Sylphir into his cold hands by any means necessary. These statements by Crown Prince Al-Qaeda clearly did not please the boy El, and he already clenched his fists. El decided to turn to the Imperial Knight, Duke Cleon, and told him that he did not plan to side with the Empire. The fact was that El was already determined to take the life of Crown Prince Al-Qaeda, who had clearly overstepped his bounds. El ordered his Golden Golem, Tana, to immediately stop the great Imperial Knight, Cleon. A fireball formed in the Golden Knight Tana's hand, which would soon fly towards Duke Cleon. After that, Tana's Golden Golem took his huge sword in his hands and rushed at his worthy opponent. The opponents were already standing opposite each other and preparing for a dizzying battle. There would be only one winner here. The courageous Imperial Knight, Duke Cleon, was not afraid of his rival and shouted at him to attack first. El decided to intervene in the conversation between Duke Cleon and the Golem Tana and told the man that he was his opponent. El began to concentrate his energy in one stream and loudly proclaimed that an incredible battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Al-Qaeda began to worry greatly because of the look that the boy El was giving him. El said that he had already restrained himself once, but Al-Qaeda looked at his mother again with that cunning look that could not be forgiven. Before the battle, Miss Sylphir decided to ask her son El if they could just leave, as fighting the prince was dangerous. El turned to Miss Sylphir, not wanting to answer her difficult question. The boy wanted revenge and to defend his honor. After a moment, El said he had a great plan. It was much more dangerous to leave things as they were. El was already hovering in the air, looking at the armed Imperial army that was ready to attack the boy. El once again raised his powerful hand and began to recite a terrible spell that would terrify the army. El had already carried out similar attacks several times, which had been successful, and so he summoned the magical arrows of infinity. The frightened armed Imperial knights eagerly awaited their fate in this difficult battle. El knew that the bodies of powerful sword masters were more like armor than those of ordinary people. Perhaps the magical arrows of infinity would not work this time. El came up with a backup plan for the next attack. A moment later, a giant power hammer appeared in the hands of the brave boy El, with which he was going to strike the army. The Imperial Knights were simply speechless when they saw that a simple boy like El was capable of using such magic in practice. The Crown Prince, Al-Qaeda, who was clearly not known for his bravery, naturally began to scream louder than anyone else out of fear. And so, El finally delivered his dizzying blow to the army of his Imperial Majesty, including the Crown Prince. Prince Al-Qaeda was lifted into the air by the crushing blow, the poor man's body began to be covered with red liquid. The wounded Prince Alcade literally flew several meters before hitting his head on the ground. A few seconds later, Crown Prince Alcade lay on the ground surrounded by other knights of His Imperial Majesty. El understood that after such a blow, the consequences were catastrophic for the wounded. Internal organs were damaged. Grand Duke Cleon, who was already fighting the Golden Golem, saw Crown Prince Alcade lying on the ground. Duke Cleon wanted to come to the aid of the wounded Prince Alcade, but he could not weaken his defense. Otherwise, the golem would have taken his life. Therefore, the majestic Imperial Duke Cleon continued to repel numerous blows from his opponent. Suddenly, El ordered his friend, the Golden Golem Tana, to stop and wait for his instructions on the other side of the space. The Golden Golem Tana stopped and made it clear to his master that he would carry out his order shortly. The Golden Golem Tana looked into Duke Cleon's eyes and said that he was going to the other side of the space. However, the brave Imperial Knight Duke Cleon shouted that he would not allow the Golem Tana to simply leave the battlefield. Duke Cleon cast a spell and fired several magic arrows at the Golden Golem Tana. The Golden Golem Tana simply stood still and watched as the magic arrows approached him at lightning speed. And finally, the first magic arrows hit their target. The Golden Golem Tana received several serious wounds. Due to his injuries, the Golden Golem Tana lost his balance and fell to the cold ground. The courageous Duke Cleon shouted that an excellent job had been done and that the enemy had gotten what he deserved. However, Duke Cleon rejoiced too soon, because a few seconds later, the Golden Golem Tana got back on its feet. Now the Golden Knight Golem Tana was standing again and looking at his worthy opponent. Duke Cleon was clearly very frightened, as he thought he had already defeated his sworn enemy. Now he had to start all over again. However, a few seconds later, the Golden Golem Tana disappeared and went to wait on the other side of the space. Duke Cleon was very happy and thought to himself that he had managed to hit the legendary golem several times after all. Duke Cleon was clearly tired from the dizzying battle with Tana. Now the man stood opposite the boy El. El held a small mysterious coin in his hand, which he was going to give to Duke Cleon. El recited a strange mysterious spell, and suddenly, one coin turned into two. Duke Cleon was surprised and did not understand anything. El said that he had sworn to destroy this mystical coin, but he did not say anything about making a copy of it first. El said that everything the Marquis of Einhart had done together with Lord Gleaton, with the support of the Crown Prince, was sealed with the magic of capture. The wounded Crown Prince Alcade heard perfectly well what El was saying to him, but continued to lie on the ground. El turned to the wounded Prince Alcade and said that if he pursued him, the bitter truth would come out. El looked at the surprised face of the majestic Imperial Knight, Duke Cleon, and apologized to him for all the commotion. El told Duke Cleon that he sincerely hoped that the next time they met, they would not be sworn enemies or opponents. The Imperial Knight Duke Cleon still did not understand what was happening and continued to listen attentively to El. Surprised, Duke Cleon stood still with his weapon in his hands and watched intently as El prepared a teleportation spell. Duke Cleon noted that El was a true genius, and he hoped that someday they would meet under different circumstances. Before El and his loved ones left this disgusting place, Duke Cleon asked how he should deal with the consequences. The incident that occurred in the Marquis Einhart's huge estate was covered up, but rumors about the appearance of a young 7th-class mage began to spread. It was the crazy debut of the powerful mage El and his faithful assistant, the Golden Knight Golem named Tana. Finally, the main characters found a quiet, modest place where no one would disturb them. They could enjoy a peaceful existence. El sat alone at the dining table, tapping his fingers on the table. The boy was lost in thought. El was tired of constantly reading various books about magic and asked himself what would happen next. El began to remember how he had managed to almost completely destroy the giant estate of Marquis Einhart, all by himself. Images also flashed through El's mind of how he had used a huge power hammer to show the arrogant Crown Prince Al-Qaeda how to behave. El understood that he even had the right to complain if the Emperor's army knocked on his door right now and arrested him. El opened the window to enjoy the dizzying view. He understood that Einhart's secret was in his hands. The Einhart family would clearly not pursue El. Besides, the boy had already learned a lot during the terrible battle. El praised himself for being able to cast spells much faster than most mages on the continent. El was confident that he could be much stronger if he learned how to combine magic stones correctly. El also boasted that the power and strength of his faithful companion, the Golden Golem Tana, was also enormous. The Golden Knight Golem was on par with the great Imperial Duke Cleon, who was considered a master swordsman. El recalled that he had been studying books on magic intensively for the past 5 years, and he had clearly not wasted his time. If it were possible to create many such golems, El could easily take over the whole world. The most important thing El learned after the battle with Marquis Einhart was the power of the collective. There were things that could not be achieved alone. After rumors about El spread across the continent, several countries hired professional mercenaries to find him. El needed to acquire his own powerful force before these mercenaries got to him. El's thoughtful musings were interrupted by an unexpected knock on his door. The mysterious strangers had come again. Behind the doors, he heard the familiar, pleasant female voice that turned Ella's life into a real fairy tale. Naturally, Ella happily replied that his mother, Miss Silfer, could come into his room. Miss Silfer arrived accompanied by her favorite girls, Serena and Kaina. The pretty girls stood at the threshold. After the unpleasant incident that had happened to the main character, everyone had some specific question. Miss Silfer decided to speak first, and asked her son how long he had possessed such dizzying power. El quickly replied that he had been hiding his powers for a long time, as no one around him would have believed that he could have mastered such knowledge at a young age. El tried to tell only the truth to his beloved, caring mother, but he clearly couldn't talk about his past life. Miss Silfer looked at her only son, El, with particular interest, and still couldn't believe what had happened. Miss Silfer almost cried again, and thought that it didn't matter what powers El possessed, because he was her whole universe. Miss Silfer decided to apologize, because she had treated the boy differently, and didn't know that he had reasons to hide something from her. El decided to joke, and said what would happen if he got a bunch of fans, when everyone found out what powers he had. El's expression changed abruptly after he made the joke, and he told his mother that he had something important and serious to tell her. Miss Silfer, surrounded by Serena and Kaina, came closer to the table to listen carefully to what El was about to say. El pointed to the map and said that they couldn't go back to Banzark. Now the main characters had to choose another place. El said in the western part, which was divided into several equal parts, there were countries where there were no magic towers. El said that he planned to build his own magic tower in a country where there was none in the near future. Only a powerful sorcerer with 7th level knowledge could build a magic tower. Serena and Kaina were thrilled with El's idea, but now they had to choose a city or country where it could be realized. El stared at the huge map for a long time and thought. The guy had not yet chosen a special place that would later become his home. Soon, an idea popped into El's head. He chose the kingdom of Tolian. It was a huge territory with fertile land. In addition, not far from this kingdom was a territory inhabited by vicious monsters, and because of this, the country lost tens of thousands of knights every year. El said that if he offered to clear the territory of bloodthirsty monsters, the authorities would agree to the construction of a magic tower. Miss Silfer listened carefully to El's words, but continued to wait for something. The girl asked what else the boy wanted to tell them. El said that King Tolian was a good man, but his princes had been feuding with each other for several years. This fact could cause the main characters some minor problems, but El was never interested in greedy politics. The main problem they needed to focus on was the terrifying Manticore Valley and the monsters of the Orc forests. El was sure that the kingdom's army could easily deal with the monsters of the Orc forests, but they couldn't handle the Manticore Valley on their own. If El could help them deal with the scary Manticore Valley, the kingdom of Tolian would become way more powerful. Miss Silfer, Serena, and Kaina pondered the proposal of the bold and courageous El. A decision had to be made. Kaina suddenly asked if she could find a mentor there to teach her how to wield a sword. It was very important to the girl. El did not know how to answer such a difficult question, as he had never been a master swordsman. He thought that they would be able to find a specialist there. Kaina understood that the royal army of Tolian was strong, which meant that there must be a worthy mentor in the territory. With tears in her eyes, Serena asked El to continue her training as well, as she was eager to get the next class in magic. Serena crossed her arms over her stomach and said that she really felt weak during the terrible battle with Einhart. Serena thought she was capable of at least protecting herself during that battle, but when she saw what El was capable of, she realized she was wrong. Serena took her loyal friend Kaina by the hands and said loudly that she wanted to be much stronger than she was now. El was a little confused because he didn't think Serena was really ready to become stronger at that moment. El thought for a moment and soon began to smile. He said he would do everything possible to make Serena and Kaina's dream come true. Miss Silfer, who also planned to improve her abilities, suddenly interrupted El and the girls' conversation. El looked at his beloved relative and said that everything would be fine. The main thing was to give it their all. El repeated his question, and asked the main characters if they all agreed to go to the kingdom of Tolian. None of the main characters refused the lucrative offer from their leader and commander L, so everyone prepared to set off. The kingdom of Tolian was indeed a large territory, inhabited by many worthy knights. To reach the kingdom of Tolian, the main characters had to travel through a considerable amount of land. Meanwhile, King Tolian and his brave knights stood in the forest and fought terrible monsters. The armed knights said that there were many more monsters than before. The poor king thought that now the inhabitants were in danger. King Tolian stood still while the armed royal army surrounded him to prevent the bloodthirsty monsters from breaking through to him. The terrifying monsters were in no hurry to approach the armed royal army and were looking for a way to deceive all the knights. A few days ago, King Tolian was standing near his castle as usual, enjoying the breathtaking beauty and views. King Tolian's loyal assistant, Duke Laius, approached him and asked His Highness if everything was all right. King Tolian turned to his loyal friend, Duke Laius, and said that he was thinking about his 3 sons. King Tolian said that his son's struggle for the throne had turned into a terrible event, and that the kingdom could come to an end. Duke Laius decided to reassure the king, and said that this terrible confrontation could actually be beneficial for the future of the kingdom. Duke Laius continued, saying that King Laius needed to make His Majesty Jodmian the true crown prince. If the first prince, Maxel, or the second prince, Kron, became the new kings of Tolian, things would be bad. King Tolian did not hide his terrible emotion, and began to imagine his cruel sons in his mind. The first prince, Maxel, treated people as if they were his exquisite toys. The guy was truly a cruel person. Although the second prince, Kron, showed his superiority over King Tolian, he was actually no different from his brother Maxel. The last option remained, Judion, who was a sincere and kind person. He was the one who could truly take on the role of leader. King Tolian continued to believe that Judmian was worthy of wearing the symbol of power, the golden crown, in the near future. The only one who supported Judmian's candidacy was Duke Laius, commander of the Royal Guard and a highly skilled swordsman. Count Lumil, commander of the Central Knightly Order and a true master swordsman, also felt sympathy for Prince Judmian. The natural balance continued to be maintained as these two gentlemen were commanders of their armed units. King Tolian's head began to ache severely at the thought that the two prince brothers might join forces to eliminate Judum. King Tolian noted that the number of bloodthirsty monsters had increased several times over. Something had to be done. King Tolian stopped talking when he heard Duke Laius begin to walk away in an unknown direction. In fact, Duke Laius headed for his armed army, which demanded that the commander make a quick decision. Duke Laius took out his legendary powerful sword and asked His Majesty to move to a safe place. The armed royal knights noticed that they were being surrounded by strange, mystical creatures. These were indeed mysterious, bloodthirsty monsters, wearing knightly armor. One of the armed knights asked his commander, Duke Laius, if the monsters had already reached this place. Meanwhile, a second armed knight from the Royal Guard suddenly began to smile mysteriously and maliciously. This second armed knight approached his comrade and struck the poor man in the back with his sword. King Tolian and Duke Laius watched the horrific scene intently and could not understand why the knight had done such a thing. Commander Duke Laius turned to the strange knight and asked him why he had struck his comrade with such a cunning blow. The embittered knight replied to Duke Laius and said that they had always been sworn enemies and adversaries. Commander Duke Laius turned to the rest of his loyal subjects and told them to protect His Majesty. Meanwhile, the traitor was already talking to King Tolian and told His Majesty to wait a little while to the side. The cruel and cunning traitor swore that he would personally take the life of the great and just King Tolian. King Tolian was greatly frightened and disheartened, for he had trusted these armed knights, and they had betrayed him. King Tolian kept saying that he had been betrayed and left all alone. What would happen to the kingdom now? Meanwhile, somewhere in the magic tower, there was a mysterious man who was Master Karosman. Master Karosman of the magic tower was sitting all alone, but suddenly he heard voices approaching. The invited guests asked Karosman why he had begun to hold a so-called meeting without the presence of the real master. Karosman understood that he was dealing with important people. The man said that the master had sent them a message. There were 2 things. The first message was a recorded plan to take the life of King Ladolf in the Manticore Valley. Master Karosman said that this ingenious plan was being carried out at that very moment. According to the plan, After the dizzying assassination of King Leodolf, the throne would be taken by Crown Prince Maxwell. Master Karosman turned to Mr. Reeson, who stood patiently in place and listened attentively. Master Karosman said that Mr. Reeson needed to use his golems to cleanse the land of monsters. Mr. Reeson began to feel sad and depressed. This was too easy a task for his powerful golems, which were considered unique. Master Karosman asked him not to interrupt his important and serious monologue. The man continued to explain his plan. Karosman said that he had heard rumors that another golem had been spotted in the Bliard Empire. Reeson tensed up. Karosman continued to say that an incident had occurred at the Einhard estate involving a 7th-class mage and his golem. Mr. Reeson listened attentively to what Master Karosman was saying and could not believe that a 7th-class mage had managed to create a real golem. Karosman claimed that this golden golem possessed the power of a Grand Master and also had its own consciousness. Mr. Reeson was even more surprised when he heard that the Golden Knight golem had its own consciousness. Karosman asked Mr. Reeson how strong his golems were. The old man replied that after the disappearance of the Orchentons, everything had changed. Mr. Reeson said that he managed to create 1 night golem per month. He couldn't do it any faster. Mr. Reeson was very offended that someone dared to independently create golems that still possessed the power of a Grand Master and consciousness. Master Crossman said that it took about a year to create such a golden golem. This could be a problem. Master Crossman turned to Mr. Reeson and said that he needed to gather as much information on this subject as possible. Mr. Reeson began to smile and thought that he must find the creator of such a golem, which even he had been unable to form. Meanwhile, El was lying on the sofa in the kingdom of Tolian, thinking about how he could meet the great King Leodolf. Getting to the majestic royal castle was a difficult and almost impossible task for El. El understood that if he suddenly made a fuss here and rumors spread, the Einhart family could easily find him here. El closed his eyes and thought that he did not want to endanger his loved one. He had to figure out how to meet the king unofficially. El understood that he could not just burst into the palace with its armed, powerful guards. The boy did not know what to do. Suddenly, Miss Sylphia approached El, who was lying down, and said she was hungry. They needed to find a place nearby where they could eat. El got to his feet and looked at his 3 beloved girls. The young man said it was time to go in search of food. The picture changed dramatically when El suddenly felt a dizzying power nearby. This made him very tense. A wave of such magic must have belonged to at least a true master of the sword. El planned to find the source. Miss Sylph, Serena, and Kaina asked El what had happened. The guy said that the wave of power came from the north. In the northern part of the kingdom, there was a deserted forest where ordinary locals never went alone. Not far from this terrible forest stood a majestic royal castle, which El had to get to at any cost. Miss Sylphia looked into her son El's eyes and asked him what had happened. The boy simply began to apologize. El hung in the air and soon turned to his loved ones, telling them not to wait for him and to find a place to eat. Meanwhile, King Leodolf and Duke Laius were surrounded by monsters. Their dark armor made them difficult to spot. King Leodolf and Duke Laius were already waiting for a crushing blow from the giant army of monsters. One of the traitors sneaked up on King Leodolf and raised his huge sword to take his majesty's life. King Leodolf turned to face the so-called traitor and thought to himself that this was most likely the end. Before the traitor could deliver his crushing blow, someone managed to cast a spell and summon a shield to protect the king. King Leodolf no longer paid attention to his uncontrollable fear, as he was now curious about who had saved him. King Leodolf said he did not understand what was happening around him, but the man made it clear that darkness could not be used to attack. El hovered in the air and said that he could not just walk by when King Talion was in danger. El asked the frightened King Leodolf if he needed time to justify himself soon. Meanwhile, the army of terrifying monsters stood still with their swords in their hands, not knowing what to do. El boldly told the monsters that he was very glad they had given him this opportunity, but that they would lose their lives here. King Leodolf and Duke Laius looked at the strange boy hanging in the air and did not know who he really was. One of the frightened knights of the royal guard turned to El and asked the boy to protect his majesty. El was very surprised when he realized that he was helping the great and powerful King Tolian. The Duke was in no hurry to trust a stranger. El looked closely at the handsome man's face and realized that it was indeed King Talion standing before him. El thought about how he needed to get to know the powerful King Leodolf, but not reveal his abilities. El looked at the army of monsters and asked why these bad guys were hunting His Majesty King Leodolf. El could not forgive these cowards and began to recite a spell to bring suffering and destruction upon the treacherous monsters. El raised his hand and continued to hang in the air, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the army of monsters. King Leodolf, accompanied by his loyal companion Duke Laius, closed his eyes from the dizzying glow of L's magic. L continued to say that those who stood in his way would fall from torment and suffering. Hands appeared from a spatial pocket. L summoned his faithful companion, the Golden Knight Golem Tan, who was already waiting for orders from his great lord. King Leodolf and Duke Laius had not seen a real Golem Knight for several years, and could not believe that he had been created by some boy. King Leodolf opened his mouth in surprise, and asked if this was the Golem Knight that had been rumored about. King Leodolf opened his mouth again, as he looked at the little boy, who had only recently turned 17. Duke Laius turned to King Leodolf, and said that he really felt incredible power and strength from this boy. And finally, L's devastating magical blow achieved its goal. The army of bloodthirsty monsters was completely defeated. L asked Tan to leave a few armed monsters alive, so that he could finish them off with a single blow. Tana, as a loyal and obedient Golden Knight, said loudly and clearly that he understood everything, and continued to fight the monster. King Leodolf watched the actions of the brave and courageous young man L closely, and said aloud that it was amazing. Meanwhile, the army of bloodthirsty monsters screamed in pain, and literally no one could move because of the magic. The Golden Knight Golem Tana delivered numerous crushing blows to his treacherous enemies. Golem Tana ran at lightning speed towards the insolent attackers to launch another attack. A fiery aura formed around Golem Tana's giant sword, which he planned to use against his cruel enemies. And so, the Golden Knight Golem Tana delivered another incredible crushing blow to his opponents, who could no longer resist. A moment later, the army of ferocious monsters lay unconscious on the cold ground. Tana had once again defeated his rivals. King Leodolf and Duke Laius looked with surprise at the bodies of their opponents, lying on the ground. L stood with his Golden Knight Golem, Tana. The boy once again thanked his comrade for his excellent work. The great King Leodolf no longer had any doubts that these were the very magicians he had heard rumors about. King Leodolf thought that only 6th-class magicians remained in his kingdom. He had to make L stay here. L introduced himself to the powerful King Talion and said that it was a great honor for him. King Leodolf thanked the kind and gentle boy L for his help. The boy said that he had simply dealt with the bad guys. L told King Leodolf that he had left a few traitors alive to get information from them about who was behind them. A simple thank you was not enough for L, so King Talion invited the boy to his palace for dinner. King Leodolf insisted that L quickly agree, but the boy wondered how to answer this question. L was actually smiling, because he clearly did not expect King Leodolf to be the first to invite him to visit his magnificent palace. L thought for a few seconds for the sake of propriety, and ultimately accepted the high-ranking man's offer. King Leodolf said that he would notify the royal magician, and that L would be able to travel to the magnificent palace tomorrow afternoon. L apologized to the great King Leodolf for having to return home. The boy was already standing in the center of the magic circle. King Leodolf said that he would eagerly await tomorrow's momentous day. Duke Laius approached the king and said that he was very glad that everything had ended in such a wonderful way. Duke Laius said that L had the power to solve their dizzying problem with the territories belonging to the monsters. King Leodolf said that today's meeting with this boy was like a breath of fresh air for him. L returned home through the magic portal and was eagerly looking forward to telling his loved ones what had happened. Miss Sylphir, Serena, and Kana were stunned when they learned that L had met King Leodolf. L and his loved ones sat in a small, cozy cafe and planned to eat. The boy said that the king had invited him to the castle. L told the girls not to worry about tomorrow's meeting with the king, because he already had a plan. The main character's conversation was suddenly interrupted by the approaching sound of heavy boots. Someone was approaching their table. Two strange strangers approached Miss Sylphir and invited her to join their table. They were also called Serena and Kane. One of the strangers put his hand on the shoulder of the delicate Serena, who opened her eyes in dizzying surprise. Suddenly, L, who was planning to stand up for Serena and the other girls, grabbed the mysterious stranger's hand. L held the insolent stranger's hand and asked him to remove his hands from his close and dear relatives. The frightened stranger turned to look L in the face and asked the boy who he was to these gorgeous ladies. L's face changed dramatically, and he repeated once again that the stranger should take his hands off his beloved relatives. And so, a few seconds later, the two mysterious strangers were already running away from the angry young man, whom they called Sir. Serena, with a question mark in her eyes, continued to sit in place and thought that L was truly her hero. Kaina also looked lovingly at the brave and courageous guy, L, who once again showed his leadership qualities. Meanwhile, Miss Sylphir began to smile and said that she did not think that these two mysterious strangers would run away so quickly. L rubbed his chin and said he was sure the girls could have dealt with the insolent men on their own. Miss Sylphir said that next time, they would try to deal with their problems on their own. The main characters ate a delicious meal in proud solitude, and went home to finally rest. The next morning, El was already standing by the door, waving to his close relatives and telling them he hoped they would have a good time. Miss Silver gently took her only son El by the hand, and told him to be careful when talking to the king. El began to recite the spell, and was magically transported to the king's majestic castle. Meanwhile, the court magician sat in a comfortable chair and wondered who was so important that he had to come, which is why he turned off the defenses. The court magician of the kingdom of Tolian was named Desalon. The man settled into his chair and was already beginning to get bored. Desalon suddenly stood up and began to observe the manner of the invited guest. He realized that he was looking at a real 7th-class magician. Desalon closely followed the movements of the invited guest and thought to himself that it was amazing. And finally, the so-called invited guest appeared, a simple boy named El, who was very confused. Desalon looked at the boy El and thought that this was the very magician who had saved His Majesty from death. El heard a strange voice and decided to see who was speaking behind him. The boy was surprised to see Desalon. Desalon hugged El tightly and said that finally a 7th-class magician had appeared in the kingdom, and his burden would be greatly reduced. El was once again very frightened because he did not like to hug mysterious strangers. Desalon continued to hug the great mage El, who thought to himself that something was wrong with this old man. Desalon was truly delighted by the appearance of such a strong and powerful sorcerer on the grounds of the royal palace. Soon, Desalon let go of El and said that he was to blame because he was greatly impressed by his incredibly strong mana. Desalon continued to say that El was too young for a 7th-class maid. The old man had never seen such young teenagers with such power. El wondered again what was wrong with this insolent but cheerful old man, who was literally blowing dust off him. El paid special attention to the scattered books near the expensive chairs. Why hadn't anyone cleaned up before he arrived? El looked closely and realized that all the scattered books were devoted to various types of magic. That was very good. El immediately remembered his dizzying and very exciting childhood when, as a boy, he read various books about magic. Desalon said it was rude of him. His Majesty was already expecting an invited guest, and the old man had to show him in. Desalon asked to chat about magic during the long journey. El thought that the old man was as fascinated by crazy magic as he was. El agreed to show his new friend Desalon his unique abilities and read several fascinating spells. Desalon opened his mouth in surprise and said that El was head and shoulders above other 7th-class sorcerers. Desalon walked along the red carpet and wondered how this was even possible. El wondered if the old man was spreading rumors. However, talking to Desalon turned out to be a fun and entertaining activity for El. The old man's passion for research was strong. El wondered if Desalon was too involved in their dizzying conversation, and therefore decided not to say anything more. El suddenly noticed the nearest window. The boy was attracted by the stunning view from this huge window. El thought to himself that the view was indeed very beautiful. Almost the entire city lay at his feet. El also noticed that the vast territory of the kingdom of Tolian was rich in diverse crops. In addition, there were deposits of minerals in the territory of the powerful kingdom of Tolian. That's wonderful. El looked at the cheerful old man Desalon and realized that the elderly man clearly wanted to ask something but was shy. El handed Delison a mysterious piece of paper on which was written a very surprising theory that magic and mathematics had a lot in common. Delison was very pleased with the note and said that the theory was indeed simple but very consistent. El said that he had revealed his secrets to Delison because he liked the old man very much, but that it was better not to show the theory to other people. Meanwhile, King Leadolf was already sitting at a huge dining table, waiting for his invited guest. King Leadolf thought that Delison was late again. Most likely, the old man was distracted by his crazy magic again. Soon, King Leadolf heard the voice of his court magician Delison, who said that his guest had arrived. El entered the hall, where the courageous King Leadolf was sitting, and apologized for his insolent tardiness. King Leadolf was no longer listening to the boy's excuses, and said that he was very happy to see Sir Elymas, whom he had been eagerly awaiting. The court magician Delison suddenly interrupted the conversation, saying that El was a powerful magician who would change the course of history. King Leadolf asked Delison to calm down, as he had also witnessed Sir Elymas's incredible power yesterday. King Leadolf asked the court magician Desalon to leave him alone with El for an important conversation. El looked around and realized that there was not a single guard around. King Leadolf did this on purpose, so that the boy would not feel in danger. Before leaving, the magician Desalon asked El to tell him more about magic during their next meeting. The cheerful old man Desalon smiled broadly and disappeared almost completely behind the door, leaving El alone with King Leadolf. King Leadolf clutched his head and said that he was already very tired of the constant empty chatter of his court magician Desalon. El knelt on one knee before his majesty to show him that he would be a loyal and devoted knight. El continued to stand on one knee and said that he was deeply grateful to his majesty from the bottom of his heart. The boy's monologue was interrupted when King Leodolf placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. The man made it clear that he was also glad to see his guest. King Leodolf asked El to stand up and said that he should be very grateful to such a powerful magician for his help in the woods. King Leodolf continued to thank Ella for saving him from a dizzying danger yesterday. Soon, two pretty girls appeared at the threshold of the huge hall, carrying a tray with various treats. King Leodolf told Sir Elemius not to take it as rudeness, that the food would be served immediately. King Leodolf asked El to make himself at home, and told him that they needed to have an important conversation soon. El noticed that King Leodolf was a truly attentive person, for whom even the smallest details were important. King Leodolf also said that he had prepared the most elite and expensive alcohol at court, and asked El to taste the drinks. El took a glass of alcohol and thought that he would also talk to King Leodolf with special sincerity. After a few seconds, El began to say that he thought he already knew why King Leodolf had invited him to the palace. El asked the king if he wanted the boy to stay in Tolian in the near future and build a real magic tower there. King Leodolf clearly did not expect to hear these words from a little boy, but he simply agreed with El's statement. King Leodolf said that he planned not only to improve the quality of the kingdom, but also to permanently eliminate the terrifying monsters that were causing problems. The king also said that his kingdom was actually divided into 3 parts. The first and second princes had taken over almost half of it. Because the princes were trying to maintain their power, the western part of the kingdom had been practically destroyed by monsters. King Leodolf said that he actually wanted to form a good state where people could live in peace and tranquility. The king also claimed that the magical tower that had been built would be a special measure before battles with other countries. And finally, after King Leodolf, the third crown prince should ascend the throne, as he was a kind and just man. King Leodolf asked El a very simple question, and asked him if the boy wanted to settle in his kingdom forever. El understood that the king's eyes were filled with determination. The man was asking the teenager not for selfish reasons, but for the good of the kingdom. El finally realized that he had not been mistaken about King Leodolf, and that he was indeed a just and excellent ruler. El quickly replied that he was ready to help the king for the sake of a dignified and peaceful life for the local residents of the kingdom of Tolian. King Leodolf did not hide his positive emotions, and said that he would do everything possible to help El build a magic tower. The monologue of the courageous King Leodolf was interrupted when El suddenly said that he actually had one condition. El said he would need about 3 years to complete the task. The king said that he did not have that much time. Count Lovis's territory had already been almost completely destroyed by monsters. He clearly would not be able to hold back the orc army for that long. King Leodolf said that once upon a time, a special mage who kept the monsters at bay lived in their kingdom, but he had been kidnapped. Since then, monsters had been attacking Count Lovis's territory in waves, and he had already suffered numerous losses. At the moment, Countess Roelin Luvis was trying to control the dizzying situation by all means available. Roelin Luvis was the only daughter of the previous count, a true genius in fencing, and a woman of astonishing beauty. King Leodolf was gloomy, and said that if the monsters attacked this land again in a giant wave, the Luvis family would be finished. El understood perfectly well, but continued to say that he was unable to shorten the next 3 years. El was already eager to try the delicious meat on his table, and had even speared a piece with his fork. El smiled, holding the fork with the juicy meat in his hand, and said confidently that he would deal with the Manticore Valley. King Leodolf smiled broadly when the conversation turned to the Manticore Valley. It was impossible to clear it of monsters. El said that the 3 years he had requested were precisely for the purpose of completely eradicating the numerous army of monsters. King Leodolf said that about 10,000 monsters invaded the kingdom of Tolian every year, and cold-bloodedly took the lives of ordinary people. Later, King Leodolf said that about 50,000 monsters were in the center of the Manticore Valley. El thought for a moment. King Leodolf asked the powerful mage El if he was really capable of saving the kingdom from the evil manticores. El said that his majesty had probably forgotten that he was a true 7th-level mage capable of many things. In addition, El decided to remind him that he had at his disposal a great and legendary night golem named Tana. King Leodolf remembered how he had witnessed the dizzying battle of the Golden Golem Knight, who possessed incredible strength. King Leodolf forgot for a second that he was not just a little boy in front of him, but a real, powerful sorcerer. On top of everything else, El could control the amazing Golden Golem Knight Tana, who was practically a grandmaster. King Leodolf was sincerely convinced that nothing was impossible for these two heroes. they would truly help his kingdom. King Ladolf practically begged El to finally bring peace and prosperity to the kingdom of Tolian. El thought for a moment and said that he planned to settle somewhere near the majestic royal palace in the near future. El got up from the table and was ready to take his leave. King Ladolf was very surprised that the boy was leaving the palace so quickly. El said he had to leave urgently because now he knew exactly what he had to do. King Ladolf said that El could come to the royal palace whenever he wanted. They were sincerely glad to see him. Before leaving, El said that he was only 17 years old, but that should not frighten the majestic king. King Ladolf was left alone with his various thoughts. His Majesty thought that the boy was only 17 years old, yet he was so skilled. King Ladolf already imagined in his mind what the Manticore Valley would look like if there were no monsters left there. However, at that moment, about 50,000 cruel and angry monsters lived in the Manticore Valley. These ferocious, bloodthirsty monsters literally instilled fear in the minds of many local residents of the kingdom. The poor, frightened inhabitants imagined how the manticores could take their lives with their huge paws and a clear conscience. In the center of the Manticore Valley, individual monsters could reach dizzying sizes. This was also where their leader lived. The locals called this strong and powerful monster the Manticore King. No one would dare to compete with him. The Manticore King truly wielded dizzying power in his territory. The other monsters worshipped. The Manticore King was distinguished not only by his impressive size, but also by a real red gemstone in the center of his head. With the help of this unique and special gemstone, the Manticore King could subjugate any monster on the continent. The Manticore King was hundreds of times faster and stronger than ordinary monsters. In addition, this leader had already taken the lives of many brave knights. The disappearance of many small villages, due to the attacks of the Manticore King, was already a common occurrence. And right now, a small, modest village called Ken suddenly faced a terrible problem, an attack by manticores. This unique village was separated from the rest of the world by a small river, over which the locals had built a bridge. The armed locals of Ken Village encountered several ferocious manticores that were planning to break through their defenses. The frightened residents said among themselves that they needed many more people to withstand a single manticore. However, the brave soldiers could not allow two terrifying manticores to enter the village of Ken. Captain Mater ordered the rest of the locals, who were still able to fight, to stand beside him. Captain Mater was only 20 years old and was a really good fencer. The young man had reached an intermediate level of skill. The brave and courageous Captain Mater stood directly opposite the cunning and evil manticore, which could easily take his life. Captain Mater watched intently as one manticore opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Captain Mater did not hesitate for long and decided on a desperate act, to strike the monster's head with his weapon. The manticore squinted hard from the crushing blow that the legendary Captain Mater had just delivered. Captain Mater turned to his small army and ordered the armed soldiers to launch a dizzying attack. Behind the brave and courageous Captain Mater stood several dozen soldiers, armed with bows and arrows. The brave soldiers fired several arrows straight at the face of the cruel and terrifying monster. Most of the arrows hit their target. Captain Mater stood over the body of one of the manticores and said that even this powerful monster was unable to withstand such an attack. Captain Mater once again delivered a dizzying blow with his weapon to the head of the bloodthirsty monster. Meanwhile, the armed army, consisting of ordinary local residents of the village of Ken, said that this was the last arrow. As soon as Captain Mater heard these terrifying words, he decided to attack the huge beast again. And finally, Captain Mater stood next to the manticore lying on the ground. The guy thought that this was the end of the unpredictable battle. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, Captain Mater knelt down to catch his breath and gather his strength. But the crazy battle with the monsters was not over. Another beast was approaching Captain Mater from the other side. The offended manticore was getting closer and closer to Captain Mater, who was clearly exhausted. Captain Mater shouted that these monsters were constantly multiplying and could not be gotten rid of so easily. Captain Mater turned to the other armed soldiers and ordered them to prepare for battle with the next monster. Only when Captain Mater looked at the poor frightened soldiers did he realize that the poor guys were literally exhausted. Captain Mater thought that until that moment, he had never seen manticores of such gigantic size. He needed help. Captain Mater gripped the sharp spear tightly in his mighty hand and prepared to fend off the attacks of the ferocious beast. Captain Mater gathered his courage and shouted that they must give a worthy rebuff to the bloodthirsty monsters. The brave leader and commander of the local army, Captain Mater, lunged forward and planned to attack the manticore with his spear. Meanwhile, the manticore slowly approached the village. A terrifying fire began to appear from its mouth. Despite the superiority of the bloodthirsty monster, Captain Mater showed remarkable courage and bravery. The manticore had already formed a huge fireball in its giant mouth, which it aimed at Captain Mater. The fireball from the manticore's mouth approached the terrified Captain Mater at lightning speed. Due to the approaching fireball, Captain Mater lost his balance, and the poor man had to jump back to avoid being injured. The huge fireball flew past and hit the wall. There was a dizzying explosion. Everyone was terrified. The locals covered their faces with their hands to avoid getting burned by the giant fireball. Some soldiers even had to make their way through the dizzying fire so as not to let the treacherous beast get ahead. Out of desperation, Captain Mater knelt on one knee and was ready to literally give up. The guy didn't understand how to fight the monster. Captain Mater watched as the manticore slowly approached him, indifferent to everything. The vicious monster was already opening its giant mouth to attack the frightened Captain Mater, who had already given up. Captain Mater knew that in the next moment, it would be the end for him. The guy had no choice but to just wait. The picture changed dramatically when someone struck the ferocious manticore from the side. The beast howled in terrible pain. Captain Mater tried to raise his head to see who dared to make such a terrible attack. A few seconds later, the huge manticore fell to the cold ground and showed no signs of life. Captain Mater was greatly surprised and began to look around to see who had dealt this crushing blow to the powerful monster. Meanwhile, the locals were also very tense and did not understand where someone had found the strength to defeat the manticore alone. Finally, the local armed soldiers saw colorful boots approaching, which belonged to a fragile girl. The charming girl stood with her sharp sword in her hand and told the frightened soldiers that it was all over. It was the enchanting Kaina. The surprised soldiers looked at the beauty, who, at first glance, did not appear to be even 20 years old. Kaina turned to her immediate commander, El, and said that she had completed the task on her own. El began to applaud his loyal friend Kaina, who had done an excellent job. The guy said that it was urgent to find her a mentor. Kaina modestly lowered her head and said that she had not done anything special. She still had a lot to learn. El turned to the surprised army of the small village of Ken and said that now they did not need to worry. El also addressed the courageous Captain Mater and said that he would not harm them. There was no need to be afraid or panic. El said that soon these lands would be his. The boy introduced himself as a powerful mage who would bring peace and tranquility to the inhabitants. Captain Mater was outraged by the statements of this little boy, El, who clearly had a high opinion of himself. Captain Mater decided to ask the strange stranger El what exactly he meant when he said that these lands would become his. To show his displeasure, Captain Mater grabbed his spear and pointed it at the boy El. Suddenly, Captain Mater's spear was taken by Kaina, who said that the boy had no right to speak to Sir Ella that way. An angry Kaina literally started yelling at the frightened Captain Mater, who did not know how to respond. Kaina repeated her question and asked Captain Mater how he dared to raise his spear at Sir El. Captain Mater began to appreciate the dizzying aura of the courageous Kaina and thought that she had incredible inner spirit. El turned to his friend Kaina and asked her to stop immediately. After all, the locals did not know who he was. Kaina agreed that the behavior of the locals in the village of Ken was easy to understand. Kaina quickly calmed down and stepped aside, and the girl told Captain Mater to be polite next time. El replied to Captain Mater that he had not yet told Kane everything, and that she did not yet understand much about important matters. El said that he planned to build a magic tower here, soon after he got rid of the manticores. Captain Mater stared intently at the boy El, and did not believe his words. The guy had never seen real magicians. Meanwhile, the locals said that if a magic tower was built here, they would be protected by a 7th-class magician. Captain Mater asked El what would happen to the indigenous people of this modest village. El understood perfectly well that Captain Mater was a kind of leader of this village, and that was why he dared to ask such questions. El replied to Captain Mater that they would have to continue living as they had before the arrival of the great and powerful maid. El said that after he got rid of the manticores, the local residents could settle in most of the magnificent territory. El added that his personal desires coincided with the wishes of the powerful King Lidal. El said that taxes would not be raised, and that he was not an evil lord like some aristocrats. He wanted peace and tranquility for the people. The locals looked at the innocent teenager El with great surprise and did not understand how he would be able to deal with the manticores. The natives' thoughts were interrupted when the terrible manticore approached them again from the other side. El slowly turned and saw the beast. The boy said that he thought there was a so-called intruder here. L quickly began to read a spell and asked the locals not to move so that he could deal with the manticore alone. The next second, L hung in the air and whispered something again, showing his boundless strength and power. In an instant, several golem knights came out of the spatial pocket, already waiting for orders. L told the local natives that he would make sure the manticores never bothered them again. L turned to the mighty golem knights and loudly and clearly ordered them to go to the approaching manticore. The golem knights did not hesitate to obey the order of their powerful master and began to move toward the monster. The brave golem knights ran at lightning speed toward the approaching manticore, which stood still. One of the amazing golem knights stretched out his arm to deliver a dizzying blow to the manticore's head. In the next moment, the manticore lay on the cold ground, surrounded by its own red liquid flowing from its wounds. Captain Mater was in shock, as he had never seen a manticore killed so easily. The huge golem knight was already kneeling and listening to his master's next orders. L turned to Captain Mater and the other locals and asked them if they trusted him now after what they had seen. Captain Mater thought that now they were completely safe with these powerful night golems. Captain Mater looked again at the sweet, modest boy L and thought that this mage really did have power. Captain Mater crossed his arms over his chest and asked L for forgiveness for his rude behavior and distrust. L said that this only proved that Captain Mater was an excellent leader of the village, as he was obliged not to trust mysterious strangers. L extended his hand to shake Captain Mater's, who had shown worthy leadership. Captain Mater turned to the locals and asked them to move to another part of the village of Ken, where there were also manticores. L once again addressed the frightened native and told them that they no longer needed to worry about the manticores. The natives of the village stood on the bridge and stared intently at the lifeless body of the manticore. L looked at Captain Mater and was about to leave to explore other areas nearby. L also sent his golem knights to the opposite side of the village of Ken to deal with the terrible manticores. Miss Sylphir and Serena said that L had truly lived up to their high expectations and fulfilled his promises. Miss Sylphir and Serena watched as the mighty golden golem Kana dealt with the giant manticores single-handedly. The golden golem knight Tana waited for orders from his master L and hardly moved from his spot. L asked Captain Mater to gather all the representatives of this peaceful village as quickly as possible. L emphasized that he had to tell every native resident of Ken Village about the specifics of his plan. A few hours later, L was standing near a large table where the respected natives of the village were seated. L looked closely at the new faces, but in his mind he imagined that the honored elders should have come here. Most of the village leaders were young men with very good, well-developed muscles. L also looked closely at the auras of each guest present and realized that they were similar to each other. L wondered if there was a sharp and worthy reason for this event, or was there something wrong here? L began to get acquainted with the respected indigenous people and introduced himself. The guy thanked everyone for not refusing and agreeing to come. L continued to say that the people gathered here clearly did not have the level that was fashionable to achieve during village training. L's gaze changed significantly as he wondered what such first-class soldiers were doing here in the village. Captain Mater replied that they would not be able to escape the keen gaze of such a great and powerful mage as L. Captain Mater decided to answer the great mage L and told him that they were actually the legendary knights of Baron Jamer. Baron Jamer was widely known in these circles as a true master of the sword. This man was popular here. When the battle for the prestigious throne intensified, several attempts were made by the princes to lure Baron Jamer to their side. However, Baron Jamer refused numerous offers, after which their lands began to be attacked by monsters. During another dizzying battle, Baron Jamer had no one to help him and could only rely on his own strength. Baron Jamer fought against 5,000 soldiers, and before losing his life, the commander told his knights to flee. But the knights had no intention of asking for help from the arrogant aristocrats who had failed to help Baron Jamer. In the end, Captain Mater and the other soldiers decided to settle in the small village of Ken. As a true leader, L understood perfectly well how the brave and courageous knights were feeling. L continued to feel sad and think that with such skills, these people could have received the title of Knight Peer in another country or state. L did not understand why these brave and desperate knights forced their families to suffer by living in such conditions and circumstances. Captain Mater continued to say that the environment here was different, and therefore they could not be the same. L decided to reassure the frightened knights, and said that, to be honest, it would not be particularly difficult for him to get rid of the monsters. L looked at Serena and Kane, and said that he had planned to do something about the merciless and ferocious manticores. Captain Mater interrupted his distinguished guest, and said that in fact, the manticores possessed remarkable unity. El decided to reassure Captain Miter again, and said that first of all, he needed to deal with the king of the manticores. The brave knights looked at the legendary mage El with particular surprise, and did not understand how the boy would be able to cope. Captain Mater was silent, but soon asked El how he intended to deal with the powerful king of manticores. El replied that he would easily prove his words in practice when they saw the dizzying result of his plan. El had already imagined in his mind the king of manticores, who would ultimately be defeated forever. The next morning, El decided to set off alone to solve an important problem. El thought about how much time had passed since he was last in this beautiful land. El carefully examined the colorful landscapes of the great town of Banzarka, located in the kingdom of Cassius. And finally, El reached his destination, Dibble's shop. The boy was already approaching the door. Mr. Dibble was busy as usual, sitting at his favorite table in the company of his charming assistant. The shop owner, Mr. Dibble, was signing an important document on which his future literally depended. Suddenly, Mr. Dibble turned to his attractive assistant and asked her to fill out the form immediately. Mr. Dibble remembered that after they obtained the right to trade in magic stones from El, their business had flourished. Mr. Dibble also remembered El, who was still a child growing up in front of the shop owner's eyes. Suddenly, Mr. Dibble noticed the shocking news in the newspaper that Einhardt's residence had been blown up. Mr. Dibble was very frightened because he thought that his loyal friend and companion El might have been involved in this crazy affair. Mr. Dibble remembered very well that before leaving the Bliard Empire, El had asked him about the Marquis of Einhardt. Mr. Dibble began to feel sad because there were no rumors about this incident. Even if he tried to ask around, no one would tell him anything. Mr. Dibelle's various thoughts were interrupted by his charming assistant and secretary, who called his name loudly. Mr. Dibble was very frightened and asked the attractive young lady how long ago she had entered his office. The modest girl said that the high-ranking client Mr. Dibble had been talking about had just arrived at the store. Mr. Dibble jumped up from his chair and repeated the attractive girl's words that the high-ranking client was already there. Behind the charming girl, a thin teenage voice suddenly said that he hadn't seen Mr. Dibble in a long time. El stood in the doorway and simply smiled, making it clear that he had come in peace. Behind the boy stood Mr. Dibble's assistant. Mr. Dibble looked at the so-called high-ranking guest with surprise. El did not stand and remain silent for long, and soon said that he had come to Banzark to discuss an important matter with Mr. Dibble. Mr. Dibble did not listen to El's story for long, and rushed to hug the boy, asking the poor thing if he was hurt. Mr. Dibble said that he had just heard that a terrible tragedy had befallen Marquis Einhardt. Mr. Dibble continued, saying that he thought El was somehow connected to this tragedy. The man asked about his health. El decided to calm the agitated Mr. Dibble and said that his family was fine at the moment. El was genuinely pleased that people were so concerned and worried about it. Mr. Dibble apologized for his behavior. Mr. Dibble had calmed down and asked his distinguished guests to sit down so they could have a serious conversation. Suddenly, Mr. Dibble began to cough loudly. The man sensed that the conversation was about to turn serious. In the end, Mr. Dibble also sat down on a chair opposite El and asked him what the future conversation would be about. El smiled slightly and loudly announced to Mr. Dibble that he was planning to build a real magic tower in the near future. Mr. Dibble opened his mouth in dizzying surprise and asked El if he was really going to build a tower. Naturally, El quickly replied that such incredible news was hard to believe, but it was indeed true. El decided to demonstrate his unique magical abilities, and replied to Mr. Dibble that he was a 7th-class magician. The crazy news again made Mr. Dibble open his mouth in dizzying surprise. After a few seconds, Mr. Dibble calmed down again, and asked El where exactly he was going to build his magic tower. El replied that he wanted to build his tower in the Manticore Valley. Mr. Dibble asked again if he meant the territory of the monsters. It was indeed a forbidden territory, where no human had set foot in recent years. El simply nodded his head. Mr. Dibble understood perfectly well that practically any country would welcome anyone who wanted to build a magic tower with open arms. Mr. Dibble continued to think that El was an unpredictable person because he could have chosen any other quiet place. Mr. Dibble thought again that El had chosen a strange place to build a tower because monsters lived there. El saw that Mr. Dibble was lost in thought and said that he hadn't even had a chance to tell him about his brilliant plan yet. Mr. Dibble said that everything El had done was truly new and exciting. The man was in a state of shock. After a few minutes, Mr. Dibble finally decided to ask the boy what his plan was. El nodded in response to Mr. Dibble's question, and was ready to tell the man the smallest details of his brilliant plan. Mr. Dibble listened attentively to his important and powerful interlocutor, and said that, as always, it was interesting. Mr. Dibble stood up slightly from his chair, and replied that he needed to find suitable people for the future construction project in a short period of time. Mr. Dibble asked El how soon he needed to complete the dizzying task of selecting personnel for the construction. El replied that the sooner Mr. Dibble did it, the better. But how complicated would this construction be? Mr. Dibble added that they were talking about the king of the manticores, who would clearly not be happy about what was happening. El had to deal with the monster. Meanwhile, a dizzying silence reigned in the Manticore Valley. The views here were truly beautiful and colorful. The Manticore Valley was a place where people were afraid to go. The Manticore King awoke from his sleep, sensing an unfamiliar energy. The Manticore King was clearly not pleased that a mysterious stranger had appeared on his vast land. The Manticore King let out a furious roar, as if his cheerful mood had been ruined forever. The Manticore King's entire body literally emitted a dizzying dark aura. The beast stood 6 meters tall. The Manticore King also boasted incredible skills. Even great swordsmen were afraid to approach this beast. A few seconds later, the Manticore King rushed at lightning speed toward the source of the unfamiliar energy. Usually, other powerful beasts always kept guards around them, but the Manticore King was confident in his amazing strength. Therefore, the search for what had so excited the Manticore King was one of the manifestations of his mighty power. In the end, the Manticore King reached the designated place in a matter of seconds. Now the giant beast was looking for answers to his questions. The Manticore King's huge paws with sharp claws truly inspired dizzying and uncontrollable fear. And finally, the Manticore King reached the desired location. The beast stared intently at the surrounding area. The Manticore King stared intently at the uninvited guests, among whom were powerful golem knights. The great and powerful golem knights were too serious and eagerly awaited orders from their lord. The Manticore King was clearly not afraid, so he began to roar again, trying to scare the golem knights. Suddenly, the great mage and wizard El appeared from above and shouted loudly and clearly that the Manticore King had fallen into a trap. El looked closely at the Manticore King's face and declared that he was indeed a huge monster, just as he had been told. El sat on the shoulder of one of his powerful golem knights and said that the Manticore King had to be gigantic. The Manticore King no longer made dizzying sound. El whispered that the beast truly had dark energy. The Manticore King began to use his red gem, and El realized that it would soon be too dangerous. El thought to himself that he first needed to assess the scale of the approaching unpredictable battle. This giant red gemstone radiated dizzying dark energy, which allowed El to see the territory. A few seconds later, the dark energy from the red gemstone suddenly dissipated, and El said that he would now study everything carefully. However, the Manticore King became very angry because his cheerful mood had been ruined. The beast was preparing to attack. El ordered one of his powerful golem knights to run up to the Manticore King and strike the first blow. A moment later, the Manticore King felt the incredible blow from the powerful golem knight for the first time. However, the perfect attack from the golem knight did not harm the Manticore King in the slightest, and the beast attacked the knight in the next moment. El watched the Manticore King's amazing attack closely and realized that this giant beast was too fast. Meanwhile, the golem knight was already lying on the cold ground and had almost lost his ability to move. El finally climbed down from the back of his faithful assistant, the golem knight, and ordered all the other soldiers to attack the beast. The next golem knight struck the Manticore King on the head with lightning speed and waited for a reaction from the huge monster. The Manticore King's eyes widened from the crushing blow of the golem knight, but this unpleasant fact only angered the monster. El continued to watch the unpredictable reaction of the Manticore King and realized that the numerous attacks were not working. Meanwhile, the Manticore King had already jumped on the next golem knight and bitten his shoulder with his sharp fangs. There was only one click, and the poor golem knight's limb fell to the cold ground. The Manticore King had won again. The giant beast seemed to laugh as it looked down at the body of the mighty golem knight lying on the cold ground. The next golem knight was already running towards the Manticore King, planning to avenge his loyal comrade. This time, the Manticore King used his huge wings and once again sent the golem knight to the ground. To crush the golem knight forever, the the Manticore King decided to finish off his victim with his lashing tail. The Golem Knight's helmet was badly damaged, and now the soldier could no longer fight the monster on equal terms. In the end, the Manticore King dealt with the 3 Golem Knights with incredible ease and felt like a winner. With slow steps, the Manticore King approached the great mage L, who was clearly surprised that the beast had easily escaped the trap. L stood still and thought to himself that the Manticore King was much stronger than he had thought before the battle. L noticed that the golem's regeneration speed was too slow, which spoke to the incredible strength of the enemy. L shrugged his frail shoulders and said that since things had turned out this way, he had to summon his loyal friend Tan. Meanwhile, the Manticore King had already raised his giant paw, with sharp claws to deliver a crushing blow. L began to worry greatly about his own physical condition. The boy was sure that Tana would arrive in time. The Manticore King ran closer to the great mage L and looked his opponent straight in the eye. L decided not to stand still, and therefore hung in the air, waiting for the arrival of his faithful companion Tana. However, as soon as L rose into the air to avoid the crushing blow from the Manticore King, the beast stood on its hind leg. The Manticore King managed to catch his innocent victim, and with one blow, the beast sent L to the cold ground. The picture changed dramatically for the Manticore King when the monster realized that he had actually struck a hologram. The real L was standing on the mountain. L was very glad that he had initially formed his phantom, which had suffered an incredible defeat. L said that it would be nice to settle everything with the help of ordinary golems, but this beast was not the King Manticore for nothing. And finally, the strong leg of the mighty Golden Knight Golem Tana appeared from the spatial pocket. The Golden Golem Tana landed on the ground and eagerly awaited the orders of his master, L. L looked at his loyal companion Tana and told him to try to win without his legendary sword this time. The Golden Knight Golem Tana simply nodded, indicating that today he would act according to the pre-planned Plan B. The Golden Knight Golem Tana replied that the order had been received and headed towards the ferocious Manticore King. The Golden Golem Tana ran up to the Manticore King at lightning speed and jumped forward, extending his powerful fist. However, the Manticore King used his dizzying speed to jump aside, and Tana's blow landed on the ground. The Manticore King became even more enraged, and soon roared loudly again. The beast tried to instill fear in his opponent. The Manticore King attempted to strike the Golden Golem Knight Tana with his giant paw, but his opponent dodged. The Golden Golem Knight Tana did an incredible backflip and landed on his feet, striking a bright fighting pose. The Golden Golem Knight Tana performed another amazing and beautiful move, pushing off the ground with his foot. The Golden Golem Knight Tana tried to strike the Manticore King on the head with his crushing foot, but the Manticore King once again skillfully demonstrated his magnificent speed. It was clear that this battle would drag on. The situation intensified when the Manticore King realized he would not win and summoned his dark energy, directing it at the Golden Knight Golem. The Golden Knight Golem Tana had no choice but to cover his face with his hands and wait for the right moment. L continued to watch closely, and now he understood that even with Tana, it would not be easy for him to deal with the Manticore King. The Golden Knight Golem Tana waited for his moment to deliver a crushing blow to the beast's head. Meanwhile, the Manticore King was already prepared to parry the dizzying blow from his worthy opponent. A bright, dazzling yellow aura formed around the Golden Golem Knight Tana, which should give him an advantage. Finally, the crushing blow of the Golden Golem Knight Tana reached its target. The poor Manticore King fell back to the ground. In the next moment, the Golden Knight Golem Tana stood over the body of the defeated Manticore King lying on the ground. The Golden Golem Knight Tana planned to finish off his opponent and used the magic circle around the Manticore King's body. Suddenly, the Golden Golem Knight Tana stopped because his master L ordered him to stop beating the Manticore King. Ed stood still and said that there was no point in taking the life of such a great and powerful beast as the Manticore King. These words from the great mage L greatly surprised the Manticore King, who did not understand why the man had spared his life. A few seconds later, the Manticore King got to his feet and looked straight into the eyes of his savior, the wizard L. The appearance of the formidable Manticore King suddenly changed dramatically. His eyes began to show genuine kindness and calmness. L continued to stare at the great and mighty King Manticore, who now resembled a giant domestic lion. Meanwhile, dizzying events were unfolding in the small village of Ken. Captain Mater stood still, question marks in his eyes, not understanding what was happening around him. L approached Captain Mater in the company of the Manticore King, who was behaving like a domestic cat. The young man said that he had dealt with the beast. Captain Miter was literally speechless. The young man said that if this giant monster started to rampage here, Elle laughed and said that there was no need to worry anymore. All the inhabitants should imagine that they were looking at a big cat. Captain Mater did not understand the words of the great magician Elle, who continued to smile. The Manticore King approached the young man. The huge Manticore King took out his giant tongue and gently licked the face of the bewildered Captain Mater. Elle called the Manticore King a simply cute creature who would now show no aggression or anger. Elle said that the Manticore King's power was comparable to that of a semi-grandmaster. The young man planned to use him to stop the others. In addition, Elle added that the Manticore King would help him build a magic tower here in the near future. Elle began to smile again and said that now the local indigenous villagers could live here in complete safety. 3 months had passed since the Manticore King left the valley forever. The construction of the tower was progressing. The great and powerful mage Elle also decided to install a teleportation gate in the valley and the village of Ken. In fact, these magical teleportation gates connected Dibble's store in Banzark and the Manticore Valley, where the tower was being built. Dibel's shop quickly found worthy workers who used these portals to transport incredible loads. Meanwhile, Miss Sylphir, Serena, and Kana prepared delicious lunches, breakfasts, and dinners for the numerous workers. The exterior of the future magical tower was gradually taking shape, which delighted the great magician Elle. Surrounded by his night golems, Elle examined every detail of his mystical tower with particular attention. The local indigenous people looked at this huge tower with astonishment and called it a colossus. Even those who were not interested in what the structure was thought that it would soon become a repository. Soon, the numerous manticores that still remained in the valley began to hide in the forests on their own. Meanwhile, the great and powerful magician Elle closely studied the abilities of the Manticore King and put them into practice. Elle formed another complex spell, which ultimately created a huge magic ball. Elle literally used the unique abilities of the red gem on the Manticore King's head. The local indigenous villagers were very happy when they learned that the great mage Elle had not let them down and had fulfilled his promise. Thanks to the manticores fleeing into the forest, people began to build their own houses around the elite magic tower. Gradually, about 15,000 migrants arrived in the small village, which could now be called a real town. Elle gazed lovingly at the calm faces of the locals and said that now this place was perfect. Miss Sylphir turned to Serena and said that she still couldn't believe that there used to be a forest full of monsters here. Kaina was not quick to rejoice and said that it was not over yet. Elle supported his friend's words and thought that there was still a lot of work to be done. Serena looked at Elle with a surprised expression and asked the boy what was next in his plan. Elle put his mug on the table and said that from this moment on, they would have to spend a lot of money. Soon, Elle relaxed a little and told his loved ones that he would need to meet with an important person in the near future. Serena and Kaina looked at Elle with surprised expressions and asked who it would be. Kaina asked her little sister Serena if she knew who their friend Elle was talking about. Serena shook her head. Miss Sylphir began to feel sad and thought that she had never seen Elle so serious before. Mom was curious to know who he was going to meet. Miss Sylphir continued to feel sad and think about the bright future of her only son, Elle. Suddenly, Elle invited his beloved relatives to follow him. Soon, the main characters were already looking at the colorful sea. Elle walked confidently along the sea and said that he was going to introduce his relatives to an important guest. Miss Sylphir, accompanied by Serena and Kaina, also smiled and said that they also wanted to meet the person close to Elle. Serena and Kaina turned to Miss Sylphir, who began to cough strangely and make mysterious sounds. The main characters slowly but surely continued on their way. Miss Sylphir asked Elle where he had brought them. It was clear that it was a beach. Elle turned and said that it was the western part of the kingdom of Tolian and that there was a lot of seafood here. Elle continued, saying that in reality, this area was too poor and the locals had no chance of selling their goods. Elle also greatly interested his pretty girls when he said that when they arrived at the place, he would tell them the name of the owner. Suddenly, the main characters stopped under a tall tree to catch their breath and move on. The main character's peace was shattered when they heard mysterious, strange sounds in the sky. Everyone was frightened. The mysterious sound was like a small explosion. Soon, the main character saw a column of black smoke somewhere in the forest. Meanwhile, a terrifying scene was unfolding. On the high walls of the tower, skilled and nimble archers had already prepared their arrows. The fact was that below this wall, which surrounded a huge estate, stood several bloodthirsty monsters. The commander of the archers was already ready to attack the uninvited beasts that were planning to break into the estate. The commander of the archers ordered the other soldiers to block the monsters at all costs. Arrows flew toward the beasts. These were ferocious, cold-blooded orcs who had already taken the lives of brave and courageous knights more than once. Two powerful orcs stood on the ground and prepared to repel these flying arrows. One of the powerful orcs jumped with all his might to hook onto the edge of the wall and break through the estate's defenses. In the end, the bloodthirsty orc managed to hook onto the edge of the wall with his right hand. It was clear that the beast would soon get inside. The second angry orc stood on the ground and waited for his faithful comrade to achieve his goal. The frightened archers saw the monster climbing the wall, and now they had to pour oil on the wall. The guards had a particular problem because they had completely exhausted their supply of oil, and the new shipment had not arrived yet. The poor soldiers thought that if they didn't come up with something new, they would face dizzying suffering and torment. The commander of the archers now didn't know what to do, and he was ready to give up and await his difficult fate. Suddenly, the commander of the archers noticed someone quickly approaching him from the other side and saying that everything would be fine. It was a bright, stunning girl with pink hair, whom everyone in the area knew by the name of Rowland. Almost every soldier standing next to the commander noticed the long legs of the attractive Rowland. Rowland turned to the other armed soldiers and ordered them to cover her while she rescued everyone. And so, the charming girl Rowland was already standing on the edge of the wall, ready to attack the monsters. Rowland noticed a bloodthirsty, hungry monster slowly approaching her. The girl decided to scream loudly to scare the beast away. Rowland pushed off from the wall with her foot and shouted that these stupid monsters didn't know when to stop and surrender. In an instant, the brave and courageous Rowland was already flying towards the approaching green orc, who clearly did not expect to see such a sight. The amazing beauty, Rowland delivered a crushing blow to the giant monster's head, causing the beast to lose its balance and fall to the ground. Rowland continued to watch the terrifying and horrible orc as it quickly fell to the cold ground. But there was a second green orc standing on the ground, already preparing his giant club to strike Rowland. Already in the air, Rowland looked into the face of the enraged orc, who was furious that the beauty had knocked his comrade off the wall. The brave girl Rowland clutched her sharp sword tightly in her hand and was ready to attack the naive monster. Reaching the ground, Rowland struck the green monster on the head with her blade at lightning speed. Miraculously, after the crushing blow, Rowland managed to land on her long, attractive legs. Rowland stood up and told the monsters that she was not used to losing and that they would have to accept it. Meanwhile, the rest of the armed army raised their hands and said that Rowland had lived up to their expectations, as always. The situation changed dramatically when Rowland turned to face the soldiers to personally thank each of them. But their joy turned to fear when Rowland noticed that one of the monsters was still clinging to the wall. The ferocious green monster was practically standing in front of the armed guards, who did not know how to deal with such a beast. And then, the giant paws reached the end of the wall, and were already in front of the frightened armed guards. The commander of the archers opened his mouth in dizzying fear, and began to worry that this green monster would now take his life. The huge orc looked straight into the face of his opponent, and waited impatiently for the moment when he could strike him. The ferocious, bloodthirsty monster's plans were ruined when a giant fireball flew at him from the side. The giant green orc's body literally burst into flames like a match, and the poor creature began to scream in terrible pain. Meanwhile, the beautiful Rowland stood on the ground and thought that someone had used powerful magic. Who was this savior? A mysterious stranger approached the charming girl Rowland and said that the situation was indeed dangerous. Standing before Rowland was the great magician El, who suddenly began to apologize to her if she was frightened by this magic. El continued talking to Rowland and said that he had planned to meet her for an important and special conversation. The brave girl Rowland was in no hurry to start a conversation with the mysterious stranger she was seeing for the first time. Meanwhile, somewhere in the impenetrable forest, delicate female hands were trying to make their way through the thick undergrowth. Serena walked first, shouting loudly and calling for Elle, who had quickly run away from them. Kaina followed her closely. Miss Silver moved behind her daughters and said that Elle was capable of not getting lost, even in thick undergrowth. Soon, Serena finally emerged from the impenetrable and dense thicket of the forest and said that the jungle was over. Serena sighed with relief and said she was very glad that they had finally left this remote place. A few seconds later, Serena and Kana began to look for their friend and mentor Ella, and soon they saw him in the distance. Elle turned again to the attractive beauty Rowelyn, and said that he had wanted to meet her for several days. The bold Rowelyn carefully examined Elle's new friend, who clearly possessed incredible strength and magic. Serena and Kana covered their mouths with their hands in dizzying amazement. The girls were facing a rival for the first time. Serena turned to Kina and asked her if she knew the charming girl Rowelyn. Kina replied that she might have been in a relationship with Elle. Rowelyn took her sharp blade and asked Elle what he meant, since it was their first meeting. Elle thought to himself that he had probably made a terrible mistake, and replied that he was very happy to see the famous Rowelyn. Elle introduced himself as a magician from the kingdom of Tolian, and said that he had something to discuss with Miss Rowelyn, and that was why he had come. Rowelyn did not want to believe the words of the mysterious magician Elle, and asked why she should trust a strange stranger. Miss Rowelyn was not going to lower her sword, and was always ready to repel an attack from an enemy, if there was one. Elle decided to demonstrate his unique abilities. Miss Rowelyn immediately realized that the boy's mana level had changed. Rowelyn guessed that the great magician Elle was not lying, so she immediately calmed down and hid her legendary sword. Miss Rowelyn pressed her hand to her chest and apologized to Elle for being so rude to him. Rowelyn apologized once again for her recklessness and said that they could continue their conversation in a more comfortable place. Miss Rowelyn said that she would escort Elle and his cheerful family to the residence of the great Count Livius. A cup of hot, delicious tea was already waiting on the table. Miss Rowelyn decided to serve her guests herself. Rowelyn apologized again to Miss Sylphire because she had nothing to offer her guests except strong but delicious tea. Miss Sylphire tasted the tea, which had a delightful aroma. The girl thought that the Countess was a good cook. Modest, and already a little red-faced with embarrassment, Miss Rowelyn continued to apologize constantly for not having anything else to offer her guests. Elle looked at his reflection in the mug and realized that he was looking at ordinary brewed leaves that anyone could buy. On the way, Elle also looked closely at the magnificent castle, but soon realized that there was nothing expensive inside the building. In addition, Elle noticed that the charming Countess Rowelyn was actually wearing ordinary, simple clothes. Elle realized that these poor people were literally in dire financial straits. The boy did not expect to see such a thing. Miss Rowelyn sat opposite the great magician Elle and asked the boy what had actually brought him here. Elle said that the area where Count Luvis's castle was located had been attacked by manticores and orcs. Now everything had changed. Miss Rowelyn looked at the cute boy Elle with surprise and asked if he would help them get rid of the monsters. Elle replied that he had already taken care of most of the manticores. The boy also added that he had been finishing building a magic tower in the valley. Miss Rowelyn was very surprised and asked the great magician Elle if these territories would ever suffer from constant attacks again. Miss Sylphire decided to intervene in the conversation and asked Elle to be quiet for a moment, as Rowelyn was clearly in shock. Miss Rowelyn was indeed experiencing dizzying feelings. After all, if she remembered correctly, she really hadn't seen a manticore in a long time. Elle decided to finally reassure Miss Rowelyn and firmly stated that all manticores would soon disappear. Miss Rowelyn literally sighed with incredible relief and did not know how to respond to the great and powerful mage. Miss Rowelyn crossed her arms in front of her and seemed to be praying. The girl began to cry and say words of gratitude. The alarmed beauty Rowelyn sincerely replied through her tears that these were the best words she had heard in recent years. Elle thought it was a serious problem if, after such news, Miss Rowelyn was already experiencing dizzying happiness. Elle thought that he had not yet spoken aloud about his plan to make the Luvis family one of the most powerful in the world in the near future. Miss Rowelyn finally stopped crying and was already wiping her tears. The beauty turned to Elle again and asked him why he had come. Miss Sylphire decided to support her son and told Rowelyn that the boy's father actually belonged to the Luvius family. Miss Sylphire continued talking and said that Elle's father was the notorious Rayon Livius, who was once her lover. Miss Sylphire believed that this fact now made Ella and Rowelyn cousins. Miss Rowelyn nodded and confirmed that the great Rayon Livius had indeed defended this land from numerous monsters. Rowelyn continued, saying that Rayon had once been kidnapped and had disappeared without a trace. No one had seen the poor man since. Miss Rowelyn was in shock again, as she had never thought that Rayon Livius had such a son. Elle turned to Countess Rowelyn and said that he thought they were now one big, happy family. Elle said that when one member of the family was experiencing certain difficulty, another relative should help him. Miss Sylphire simply nodded her head, as she understood that her son Elle was speaking the truth. Elle said that Countess Rowelyn had indeed succeeded in building a line of defense for this vast territory. Miss Rowelyn began to cry again, and soon apologized for showing her weak side in front of the guests. Miss Sylphire wanted to support poor Rowelyn, who, because of her constant tears, could not find the right words. Rowellen asked Miss Sylphir not to call her Countess. It would be much easier for the girl if Sylphir called her by her first name. Miss Sylphir began to laugh loudly and suggested that the girls reintroduce themselves as close relatives. Serena also smiled sweetly and introduced her beautiful name to Countess Rowellen. The girls laughed. Kaina also decided to join in the cheerful, comforting conversation and gave her unique and rather rare name. Elle smiled and repeated his name again. The guy said that now he would ask them to love and cherish him. Rowellen asked the main characters if they loved the sea. She was planning to take a walk to a special place soon. Serena, Kaina, and Miss Sylphir clasped their hands to their heads and shouted joyfully that they adored the magnificent sea and were ready to go to the beach. Rowellen noted that today was incredibly good weather and they could happily go to the beach. And so the main characters were already walking along the shore and admiring the dizzying views. The sea was clear and calm. Miss Sylphir, Serena, and Kaina enjoyed their peaceful existence and looked around at the magnificent surroundings. Countess Rowellen turned to Elle and said that it was a unique place to be proud of. Elle noticed that the water here was indeed incredibly clear and transparent. There must have been a lot of seafood in the depths. Rowellen agreed with Elle's words. She said that everything was overflowing with seafood and that there was nowhere to put it lately. Elle's expression changed and he became more serious. The guy suggested that Rowellen not leave the seafood on the street, but sell it to him. Countess Rowellen was again very surprised and asked if it was true that Elle planned to buy all their seafood. Elle said that the more seafood they had, the better. There was no need to worry about transportation. Elle said he would use magic boxes for transportation and asked her to agree to his lucrative offer. Rowellen noticed that Elle's expression had changed significantly. She understood that a brilliant plan had formed in the young man's mind. A few seconds later, Countess Rowellen agreed to Elle's offer and asked him to take care of her in the future. Various potions helped people regenerate quickly and were used as medicines. The key ingredient for this potion was a red liquid from the body of a manticore. Numerous temples used an amazing purification system. However, the main problem was that there really weren't enough potions for everyone, and the supply of the key ingredient was incredibly difficult. High Priest Virek stood opposite Mr. Dibble and asked him if it was true that he had 300 barrels of this great potion. Mr. Dibble nodded and said that he personally knew a special person who had most of this potion. High Priest Virek was very surprised and named an inaccurate range of 10,000 to 30,000 bottles of the magic potion. Mr. Dibble was very upset because he actually thought that Virek's church would take at least 100,000 bottles. High Priest Virek suddenly thought about the unique opportunity that was opening up before him to expand his influence. A few seconds later, Virek agreed to take 100,000 bottles. Mr. Dibble asked the old man if he was sure of his words. Mr. Dibble said that almost the entire continent needed the red liquid from the manticore's body. The demand would be enormous. Mr. Dibble said he would sell this quantity of bottles of potion for 300,000 gold coins. High Priest Virek held out his hand. High Priest Virek asked Mr. Dibble what made it so rare and who could supply such a product in bulk. Mr. Dibble began to smile, although he did not want to talk about his main sponsor and partner. But soon Mr. Dibble decided to name the true genius of our time, the great and powerful wizard, Elle. Elle stood almost at the top of his huge magical tower and said that he would not believe that the Manticore Valley had once been here. Elle continued to argue that his ingenious plans were progressing at a dizzying speed. Thanks to the spread of the red liquid from the bodies of the manticores, the village of Ken learned what true stability was. Elle sorted through strange images in his memory and reasoned that he had managed to move the manticores into his subspace. After the deal with Countess Rowellen, Elle began to feed the manticores seafood and literally began to control them. Supplying seafood was the easiest task for the brilliant and intelligent wizard Elle, who believed he could conquer the world. Frightened people tried to befriend the angry manticores in order to take the red liquid from the monsters. After a few months, the ferocious and hungry manticores literally turned into domestic animals. By order of the Manticore King, the other monsters stopped attacking innocent locals and, on the contrary, became friends with them. Thanks to the manticore's dizzying ability to regenerate, the supply of red liquid was quickly established. In addition, the locals did not want to feed the manticores only seafood, but also gave them normal human food. This friendship turned into fabulous, dizzying earnings for the indigenous inhabitants of the village. Elle was proud that practically no one knew that he had built the magic tower in the Manticore Valley. For a long time, the builders who were directly involved in the construction of the magic tower had been moving through portals. That is why no one guessed where exactly this magic tower was located. But recently, rumors began to spread. El understood that he needed to be constantly on guard, so as not to expose the local indigenous people to danger again. Suddenly, the thoughts of the great magician and wizard El were interrupted by loud footsteps approaching. El tried to listen carefully to find the source of the loud, strange sound. A few seconds later, El formed a magical portal to transport himself to the right place and understand what was happening. El passed through the portal and found himself in the pre-planned location. The guy began to look around and suddenly met the source of the sound with his eyes. El saw an agitated Kaina, who was literally running through the corridors to find him. Kaina was breathing heavily because she had been running for a long time. El tried to calm her down to ask what had happened. Kaina, her eyes wet with tears, looked at her little brother El, who didn't understand what was going on. The girl said Serena's name. El was very frightened and continued to listen carefully to what exactly had happened to his little sister Serena. A few seconds later, El and Kaina were running down the hallway together. The main characters rushed to Serena's aid. And finally, El and Kaina entered the large room. The great magician and wizard also could not calm down. Poor Serena was lying on the bed in a coma. Miss Sylphire was sitting nearby on a chair, barely holding back her tears of grief. It was clear that Serena was in a lot of pain. No one understood if it was an illness or something else. Everyone was very frightened. El finally gathered his courage and asked Miss Sylphire what had happened to Serena. Was it an illness? El began to closely observe Serena's condition. The poor girl was pale, and her breathing was uneven. El, the great magician, took the charming girl Serena by the hand to find out more. A few seconds later, the great magician El's eyes widened to a dizzying extent. The boy was frightened by something. Soon, El turned to Miss Sylphire and Kane and said that in fact, mana was literally disappearing from Serena's body. El also added that inside Serena, he saw a mysterious force that was not like the dark force of demons. However, this force also had nothing to do with the famous aura from the heavens. El was really confused and didn't understand anything. Suddenly, El began to whisper something under his breath, and soon the guy replied that he had come up with an amazing theory. If the great mage's theory was correct, the new power in the body of the sweet and modest girl Serena was divine energy. El said that if they made a fatal mistake, Serena could become a real target for the entire continent. Kaina asked how this could happen to Serena. El replied that it didn't matter, because they had probably already noticed something was wrong. El said he had to leave urgently for an important meeting. He asked Kaina to take care of Serena. El told Miss Sylphire that he needed to quickly put up a reliable barrier around the entire huge valley. El added that he would be away from home for a while, but his relatives didn't need to worry about it. Everything would be fine. El formed a magical portal again and disappeared in an unknown direction, leaving Miss Sylphire and Kane to watch over Serena. A moment later, El found himself at the top of his magnificent magical tower, staring intently at the entire town. El asked himself how long it would take to set up this barrier around the entire valley, but the guy didn't care how long it would take. El swore that he would do everything right and not let Serena become the most popular target on the entire continent. And so El set to work, forming an amazing magic circle around himself. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. After a few minutes, a unique barrier formed around the entire giant valley that could not be destroyed just like that. El continued to cast spells, as he clearly did not want a terrible and fatal mistake to be made. Meanwhile, in the Holy Empire of Gaia, located on the unique land of the Vatican, amazing events were unfolding. A strange, mysterious old man, who was clearly one of the leaders here, said that after 300 years, the prophecy had finally come true. The enigmatic old man continued to say that there was a place where the soul of darkness shone. This world was immersed in a huge stream. The old man continued to say that it was a place that had never been understood. Its beauty shone in its roughness. The old man suddenly turned to his faithful assistant, who was kneeling, and ordered him to find a shining flower. The assistant was the high priest Artemis. The old man turned to him and asked if he understood the prophecy correctly. Artemis wondered where this unique place was. He understood that the conversation was about magic. Artemis continued to think that if the place was not understood, did that mean that there was some kind of stereotype there? Artemis claimed that they meant a place near Plato Leviton, around which real magic literally hovered. High Priest Artemis again received instructions from the old man, and now he had to tell everyone that the saint had come to their land. The head of the Vatican claimed that their sacred land currently possessed the most powerful force. The head of the Vatican said that soon he would be able to meet the powerful saint he had been waiting for for about 500 years. Meanwhile, Kana literally did not leave the bed where poor Serena lay. Her sister was very worried about her condition. Miss Sylphir looked very tired. Thoughts flashed through her mind that they would soon have to fight against the Empire. El continued to set up a barrier around his beloved valley, and mentally asked that none of his relatives give up. Those who rejected the will of the powerful goddess were not worthy of avoiding a terrible, but just punishment. Miss Sylphir continued to stand by Serena's bed and asked her to regain her strength quickly. Miss Sylphir once again almost cried and remembered how they used to have fun together and enjoy the peace and quiet. Elle was very worried because the mana from Serena's body continued to slowly disappear, and she had more energy than a normal night. Elle claimed that soon Serena's entire body would be filled with divine power. The pain would be truly unbearable. In other words, Elle said that they couldn't prevent Serena from soon becoming a saint forever. Elle knew perfectly well that the Holy Empire of the Vatican had already spread rumors about the appearance of the long-awaited saint. Kana asked Elle if he meant the Empire of Gaia, which had always revered its powerful goddess. Miss Sylphir was convinced that Serena could not be handed over to those who would come for her. The saint had no right to freedom. Miss Sylphir looked into Kina's face and said that she would not allow her daughters to be unhappy. Kina courageously exclaimed that she would protect her dear sister Serena by any means necessary. Elle said they would not allow anyone to take a member of his beloved family away forever and take them to an unknown destination. Elle looked at Miss Sylphir and Kina and said that they had enough strength and power to protect poor Serena. Suddenly, Elle stopped talking as he sensed a wave of magic nearby. This was something new. A few seconds later, the first magical letter of his life from an unknown sender appeared in the hand of the great magician El. A few seconds later, El announced that it was a message from the great royal palace. The letter clearly contained something important. Miss Sylphir was also surprised that letters from the royal palace were already being sent in this magical way. When El finally read this strange message, he said that the king wanted him to attend the kingdom's main conference. Miss Sylphir, as usual, was very surprised and asked why the king wanted to see El at this conference. El suggested that perhaps they wanted to announce the establishment of a new magic tower in the kingdom of Tolian. El said that numerous magic towers had occupied neutral territory since ancient times. El was confident that nothing could destroy his plan. Miss Sylphir began to worry and fret. Once again, Miss Sylphir looked into the eyes of her unique son and realized that, as usual, he was up to something. El said he would be back soon, and in the meantime, Miss Sylphir and Kane needed to take care of Serena. There was no need to worry. Meanwhile, dizzying events of global significance were unfolding at the residence of Count Luvis. The great magician and wizard El had already entered the corridor and was eager to speak with Countess Rovalyn. El sat down at the huge dining table and addressed Rovalyn, noting that she had established a defense system and brought stability. Miss Rovalyn thanked El for his visit, but still wondered why the mage had come to her today. Miss Rovalyn said that she and El had not known each other for long, but she could already clearly read a lot from his facial expressions. El then admitted that he would be honest and sincere during the upcoming conversation so that Miss Rovalyn would not feel threatened or in danger. El invited Miss Rovalyn to accompany him to the kingdom's main conference. It was high time for the Countess to get involved in politics. El assured her that the Luvis family was literally capable of becoming the most powerful family among the high-ranking aristocrats. El said that when the aristocrats learned that Roland had managed to acquire a master swordsman at such a young age, her power would grow stronger. Miss Roland thought to herself that her family would finally be able to regain its former glory and respect among the royal court. Miss Roland reflected that her family had indeed prospered and developed rapidly in recent years, but there was a problem. Suddenly, a terrifying image popped into Miss Roland's head, one she clearly did not want to discuss with her distinguished guest. After a few seconds, Miss Roland said aloud that her family would never be equal to the Marquis de Tarandel's family. Elle knew perfectly well that the Marquis de Tarandel's second son had already tried several times to propose to the charming Miss Rovalyn. The cunning members of the Marquis de Tarandel's family planned to take advantage of the situation when the bloodthirsty monsters disappeared. The treacherous members of the Tarandel family thought that the disappearance of the monsters was their doing, but they were clearly mistaken. Elle continued to say that the status of a countess was lower than that of a marquis, and Rovalyn had to humiliate herself before Tarandel for a long time. However, now that Elle was by Rovalyn's side, she had to show her strength and power so that she would no longer have to endure humiliation from the Tarandels. Elle said that he was a 7th level mage, and that everyone respected him. He was treated with due respect throughout the continent. Now no one would dare touch the Luvis family when El was around. Miss Rowland asked the mage why he was so kind to her. Suddenly, the Countess's sweet face became filled with anger and rage. An idea popped into the girl's head. Miss Rowland crossed her arms over her stomach and asked what the price would be for the magician El's selfless help. El's face also changed, showing his utter disgust at such thoughts from the charming Rowland. El said loudly that he and Miss Rowland were cousins, and that what she had thought would be impossible. El thought for a moment, and then understood why Miss Rowland was acting this way. The mage stood up and said that tomorrow they would go to the palace. El also felt a little embarrassed and said that he did not understand who Miss Rowland thought he was. In fact, El wanted to see Miss Rowland's reaction, and she immediately began to apologize. Meanwhile, serious conversations were taking place between important people in the giant mansion. During an important special meeting, a mysterious man banged his fist on the table so that the other guests would listen to him. The man stood up and began to shout at the assembled people, declaring that the second prince's faction was now in danger. The man said that the plan to harm the first prince's faction had failed, and the third prince's faction was literally growing before their eyes. The man turned to his loyal advisors and asked what their plans for the future were, as their power was greatly diminishing. The man repeated his difficult question, and again began to shout at all those gathered. He listened carefully. Suddenly, among the assembled high-ranking guests, one man raised his hand to say something important. It was the Marquis of Brilkent. The strange aristocrat began to speak and said that he had recently been thinking deeply about something. The Marquis of Brilkent said that the influence of the first prince's faction was the strongest, while the influence of the third prince's faction was only gaining momentum. The Marquis of Brilkent declared that they should not fear for their faction, as they had excellent military support. Suddenly, the Marquis of Brilkent began to smile, as if he wanted to announce that he was planning to stage a terrible tragedy. The other high-ranking officials even stood up in dizzying surprise. They clearly did not agree with this. Meanwhile, the second prince began to smile slyly, and even applauded the Marquis of Brilkent's incredible idea. The second prince declared that Marquis Brilkent's idea was simply brilliant. He deserved the highest praise. Marquis Brilkent thanked him, and promised that he would work hard to reach the pinnacle of power. The second prince banged on the table again, and declared that it would be as the esteemed Marquis Brilkent had suggested. El cast aside all his fears, and set off with Rovalyn for the capital of Virtus, for the upcoming royal conference. El looked closely at the surroundings of the capital, and said that everything looked great here. He turned to Miss Rowland. However, Countess Rowland felt dizzy with excitement before the upcoming royal conference. Rowland stopped and confessed to El that she had never actually been on such a big street before. Miss Rowland said that, at the moment, she was deeply moved by the colorful landscapes. This confused the great magician, El. El asked Countess Rowland why she had never been to the capital of Virtus before. She replied that she had been too busy. El frowned, and understood perfectly well that Miss Rowland had to literally single-handedly defend her city from monster attacks. El decided to please the charming Countess Rowland, and suggested that they take a walk around the neighborhood. Countess Rowland once again behaved like a modest, insecure lady, and asked if she was allowed to walk there. El did not answer the attractive Countess Rowland, and simply took her by the hand to set off on a long but bright journey. El began to laugh, and said that no one could forbid them from walking, and asked Miss Rowland to quicken her pace. And so, at the end of a dizzying day, the main characters decided to return home to rest. Miss Rowland smiled broadly and expressed her gratitude to Mr. L. She had indeed had a wonderful time. Miss Rowland said she was very sorry that she could not bring the residents of her great county to the capital. The joy and fun suddenly ended when Miss Rowland suddenly heard a threatening male voice from the side. Marquis Lark stood at the threshold of the Luvis mansion, looking very angry. The man asked who the guy next to Rowland was. Marquis Lark asked El if he knew how to wield a sword, and realized that he was just a third-class mage. Marquis Lark turned back to Countess Rowland and asked if it was because of Edda that she constantly refused his proposals. The angry Marquis Lark approached the great and talented mage El and stared intently into the young man's eyes. Surprised and angry, Marquis Lark began calling El a little child again, and was even about to start a fight. Marquis Lark asked El once more who he was, and after a few seconds, suggested that the boy find out right now. Miss Rowland tried to intervene in the conversation. Marquis Lark said that if El had nothing to hide, he should reveal his identity. Soon, Marquis Lark declared that it was not important for him to know the level of his opponent's magic, as it would still be lower than that of an aristocrat. Countess Rowland decided to respond firmly to the insolent Lark, and said that he was only the second son of the Marquis, and did not have a real title. Countess Rowland added that, before talking about continental rights, Lark needed to study them himself. Marquis Lark was about to leave. Countess Rowellin apologized to Elle for her guest's insolent behavior. Rowellin explained that he was the second son of the Marquis of Tarandel, who did not understand how to behave in society. Elle asked the charming Miss Rowellin if this was the same young man who constantly asked her to marry him. Miss Rowellin said that they should just walk past him, as aristocracy was indeed contagious. Marquis Lark thought that he would never leave this couple alone, even if it meant changing the theme of the main conference. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, everyone was preparing for the upcoming dizzying main conference. King Lidolf stood by the window in the company of his faithful friend, Duke Laius, and said that he was very pleased that the Manticore Valley was no more. Duke Laius agreed with the king's remark. He said that it was all due to the dizzying power of the mage Ella. King Lidolf was greatly surprised when Duke Laius suddenly compared Sir Elemius to a small onion. Duke Laius said that it was inspiring that such a powerful man with endless ideas had settled in their land. Ultimately, the more you reveal about the great magician Ella, the more you learn. It reminded him of an onion. King Lidolf began to laugh loudly, and soon called Duke Laius an old man who was talking some strange nonsense. King Lidolf repeated that he was very grateful that such a powerful sorcerer had stopped in their land. Duke Laius also reminded the king that for many years, representatives of the magical towers had not interfered in politics. King Lidolf claimed that the current owner of the magic tower somehow miraculously guessed his thoughts. The next day, the main royal conference began, a gathering of high-ranking aristocrats and officials. King Lidolf greeted all the assembled guests and said that he was glad that everyone had worked on Tolian's effort. King Lidolf added that the meeting would proceed as usual, without a specific agenda. Anyone could speak. Suddenly, Lord Tiganvali's voice rang out from the table, asking to be heard first. Lord Tiganvali said that the monsters that had tormented the kingdom of Tolian had recently been exterminated, and now they were beginning to see the light. Lord Tiganvali began to recount the many virtues of the kingdom of Tolian. In other words, their country had now become a powerful state. After a few separate phrases, Lord Tiganwali made a surprising demand to subjugate the kingdom of Hessen. The expression on King Ladolf's face, who finally understood what Lord Tiganwali wanted, showed his bewilderment. Lord Tiganwali continued to say that the kingdom of Hessen had been robbing them for the past 10 years. Since Lord Tiganwali was the head of the second prince's faction, the members of the first prince's faction were particularly interested in the king's response. Lord Teganwali continued to assure them that if they showed their power and strength to their enemies now, no one would be able to resist them. In addition, Lord Teganwali requested that the second prince, Kron, personally take the position of commander-in-chief before the great battle. Lord Teganwali said that Prince Kron needed to gain more experience in such dizzying battles. The head of the first prince's faction, Marquis Tarandel, who clearly disagreed with Lord Teganwali's statements, unexpectedly intervened in the conversation. Marquis Tarandel said that now it was better to focus on defense, as the monsters could return at any moment. King Ledolf listened carefully to the two opposing sides, and did not know how to respond to such statement. The Marquis of Tarandel was a man who never hid his selfish goals, and therefore inspired little trust. Meanwhile, Lord Tiganvali sat at the other end of the table, and called for the world to be shown their dizzying strength and power. King Ledolf frowned deeply when he heard the leaders of the two opposing factions of crown princes. King Ledolf soon spoke, and said that they had actually gathered here so that he could introduce the creator of the magic tower to the kingdom. King Ledolf said that this great wizard was named Elemis, and that he should be honored and respected. Everyone stood up to greet the sorcerer. The great magician El was already entering the door leading to the huge banquet hall, where important people had already gathered. El stopped and said that he was pleased to meet all the distinguished and high-ranking people who had gathered there. The situation took a disastrous turn when someone suddenly stood up from the table and began to speak loudly. Countess Rowelyn Luvis was very surprised when she realized who had stood up from the table and why. The attractive girl was embarrassed. It was the second son of Marquis Tarandel Lark, who said that this little child was the wizard of the county of Luvis. The insolent, ill-mannered young Lark continued to bang his slippery hands on the table and wanted Ella to be expelled from the palace. Lark Tarandel continued to stand in place and express his negative opinion about the so-called magician Ella. The nobles sitting at the table at the main royal conference were greatly surprised by Lark Tarandel's behavior. Lark Tarandel continued to say that he had met Ella the night before at a hotel in the capital, and that at first glance, he was a funny guy. Lark said that he had recently proposed to Countess Rovalyn Luvis, but that this little child had interfered. Lark Tarandel looked at his father, Marquis Tarandel, and said that he was a true aristocrat of noble blood. Lark Tarandel turned to King Leadolf and said that El was not worthy of being there and deserved just punishment. Lark Tarandel turned back to El and declared that no one present should trust such an insolent person. Lark Tarandel began to insult the great magician El again, saying that this child should know his place. Meanwhile, El watched Lark Tarandel's remarks with particular interest and simply remained silent. King Leadolf stroked his beautiful, luxurious mustache and said nothing in response to Lark Tarandel's demands. Soon, King Leadolf addressed all the invited guests and nobles and asked everyone to calm down. King Leadolf said that it was the mage Elemis who was the greatest power in the kingdom of Tolian, and that it was he who built the magic tower here. The hall literally exploded after the words of the great King Leadolf. No one believed that a boy could be the owner of a magic tower. The nobles talked among themselves and declared that only a magician of the 7th class or higher could become the owner of a magic tower. The nobles and aristocrats continued to talk and said that the boy could only be equal to the title of Marquis. El grew tired of listening to the reproaches of the respected gentleman and said that he would now demonstrate his unique abilities. El raised his hand to cast a spell. Suddenly, a blue funnel appeared above the heads of the aristocrats. The frightened nobles stared intently at this incredible funnel and waited to see what would happen next. Marquis Tarandel rose from the table and declared to all the guests around him that until that moment, he had never felt so much mana. Lord Teganvali also noticed that the surrounding air had literally become much heavier than it had been a few minutes ago. Marquis Tarandel thought to himself that such power was even higher than the 7th level. The man opened his mouth in surprise. The nobles and aristocrats unanimously declared that it was truly an excellent ability and incredible power. King Leadolf laughed loudly and said that it was very amusing coming from the great magician Elemis. King Leadolf turned to El and said that the aristocrats were clearly convinced and that it was now time to stop the performance. The great magician El agreed with King Leadolf and stopped casting spells so that all the guests present could calm down. Some nobles continued to stare at the place from which the dizzying mana had just emanated. Lark Tarandel opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't believe that he was looking at a real 7th level wizard. El thought that now Lark Tarandel would fall behind Miss Rovalyn Luvius forever, and if he tried to catch up, the boy would no longer be able to restrain himself. Lark Tarandel looked as if he wanted to cry, and glanced at his father, Marquis Tarandel, with a ridiculous look on his face. Meanwhile, thoughts flashed through Marquis Tarandel's mind that his second son, Lark, had caused a lot of trouble. El looked at the aristocrats present and apologized for spoiling the atmosphere. The guy was about to leave. King Leadolf unexpectedly apologized to Sir Elemis that his first visit to the conference had ended in a very unpleasant way. El was already approaching the door to leave the banquet hall. The guy understood that he was uncomfortable here. Before leaving, El said that he would look forward to the time when he could work with high-ranking officials. The great magician El closed the door behind him, which slammed loudly for the first time. The invited guests were startled by the piercing sound. King Leadolf continued talking to the nobles and said that El was truly a savior and one of the most important people in the kingdom. Countess Rovalyn Luvis began to smile a little, as she already understood that El was a truly talented person. Everyone understood that Prince Eudmion, who was being promoted by the royal hidden power, would most likely be the next king after Leadolf. Marquis Tarandel wondered if the creator of the magic tower probably supported Prince Eudmion's candidacy. Meanwhile, Lord Teganvali thought that from now on, he and his faction of the Second Prince would have to be more careful and cautious. Soon, Lord Teganvali declared that before fighting the kingdom of Hessen, it was necessary to take into account the power of its owner. King Leadolf showed by his appearance that he was tired of listening to the endless nonsense from the faction leaders, and asked if they had anything else to discuss. King Leadolf declared that the royal conference had come to its logical conclusion. King Leadolf rose from his throne and was already leaving the huge banquet hall, where the nobles were still sitting. King Leadolf was deeply disappointed that high-ranking people had treated the great magician El so poorly and arrogantly. Near the far door in the long corridor, King Leadolf suddenly stopped and knocked. The sound was quite loud. As soon as King Leadolf heard a response to his knock, he introduced himself and asked to be allowed to enter the room. A pleasant female voice called King Leadolf father and finally allowed him to enter the room. King Leadolf did not rush to enter the room, but as time passed, the old man decided to go in and talk. And so King Leadolf was already in the room, staring intently at his interlocutor. The old man was going to talk about important things. A lovely, modest girl was sitting in a comfortable armchair, holding a book in her hands. The king said that she really liked books. King Leadolf addressed the girl and called her name Ellis. She was only 17 years old, but she was really too smart. Princess Ellis smiled and said she was pleased to hear that. The girl asked why her father had come to see her. King Leadolf persuaded the princess to marry the great wizard El, for the sake of a bright and secure future for the kingdom of Tolian. King Leadolf said that tomorrow, the great sorcerer El would come to a gala party where the princess could meet him. Princess Ellis thought about it and realized that marrying the owner of the magic tower was the most advantageous decision. Princess Ellis agreed to attend the upcoming gala and speak with the great wizard El in person. Princess Ellis hid from her father that she was actually very curious about who this great and formidable wizard named El was. King Leadolf was satisfied after a long and serious conversation with his charming daughter. King Leadolf was about to leave when he suddenly said that they would see each other tomorrow at the gala party. Princess Ellis remained alone with her favorite books in the library and had already begun to choose new fascinating reading material for herself. Images of a future conversation with the talented magician and wizard named Elamis appeared in Princess Ellis's mind. The giant chandelier in the library more than adequately lit the small room with books. The princess stood by the window. Princess Ellis thought that if fate would have it that she fell in love with the great magician El, it would be wonderful and exquisite. And so, the next day, a dizzying royal party took place. Gradually, people of the highest class gathered. El turned to Countess Rowelin Luvius and asked her why she laughed during the magician's first visit to the conference. Countess Rowelin Luvius replied that she thought the talented magician and sorcerer El had behaved in the most dignified manner. El replied to Miss Rowelin that for people like those gathered at the royal conference, words were empty and actions were needed. El was confident that now no one would dare touch Countess Rowelin Luvius without her permission. At that moment, El decided to joke a little and told Miss Rowelin Luvius that there was something wrong with her clothes. El noted that the attractive Countess Rowelin Luvius had come to the party not in an evening gown, but in a real knight's costume. Countess Rowelin Luvius asked what was wrong with a knight's uniform, if she wasn't planning on seducing men here. Countess Rowelin Luvius asked the great magician and sorcerer El if he would like to see her in a chic, expensive dress. A few seconds later, the attractive Miss Rowelin suddenly said that she was not ready to wear a dazzling ball gown. El found the party very bright and impressive. The atmosphere here was calm and balanced. The great magician and sorcerer El asked Countess Rowelin Luvius to allow him to accompany her during the gala party. Thus, the appearance of the great magician El at the gala party turned into a dizzying discovery. Within seconds, a huge crowd of high-ranking aristocrats gathered around Countess Rowelin and the great magician El. Countess Rowelin Luvius thought that this event was literally like a fairy tale, as barons and marquises approached her. However, after a while, Countess Rowelin realized that the barons and marquises were actually trying to get closer to Lord El. Countess Rowelin Luvius simply began to greet everyone and said that she was very pleased to meet such worthy people. The great magician El was very happy for Countess Rowelin Luvius and thought that now was the time to revive her family. Soon, the courtiers loudly announced that King Leadolf would now come out, accompanied by his charming daughter Ellis. The king and princess sat on the throne and announced that they had actually gathered today to welcome the great magician El once again. King Leadolf said that he would announce the start of the festive party after the owner of the magic tower had given his speech. The great magician and wizard El did not expect to have to say anything in front of the high-ranking guests and aristocrats. However, the guests present folded their arms across their chests and looked at El, waiting for his dazzling speech. The great magician and sorcerer, El, had no choice but to step forward and introduce himself once again to the aristocrats and nobles. El began to say that he had founded a huge magical tower on the territory of the great and powerful kingdom of Tolian. The great magician El decided to show the frightened guests what he was capable of, and soon gorgeous flowers appeared in his hands. El called this spell stress relief. The petals of expensive roses began to fly throughout the giant royal hall. The distinguished guests were truly impressed by the dizzying sight and tried to catch the flying rose petals. El smiled slightly and suddenly shouted loudly that he wished all the guests a pleasant and unforgettable evening. The magic of relieving tension calmed the hearts of the nobles, who were worried about the constant struggle for power. The great magician and wizard El simply watched the dizzying reaction of the high-ranking officials, who rejoiced like children. El headed for the window, as the constant stares from the elite nobility became literally painful for him. The great magician El lowered his head and thought that it was still difficult for him to be the center of attention of the crowd. El understood perfectly well that there was constant tension among the numerous important guests due to the struggle for the throne. Suddenly, someone approached the great mage and wizard El and spoke sharply, which frightened El. A pleasant female voice said loudly and clearly that she had finally found him. The great mage Elymas, owner of the magic tower. El turned to look his interlocutor straight in the face. It was the charming Princess Ellis. Princess Ellis was very surprised when El called her by name. The guy said he couldn't help but know about the existence of the royal princess. Princess Ellis claimed that it was an honor for her to meet the talented magician El, the creator of the magic tower. Princess Ellis asked El if he was the owner of the magic tower, and if he knew why she had approached him. The great magician and sorcerer El paused for a moment, as he did not expect to hear such high praise. After a few seconds, El gave his version, and asked the princess if King Leydolf was planning a wedding. El thought to himself that he already knew that Princess Ellis constantly rejected the constant advances of other high-ranking nobles. Princess Ellis laughed and simply nodded her head, saying that the great magician El was truly an incredible person. Princess Ellis admitted that she had come here not only because of her father's request. She was here because El had really interested her. The frightened mage El seemed to blush with shame, as he did not understand why he could attract a princess like Ellis. Princess Ellis said that she knew he was only 17 years old, and that at such a young age he was already considered a 7th-class magician. El, as a teenager, began to worry greatly as he felt that the atmosphere around him was suddenly changing dramatically. Princess Ellis came closer to El's face and asked loudly where the boy had gotten such dizzying abilities. Blushing with shame, El decided to embellish a little and praised himself, saying that he had managed to learn the unpredictability of magic on his own. Princess Ellis's mouth fell open in surprise, and she thought that he was a true genius. There was nothing she could do about it. El blushed again and replied to Princess Ellis that it didn't matter to him whether it was the 7th or 8th level of magic. He remained himself. Princess Ellis continued to say that she was very interested in what was so special about El, that he had attained the 7th level. Princess Ellis suddenly declared that she was a noblewoman of the kingdom of Tolian and had her own duties and rights. Princess Ellis explained that someday the time would come when she would have to marry for the sake of the future of the kingdom of Tolian. Princess Ellis said loudly again that the upcoming marriage was her long-standing duty to the kingdom of Tolian. The great magician and wizard El said that this was not the case. Princess Ellis could do a lot of good for the kingdom of Tolian. El continued, saying that Princess Ellis should not sacrifice herself for the sake of a bright and secure future for the kingdom of Tolian. El asked Princess Ellis if she understood what the boy had just said. It was time to return to the celebration. Princess Ellis said nothing more and simply turned away silently, leaving the great magician El alone with his thoughts. Princess Ellis thought that for the first time she had met such a wonderful person who understood her so well. Princess Ellis felt immense gratitude toward the great magician and sorcerer Elymas, who truly understood her. Suddenly, El turned around when he heard strange footsteps outside. The boy thought that Princess Ellis had returned. However, Countess Rowland was standing by the wall, patiently waiting for El to finally finish his strange conversation with the princess. Ravelin Luvis noted that she had not been eavesdropping on El's conversation with Princess Ellis. El replied that he had something to say. El asked Countess Rovelin Luvis to support the faction of the third prince. After all the high-ranking guests had gathered today. Rovelin asked El if he really thought that after she joined the third prince's faction, everything would become stable. El quickly replied that he had expected Countess Rovelin Levius to ask that very question, as she was clearly well informed. A few minutes later, Countess Rovelin Luvius said that she would follow the words of the great owner of the magic tower. El thanked the charming Miss Rovelin and held out his hand to her, saying that he would always come to her aid at any moment. Meanwhile, in a dense, impenetrable forest, a turbulent and dizzying scene was unfolding. Mysterious strangers discussed that they had finally arrived at the appointed place described in the interpretation of the high priest Artemos. The enigmatic strangers gazed at the incredible beauty and views of the magnificent kingdom of Tolian. They were brave and desperate knights of light, who had come to the kingdom of Tolian to find the saint by any means necessary. In the royal palace, King Leydolf listened to the statements of his court servants, who who had brought important news. King Leodolf inquired about the existence of the so-called saint, who was supposed to be in the territory of Tolian. Before the respected King Leodolf stood the high priest Volek, who told him that the oracle had predicted the appearance of the saint. Volek said that it was here that the Holy Father who saved the continent from dangerous evil was once born. This was excellent news for the Holy Land. King Leodolf was a little confused, as he clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Volek began to talk about a strange barrier. King Leodolf thought that if the saint entered the empire soon, she would become the most powerful person in the world. At that moment, the empire's army was as strong as the army of the kingdom of Tolian. But after the appearance of the saint, everything would change dramatically. The empire was the only place where the most powerful and greatest grandmaster, who had never been defeated, lived. King Leodolf understood perfectly well that the kingdom of Tolian could not compete with such power and strength. High Priest Volek said that divine power had been carefully controlled by the Holy Land until now. Volek went on to say that all they needed was a guide to lead the holy knights to the land of the oracle. King Leodolf was surprised by Volek's words, and decided to ask again what this land of oracles was, and who could be the guide. Volek said that it was a rugged area near the Levitan Plateau, where magic had somehow spread. High Priest Volek repeated that he thought this land was located somewhere in the western part of the kingdom, where monsters used to live. King Leodolf confirmed that bloodthirsty monsters once lived in this territory, in the western part of the kingdom of Tolian. King Leodolf replied to High Priest Volek that it was a dangerous area, and the journey there would clearly not be easy. King Leodolf rose from his throne and told Volek that he would give him instructions tomorrow. Today, the high priest should rest. King Leodolf opened the doors and left the giant banquet hall. The high priest was satisfied and thanked his majesty. King Leodolf walked down the long, narrow corridor and thought to himself that this oracle had become a dizzying problem for Tolian. King Leodolf continued to think that there might be a unique connection between the owner of the magic tower and this saint. King Leodolf decided to seek advice from his court magician and sorcerer, Desalon, who was hiding somewhere. King Leodolf arrogantly opened the doors where his court magician Desalon should have been, as usual. Magician Desalon was sitting in his favorite comfortable chair, chewing on something delicious and unhealthy, as always. The old man asked the king what had happened. King Leodolf, his face angry, approached Desalon and ordered him to immediately restore communication with the owner of the magic tower. The frightened magician Desalon replied that a strong, terrifying storm was approaching, and it would take a long time to restore communication. Meanwhile, El carefully examined the barrier he had set up. The boy knew that he and Miss Sylphir still had a lot of work to do. El and his charming mother, Miss Sylphir, looked at the barrier and thought that now it would be safe here. El used earth magic and cast a powerful spell on the border. The wizard also distorted the flow of mana so that no one would suspect anything. Miss Sylphir said that every day was better than the last for her. She understood that sooner or later, someone would come for Serena. El said there were no problems here, but that they must not let their guard down. They had to keep an eye on their enemies. Soon, Kana approached Miss Sylphir and El at a brisk pace, clearly wanting to tell them something very important. Kana was very tired, but she managed to say that there had just been a call from the royal palace, demanding that Mr. El be summoned. The great magician El was once again very surprised and thought that this time it was King Leodolf who wanted him. The great magician and wizard El already understood that the mysterious guests had come to the kingdom of Tolian to find Serena. El turned to Miss Sylphir and told her to go home and get some rest. Someone else would take her place. A moment later, the great magician and wizard El moved through the magic portal into the mystical tower to talk to the king. Miss Sylphir was left alone with her many thoughts and felt a sense of foreboding. Ed moved through the magic portal to the appointed place at lightning speed. The guy looked around. And finally, the great magician and wizard El stood in front of the magic mirror. The guy was already waiting for the king to appear in the reflection. With slow but confident steps, El approached the mirror to read the dizzying spell. The great magician and sorcerer El raised his hand and began to whisper something under his breath. Soon, the magic mirror sparkled. Finally, the figure of the great and powerful King Leodolf appeared in the reflection of the magic mirror. El continued to recite his mystical spell so that he could soon hear King Leodolf clearly. King Leodolf said he was very happy to see the owner of the magical tower, but he wanted to talk to him because of an emergency. The great magician and sorcerer El asked what the people from the Holy Empire, who had come to the kingdom of Tolian, had told King Leodolf. Naturally, King Leodolf was very surprised and asked the great magician El how he knew that the knights of the Holy Land had already been here. El lowered his head and replied that he had already heard the sounds of strangers who had crossed the borders of the kingdom of Tolian. King Leodolf calmed down and asked El directly if it was true that the saint was currently in the territory of the former Manticore Valley. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, the oracle continued to say that no one could avoid the conflict. The saint had already come into this world. The great magician El told King Leodolf that the saint was part of his family, and he clearly had no intention of giving up so easily. King Leodolf was again surprised that an ordinary girl wizard had completely lost her mana one fine day. The great magician El said that he could not simply hand the saint over to the armed knights. No one understood how this girl had lived before. El said that thanks to Miss Silfer, Serena had left her life as an oppressed slave behind forever and gained a family. King Leodolf understood the great magician El's feelings perfectly, but replied that their enemy was the powerful Holy Empire. The great magician and wizard El replied loudly that it did not matter to him. The boy would keep Serena in the family and would not give the poor girl to anyone. El asked King Leodolf if a person who could not save a loved one could be called a true family. King Leodolf stopped talking and fell silent. The old man understood that the great magician and wizard would never give up. El asked King Leodolf to try to remain neutral until the last moment, until El could deal with the problem. King Leodolf decided to agree. El said that if he remained neutral, they would easily overcome this trouble. The great magician El said that he would never reveal the location of the magic tower to the enemy. King Leodolf was a little confused, because he knew that the authorities of the Holy Empire would soon demand a search. El replied that it would take the knights about a month to conduct the search. King Leodolf replied that Elemis was a very important citizen to them. King Leodolf understood that their conversation was coming to its logical conclusion, and wished El all the best. The great magician El placed his hand on his chest and thanked King Leodolf for his concern about the condition of the magic tower. The conversation between King Leodolf and the great magician El ended, and they promised each other that they would be in touch again soon. The great magician El calmed down a little and moved away from the magic mirror. The boy thought about his little sister Serena. El went to the window and opened it to breathe some fresh air. After the conversation, the poor guy was practically suffocating. El looked at the dizzyingly colorful surroundings of the former Manticore Valley and realized that it was indeed peaceful here. El also realized that most likely no one from the royal palace would come to his aid, and he would have to fight alone. El swore before the numerous local residents that he would do his utmost to defend what was so dear to him. To find the legendary saint, High Priest Volek left the royal palace and set off for the great county of Luvis. And now High Priest Volek was sitting at the table with Countess Rowelin Luvis, who apologized for keeping him waiting. The cheerful Countess Rowelin introduced herself to her distinguished guest and said that she had heard that he had had to travel a long way. High Priest Volek was indeed tired, as he had been walking to the county of Luvis for a whole month. On the way, High Priest Volek repeatedly met kind, friendly people who showed him the way to the valley. These good people confidently claimed that they knew exactly where the so-called saint was at that moment. Soon, High Priest Volek told them about the so-called guidebook that had been provided on behalf of King Leodolf. Countess Rowelin was tired of listening to High Priest Volek's statement and decided to ask him what his purpose was in coming. Naturally, High Priest Volek quickly replied that he had been searching for the saint in the kingdom of Tolian for a long time. Countess Rowelin Luvis said that she was happy to help such high-ranking guests and was ready to do whatever was necessary. High Priest Volek said that according to the oracle, the saint was somewhere near the Leviton Plateau, where magic was widespread. High Priest Volek asked the lovely Miss Rowelin if she knew of such a strange place. Images of uneven and very dangerous terrain appeared in Countess Rowelin Luvius's mind. Then, High Priest Volek decided to ask directly, and said that he had heard that a magical tower had been built in the kingdom of Tolian. Surprised, Countess Rowelin Luvius shrugged and said that she had only heard about this tower, but did not know its location. High Priest Volek smiled slyly and said nothing. The man understood that the pretty girl was lying. High Priest Volek claimed that this magical tower must be located where the bloodthirsty manticores used to live. Countess Rowelin Luvis was very frightened and said that if Volek decided to go there after all, he was unlikely to find the tower. High Priest Volek smiled again and realized that he had stumbled upon something very important. Volek said that he had been wandering around the humble places of the kingdom of Tolian for several weeks and had not encountered a single evil monster. The cheerful Countess Rowelin declared that High Priest Volek was truly an amazing person. Rowelin replied that no monster dared to approach the powerful High Priest Volek, High Priest Volok smiled again, and realized that the lovely and attractive Miss Rovalyn seemed to be seducing him. Volok was taken aback, and said that Miss Rovalyn had raised some doubts in his mind. The man did not think that the girl had such a high opinion of him. High Priest Volok rose from the table, and said that he would continue his investigation and expand the search area. High Priest Volok went out into the street, accompanied by his magnificent assistant, and said that he would cause a lot of trouble here. Volok's loyal assistant was convinced that the saint was in the Manticore Valley, inside the magical tower. Of course, High Priest Volok already understood this, and now all that remained was to find this magical tower in the valley. High Priest Volok declared that their first and foremost goal was to find the saint. It was time to set off. Miss Rowland Luvis watched the conversation between High Priest Volok and his companion intently from the window. The cunning and devious Countess Rowland Luvis was literally proud that she had managed to deceive Volok thanks to her acting skills. Rowland said that she had lured the Holy Knights into the territory of the magical tower, as Mr. Elymas had told her to do. Miss Rowland Luvius mentally asked the great magician and sorcerer El to be careful and cautious. Meanwhile, High Priest Volok and his great knights made their way through the Manticore Valley. Volok said that the terrain was rough, but there were no monsters here. However, it was important to remain vigilant. Volok said again that the owner of the local magic tower was an imperturbable fool if he had built such a structure in this valley. Volok walked ahead and still did not understand why the creator of the tower had chosen this strange and negative place. Volok, accompanied by knights, stood near the mountain. The high priest said that if anyone resisted, they deserved punishment. Suddenly, the situation escalated when the great magician El appeared at the top of the mountain and said that the holy people were too cruel. El asked Volok why they were not as kind to ordinary people as they were to God. The high priest asked El who he was. El did not answer, but asked why the people of the Holy Land had come to the territory he owned. High Priest Volok was very surprised that some boy called these lands his own. A few seconds later, High Priest Volok asked El if he was the owner of the magic tower. The great magician and wizard El nodded and asked the uninvited guests what they wanted. High Priest Volok, like everyone else around him, was surprised that the owner of the magical tower was an ordinary 17-year-old boy. Soon, information about rumors that some boy had destroyed the estate of Marquis Einhard came to Volok's mind. According to this legend, the boy had also formed a real knight golem who possessed the power of a grand master. High Priest Volok understood that this was not impossible, especially when it came to this talented and promising boy. Volok stopped doubting and simply asked the great magician El where the saint was now, and how she could be retrieved. El quickly replied that the saint was indeed inside the magic tower, and that he had been protecting her for a long time. High Priest Volok thanked the Lord that he had finally found real gold, the saint. But High Priest Volok's face changed dramatically when the great magician El said that he did not plan to hand her over to them. High Priest Volok's eyes turned black. The man did not understand why this wizard was protecting the saint. The great and formidable wizard El replied sharply and categorically that the saint was a woman who would soon marry him. Shock struck the High Priest Volok. The man shouted at the top of his lungs that this could never happen. Volok declared that the saint was strictly forbidden, not only to marry, but to have any relationship with the opposite sex. High Priest Volok shouted once again that a wedding between a saint and a mage could never happen. It was against the rules. Volok said that even a 7th-level mage could not break through the holy armor worn by armed knights. The holy knights raised their hands and, in the name of the goddess, said that they would not allow this wedding to take place. El began waving his arms, as he had expected such a reaction from the holy knights. Only the noise really rose. The great mage El wondered if this belief could be compared to fanaticism. Soon, the young man began to cast spells, and a magical portal formed. El moved through the mystical portal and stood directly in front of his so-called enemies, the Holy Knights. High Priest Volok said that it was too presumptuous to descend from the mountain to the ground in complete solitude. The holy armed knights slowly and carefully drew their sharp blades. The enemies prepared to attack. The commander of the army of Holy Knights shouted loudly and ordered everyone to prepare for the upcoming dizzying attack. In the next moment, the army of Holy Knights noticed that they were actually standing inside a strange, magical circle. The great magician El began to smile slyly as he realized that his plan had worked, and his opponents were trapped. The great magician El confidently raised his hand and began to recite a spell called Dark Fog. The frightened high priest Volek, surrounded by his knights, did not understand what was happening around him. Darkness fell. In complete darkness and gloom, the frightened Volek tried to feel for his army with his frail hand, but his attempts ended in failure. The high priest Volek's faithful assistant shouted loudly that it was magic, as she had never seen anything like it before. Volek understood that the owner of the magic tower had deliberately prepared this dangerous test for his opponents. None of the army of holy knights understood what their high priest Volek was doing now, as he was about to surrender. However, Volek soon shouted that they needed to urgently raise their anti-magical power. The holy knights were overjoyed when their leader made it clear that he was not going to give up and remembered the main goal, to find the saint. A few minutes later, the armed army of holy knights raised their hands and shouted in unison to call upon the blessing of light for help. The great mage El closely watched his opponent's action and was already thinking ahead to his next moves. El thought that the cunning knights were defending themselves with light. Then the mage decided to make his victims taste the dark mist. El raised his hand and cast a spell with the terrifying name, Removal of the Five Senses. The consequences would be very dangerous. The dark mist fell like a pillar on the frightened army of holy knights, led by their leader, the high priest Volek. The army of holy knights literally cringed from the dizzying pain and begged the great magician El to stop. El turned his attention to Hayden, the great wizard who had become a master, but even he could not resist this spell. The cheerful and happy mage El put on his magic glasses and said that now everyone had to plunge into complete darkness together. When the dark fog deprived the knights of their usual senses, the poor people were faced with dizzying confusion. The wizard Hayden shouted that he was unable to assess the situation at the moment, but that he must not retreat and give up. Hayden turned to the other holy knights and said that a spell had been cast on them. There was no need to panic. Hayden ordered everyone to try again, to call upon the blessing of light for help. The knights held out their hand. By some amazing miracle, a small ray of light could be seen in the complete darkness. Hayden decided to turn to the high priest Volek during the battle, and asked him to also call upon the blessing of light. The wizard Hayden tried with all his might to resist the incredible unknown force, and did not understand how it was possible. The frightened holy knights already realized that they were facing an amazing force, and asked the high priest Volek for help. Meanwhile, the armed army of the village of Ken, led by Captain Mater, watched the magic tower closely. Captain Mater began to feel a little sad because, according to the plan, the owner of the magic tower, the great magician El, should have already returned. A few seconds later, the great mage El emerged from the darkness, carrying a strange, mysterious figure on his shoulder. El laid the mysterious stranger, who was actually the high priest Volek, on the cold ground. Captain Mater asked El if this man was the one who had come to their territory to take the so-called saint. The great magician El did not immediately answer Captain Mater, who then asked how they should take care of the high priest Volek. El slowly and quietly replied that it would take time, and that for now they would monitor the high priest Volek's condition. The local armed residents heard the order and made it clear that they were ready to follow the owner of the magic tower to the end. One of the armed locals turned to the great mage El and asked the young man if he could ask him an important question. The frightened man leaned toward the great mage El so that he could hear his question, and asked if they had a chance of winning this battle. The great mage El laughed loudly and said that there was always a chance. Besides, the guy didn't know what a terrible defeat was. El raised his hand to express his admiration for the brave and courageous inhabitants of the quiet and peaceful village of Ken. El began to cast a spell, and suddenly a mysterious mystical cloud appeared above the heads of the village's armed army. From this strange magical cloud, some kind of glasses and bracelets began to fall directly onto the heads of the local villagers. The great magician El asked each local resident to put on these special artifacts, as the dark mist had no effect on them. The great magician and sorcerer El continued to say that these bracelets would help the knights cope with the dizzying divine power. El handed out the magical bracelet and said that the incredible power of the holy knights would turn into the power of an ordinary person. The local armed residents, led by Captain Mater, slowly moved through the complete darkness caused by the dark fog. Groping their way forward, the locals soon heard someone moaning and asking for help in the complete darkness. It was the wizard Hayden, who still couldn't believe that he had failed to cope with such incredible strength and power. And finally, Captain Mitre and the other residents of the village of Ken attacked the defenseless holy knights who were wandering in the darkness. The wizard Hayden sat on his knees and realized that for the first time he had lost in a fair fight with a powerful mage. The picture for the great wizard Hayden changed when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The poor man doubled over. It was the brave and courageous Captain Mitre who had kneed the great wizard Hayden in the stomach. A moment later, poor wizard Hayden was already lying on the ground. The courageous Captain Mitre stood over him. Hayden was still lying face down on the cold ground, literally begging for mercy and for them not to hurt him. Through the pain, the wizard Hayden said that they could not lose. Meanwhile, Captain Mitre put a magic bracelet on him. A few minutes later, Captain Mitre turned to his immediate superior, the great magician El, and said that everyone had been caught. El replied that he was very glad that everything had ended so well. The guy said he would stay here for a while. El understood perfectly well that the real battle was just beginning. The Holy Empire would no longer sit idly by. Meanwhile, an important and responsible meeting was taking place in the royal palace of the Holy Empire of Gaia. The oracle said that 2 weeks had passed since the high priest Volek said he was going to the distant valley of Manticore. The assembled people began to look at each other, as Volek had stopped communicating since then, and no one understood what had happened to him. All the assembled guests were puzzled, and none of them understood what had actually happened in that valley. The oracle said that before his disappearance, Minister Volek had made it clear that the magical tower had been built on land where monsters used to roam. Minister Volek also reported that there was a possibility that the saint was in the hands of the owner of this magical tower. The oracle crossed his arms over his chest and said that Minister Volek and the Knights of Radiance were most likely no longer on Earth. Someone in the crowd shouted that it could not be denied that Minister Volek and the Knights of Radiance had disappeared without a trace. The oracle continued, saying that a new investigation team should now be sent to search for Volek. Suddenly, a mysterious knight rose from the table, who was in fact the great Duke Dyad. The man said he had something to say. The oracle looked intently at the brave and legendary Duke Dyad, who dared to be the first to respond to his call. The oracle sat in his majestic throne and crossed his arms over his chest again to prepare to listen to Duke Dyad's opinion. Duke Dyad said that it was not an easy task. Since this was the first time in hundreds of years that a saint had appeared for the goddess, it was very important. Duke Dyad continued, saying that they had been entrusted with protecting the saint, and that perhaps they had underestimated the problem from the very beginning. Duke Dyad went on to say that if this was indeed the case, then they must do everything in their power to fulfill God's will. The oracle replied that now the great Duke Dyad and his brave Silver Cross Knights must step forward to fulfill God's will. The oracle knew very well that the Silver Cross Knights were considered an incredible and enormous force of their holy empire. The Knights of the Silver Cross accounted for about 30% of the Holy Empire's total power. The oracle also knew that Duke Dyad was a worthy Grand Master who could handle dozens of ordinary swords. The old man asked what the others thought. One of the seated high priests replied that they should take advantage of this unique opportunity to demonstrate the power of the Holy Empire. In other words, it was necessary to quickly mobilize Duke Dyad and the Knights of the Silver Cross to send them on a journey. The oracle rose from the table and said that, along with Duke Dyad, the high priests Kalayo Lexirion and Duo would also go to the Manticore Valley. The frightened high priests declared that they would need to show all their might and power before a worthy opponent. The oracle declared that the saint was being guarded by a powerful and great magician. The high priests would have to overcome him by force in order to reach their goal. The high priests banged their fists on the table and said they would do everything the oracle had just commanded them to do. They were ready to set off. The oracle placed his manly hand on his chest and said that they needed to show the firmness of their intention. There was no other way. The oracle said that the fact was that if they were pressured even more, the Holy Empire could collapse forever. This could not be allowed to happen. Meanwhile, the great magician and wizard El, along with his old friend Mr. DeBell, who was greatly frightened by the boy's words. Mr. DeBell did not hide his cowardice and asked the great magician and wizard El what he had just meant. The calm magician El continued to drink his strong and delicious tea and asked Mr. DeBell if he was really so surprised. Mr. DeBell replied that he could not believe that the saint was in the hands of El, who had captured the high priest Volek and the Knight of Light. The powerful wizard El laughed loudly and sincerely, holding a mug of hot tea in his hands. Upon hearing this information, Mr. DeBell grabbed his head and began to shake it rapidly from side to side. The man could not understand what was happening. Mr. DeBell finally asked El what he was going to do, since his opponent was the Holy Empire, which everyone avoided. The wizard El rose from the table and said that nothing could be changed now, as he could not allow the one he loved with all his heart to be stolen away. El said in a threatening voice that he was not going to stop at an opponent like the Holy Empire or any other powerful country. Mr. DeBell tried to calm the angry and upset wizard and sorcerer El and asked again what he was going to do. El replied that the Holy Empire would soon regain its strength and send new armed troops to Manticore. Mr. Dibble again asked a tricky and provocative question. Did El have any other alternative plans? El stated that High Priest Volek and the Knights of Radiance were being held captive by him. These circumstances were the conditions for the start of negotiations. Nevertheless, the mage and sorcerer El asked Mr. Dibble for a favor, requesting that he begin supplying more food in the near future. In addition, the mage and sorcerer El voiced another condition that the supply of red liquid from manticore bodies should be reduced in the near future. Mr. DeBell did not understand why El was doing this, but he said he agreed to the conditions. The guy really had a brilliant plan. Meanwhile, in the Holy Empire of Gaia, preparations were underway to send the Duke of Diada and the Knights of the Silver Cross. The oracle stood in front of the Grand Duke Diada and said that he needed to take care of the saint in the near future. The decision was difficult. The oracle also said that the mission entrusted to Duke Diada was important, but there were also certain tasks for the 3 high priests. The trio of brave and courageous high priests told the oracle to trust them, as they would soon return the Holy Lady home. And finally, the armed army of Silver Cross Knights, led by Duke Dyad, stood inside the magic circle and prepared to move. Duke Dyad had passed through magical portals many times before, but today he felt a special responsibility. The magical portal began to work, and a surprisingly bright light appeared around the armed Knights of the Silver Cross. A moment later, Duke Dyad, accompanied by 3 high priests, passed through the magical portal to a predetermined location. The place where the Silver Cross Guard was transported was the Methane Plain, the border between the Valley of Manticore and the county of Luvis. The weather here was incredibly calm. The sun was blinding, but the Silver Cross army continued onward. One of the commanders of the Silver Cross Knights turned to Diad and said that everything had been fine with the Knights of the Light until they arrived in the Manticore Valley. Before the dizzying journey, Duke Dyad raised his hand to boost the morale of his soldiers and shouted that they would march in the name of the goddess. The Silver Cross army also raised their hands after their immediate commander and shouted that the journey was in the name of the goddess. A moment later, the armed guard of the Silver Cross, led by Duke Dyad, set off toward the unpredictable valley of the Manticores. And finally, after some time, the army of Silver Cross Knights approached the entrance to the mysterious valley of the Manticores. Duke Dyad raised his head to the other armed soldiers and knights of the Silver Cross and said that what lay before them was a natural fortress. The commander of the Silver Cross Knights approached Duke Dyad again and said that first of all, a reconnaissance group should be sent. Duke Dyad said that this was the right thing to do, and the commander of the Silver Cross Knights sent several soldiers on a reconnaissance mission. 6 master paladins and 50 ordinary paladins went on reconnaissance, but have not yet returned. Everyone was in shock. Duke Dyad noticed a strange, mysterious fog approaching them. They needed to understand what was happening. Duke Dyad ordered the rest of the Silver Cross Knights to move slowly and carefully behind their leader. The Knights of the Silver Cross nodded their heads and made it clear that they understood the order. And so, the soldiers began their difficult journey. Duke Dyad made his way through the darkness and told himself that he could not see anything here. Danger was literally walking beside him. Duke Dyad suddenly stopped because he felt and heard strange, mysterious footsteps somewhere nearby. Frightened, Duke Dyad tried to feel for something in the thick darkness with his hands, but the poor man could not find anything. A few seconds later, Duke Dyad realized that the Knights of the Silver Cross who had been following him had disappeared without a trace. Duke Dyad was tired of moving around in complete darkness, so he took out his weapon and said that he would soon get rid of this darkness. Duke Dyad struck the ground with his huge weapon and shouted loudly that all his actions would be carried out in the name of the goddess. A few seconds later, there was a dizzying explosion. The force of the blow was so powerful that the darkness gradually dissipated. As soon as the darkness completely dissipated, Duke Dyad saw that he had miraculously found himself near a magical tower. The glow from the dizzying blow also illuminated a wonderful, peaceful city located in the Manticore Valley. The great Duke Dyad could not believe that he had somehow, miraculously, found himself inside a huge, colorful town. In addition, Duke Dyad's state of shock did not go away, as he knew that this area had recently been filled with monsters. Over time, Duke Dyad calmed down and returned to his normal state. However, Duke Dyad's calmness ended when he noticed his armed Silver Cross knights. The frightened Duke Dyad did not understand what was happening to his soldiers, who now resembled sleeping walkers. Suddenly, the voice of the great magician El was heard, saying that he had actually been expecting the Knights of the Silver Cross a little earlier. Duke Dyad became even more frightened as he was standing before the true owner of the magic tower. The great magician and wizard El decided to introduce himself to the respected Duke Dyad. The young man said that he had built the magic tower here. Duke Dyad asked the great magician El how he had managed to make this magical tower surrounded by complete darkness. In any case, El asked him to answer the question of why the great Duke Dyad had decided to come to his domain with an armed army. Duke Dyad was dissatisfied because the great magician El seemed to be mocking him. He understood perfectly well why he had come here. The insolent magician El decided to ask how long Duke Dyad would look at him with such a disrespectful gaze. Duke Dyad said that El was right. They had not come here for the sake of so-called goodwill. The man's eyes widened. Duke Dyad plucked up his courage and asked El where the saint was now and why he was defending her so fiercely. The great magician and sorcerer El decided to joke and asked Duke Dyad which saint they were talking about. Duke Dyad stopped holding back his emotion and shouted loudly that it was time to stop joking around. Humor was out of place. The sorcerer El's face changed, and he said that it didn't matter to him whether she was a saint or not. He truly loved her. Duke Dyad understood the young man's feelings perfectly, but he also added that it was impossible to resist the iron will of the powerful goddess. El became very angry at these statements from the great Duke Dyad and asked him what God's will was for him. In the end, Duke Dyad said that if it was not God's will, then they simply had to use force. Duke Dyad raised his giant hammer to frighten the great magician and wizard El. A few seconds later, Duke Dyad's hammer turned into gold. It was truly the most powerful weapon in the world. A strange magical vortex formed around Duke Dyad, one that the great magician and wizard El had never seen before. Duke Dyad's weapon was a unique hammer that no one present had ever seen before. El's face also changed, and in a loud, clear voice, he called for help from his faithful companion, the golden night golem Tan. A moment later, the legs of the huge golden night golem Tana appeared from the spatial pocket, and now the golden night golem Tana stood next to his powerful master, the great magician El. Meanwhile, Duke Dyad did not lower his golden hammer, and a dizzying vortex continued to swirl around him. Duke Dyad took up a fighting stance and was ready to engage in a fair fight with a worthy opponent. The great sorcerer El ordered the golden night golem Tana to begin the dizzying battle. In his hand, El held a mysterious gold coin, which soon turned into a giant golden arrow. Duke Dyad continued to stand still and watch the actions of the little wizard El closely. Finally, Duke Dyad lowered his mighty hammer and looked directly into the eyes of the golden night golem Tan. El continued to stand still, with a small gold coin in his hands, which subsequently turned into a giant arrow. Duke Dyad did not take his eyes off his opponent's actions, and did not show cowardice in front of the worthy sorcerer. After a few seconds, the great wizard El aimed this golden arrow at the insolent Duke Dyad. The expression on Duke Dyad's face could not be described in words. The man concentrated on his energy, and finally, the giant golden arrow from El approached Duke Dyad's face. The man made a dizzying swing with his hammer. Duke Dyad's golden hammer met the huge arrow in the air. There was an incredible crash and screech. Duke Dyad looked at the arrow lying on the ground and thought that it was an incredible and very surprising force. Duke Dyad held his legendary hammer on his shoulder and continued to think that he had not encountered such amazing power in recent times. The great magician El stood still and said that he just wanted to scare his opponent a little, who was surprised too soon. Meanwhile, the Knights of the Silver Cross seemed to have awakened from their sleep. Duke Dyad asked if they were going to just stand there and watch. However, the frightened armed Knights of the Silver Cross said that they could not move. It was as if they were locked in place. The great magician El continued to smile and said that small fry should not interfere in the conversation of their elders. El said that the 50 knights who were sent out first on reconnaissance were not harmed in any way and were simply locked in place. Duke Dyad called El a very insolent boy. The great magician replied that the Duke was talking like a typical old man. Naturally, Duke Dyad was very angry at the words that the great magician and wizard El had just said to him. There was no limit to Duke Dyad's anger and rage. The man was ready to do everything in his power to free his soldiers from captivity. So the great magician El said that now he had no one to help him. Now Duke Dyad had to cope on his own. El said he noticed how Duke Dyad was embarrassed, but the boy just wanted to tell him what the price for sins was. Duke Dyad laughed and said that the boy El would have to pay for what he had done to the armed knights of the Silver Cross. El asked Duke Dyad if he really thought so. The man did not answer, and prepared for a crushing blow. Suddenly, El asked the angry Duke Dyad if he would like to make a profitable bet with him. El drew attention to the Golden Knight Golem Tan, who was truly his masterpiece. He possessed the power of a Grand Master. El said that he planned to bet on the skills of his Golden Golem Knight, Tan, who had never been defeated. El continued that if the Duke managed to defeat Tan, he would release all the prisoners. If the golem prevailed, then Dyad would also be taken prisoner. Duke Dyad could already imagine the Golden Knight Golem grabbing him with its huge hands. Duke Dyad laughed loudly and said that such a bet was truly ridiculous. The man had no doubt in his abilities. Duke Dyad seemed to want to scare the great magician El, and asked if he minded if the golden golem was destroyed. El replied that the Duke should first worry about his own life. The man had not yet seen the golem in battle. Duke Dyad raised his giant golden hammer and began to chant something. It was another spell. A dizzying aura of unprecedented strength and power formed around Duke Dyad and his huge hammer. Even the great magician and sorcerer El covered his face with his hands from the unimaginable glow. The light seemed to penetrate through his fingers. Duke Dyad's eyes literally turned red. The man sincerely believed that he would easily defeat the golem. The great magician El raised his hand and ordered his friend, the golden golem Tana, to quickly kill the enemy standing in front of him. The Golden Knight Golem Tana heard the order perfectly and repeated that his goal was to kill Duke Dyad. The Golden Knight Golem Tana took a fighting stance and took his amazing sword in his hand. He prepared to run towards the enemy. Duke Dyad did not just stand still either, and struck the shield of the Golden Knight Golem Tana with his giant hammer. Once again, there was an incredible, dizzying explosion. All the witnesses covered their ears from the terrible sound. A moment later, the Golden Golem Knight was already behind his opponent, putting his dizzying speed to good use. However, Duke Dyad was not inferior to the Golden Golem Knight in speed, and the man attacked his opponent again with his hammer. The Golden Knight Golem Tana managed to see Duke Dyad's giant hammer rapidly approaching him. Duke Dyad's face was meant to instill fear in his opponents, but the Golden Knight Golem was no ordinary man, and did not give in. Again and again, the courageous Duke Dyad struck the Golden Golem with his numerous blows and shouted at him to perish. The armed army of Silver Cross Knights loudly supported their leader from inside the locked cage. In addition, the Silver Cross Knights were surprised that the Golden Golem was fighting their lord on almost equal terms. A similar thought occurred to Duke Dyad, and he was greatly surprised at how the golem was coping with his strength. Duke Dyad firmly believed that the Golden Knight Golem Tana was worthy of the title of Grand Master, but this was his last battle. Once again, Duke Dyad raised his legendary hammer and summoned a terrifying whirlwind around his strong body. Duke Dyad's gaze changed dramatically once again. He radiated incredible mana, and his power even reached Ella. A moment later, Duke Dyad threw his hammer at his formidable opponent with astonishing speed. The surprised army of Silver Cross Knights opened their mouths in amazement, as they had already seen this unique technique from their commander. The golden hammer was already approaching the face of the Golden Knight Golem, Tan. It was truly a formidable and amazing weapon. Naturally, the wizard and magician El, who could not believe that the Duke had such a weapon, watched the events unfold intently. This unique sacred object was called the Sacred Sledgehammer. Its history was known to few, but the great mage El had read about it. The sacred sledgehammer was one of 3 special objects that were considered the mercy of the great and powerful goddess. The great mage El was deeply saddened, as he understood that with this weapon, Duke Dyad could win. Duke Dyad was already laughing as he saw the panic in his opponent's eyes. They clearly guessed what was going to happen. The powerful mage El lowered his head in despair, as he did not know how to counter such a sacred weapon. Duke Dyad demonstrated the gift of the goddess, which possessed overwhelming power, before the armed army of the Silver Cross. There were only 3 types of sacred objects in the world: 5 sacred and divine swords, and 5 horsemen, who were considered the most powerful. The sacred sledgehammer is truly capable of destroying any energy except divine energy. El began to feel very sad. This hammer destroys the blade of the aura and causes 7th class magic to literally disappear without a trace. This cannot be changed. Duke Dyad said that he recognized that the Golden Knight Golem was indeed strong and worthy of the title of Grand Master. However, Duke Dyad was already tired of fighting the cunning and nimble Golden Knight Golem Tana. It was time to end this battle, and so the treacherous Duke Dyad struck the ground near the Golden Knight Golem Tana with his sledgehammer. Fragments flew through the air. There was a loud magical sound and a crash. The shards from the crushing blow scattered in all directions. Duke Dyad's beautiful cloak fluttered in the wind. The man waited for the consequences of his crushing blow. Duke Dyad found himself inside a small circle formed by his blow of the sacred sledgehammer on the ground. For the first time, the great magician and wizard El witnessed such dizzying divine power and might. Duke Dyad mocked his frightened opponents, who stood still and simply waited for their fate. The divine energy approached the Golden Knight Golem Tana with lightning speed. He didn't even have time to dodge. Duke Dyad looked straight ahead and said that the Golden Golem was finally behind him. The man was filled with pride. Duke Dyad had already turned to the great magician El and said that the next blow would be his last. The Golden Knight Golem Tana watched as Duke Dyad jumped at him with his sledgehammer in his hand. Nothing could be changed now. The Golden Knight Golem was actually protecting his powerful master El. He ordered the boy to run away and save himself. However, the Golem Tana formed a giant shield to save El from the divine crushing energy. The great and powerful mage El ordered the Golden Golem to try to fight Duke Dyad from a distance. The Golden Knight Golem Tana heard his master El's advice clearly and said loudly that he would now carry out the order. Before carrying out his master El's order, the Golden Golem Tana knelt down and held his sword forward. Duke Dyad was greatly surprised by the actions of the Golden Knight Golem, who possessed his own mind. Despite the strange behavior of the Golden Golem, Duke Dyad was already prepared to use his sacred sledgehammer. And finally, Duke Dyad threw his sacred sledgehammer at the Golden Knight Golem Tana to destroy his enemy. Surprisingly, the sacred sledgehammer flew past the right side of the Golden Knight Golem Tana. The great magician El could barely contain his uncontrollable emotions. The poor boy was very worried about the condition of his best friend. Since everything had turned out this way, the great and powerful mage El lowered his head. The boy understood that there was nothing he could do to help. The great mage and wizard El raised his hand to cast a spell and moved the Golden Golem Knight to another place. Duke Dyad noticed what the great magician El was doing and tried to stop the cunning boy. Meanwhile, a strange, mystical funnel formed around the feet of the Golden Knight Golem, which was actually a portal. The angry Duke Dyad was greatly upset that the Golden Knight Golem had disappeared in an unknown direction. A few seconds later, Duke Dyad realized that the Golden Knight Golem Tana was behind him. The man considered him a coward. Duke Dyad turned and looked into the face of the cowardly Golden Knight Golem Tana. The man did not understand how he had moved. The great magician El stood up for his comrade Tana and said that it was a secret experiment. The guy did not think that Duke Dyad would take out a sledgehammer. Duke Dyad swore to himself that this time he would not make any mistakes and would do everything right. He was even ready to resort to trickery. El looked at Duke Dyad and suggested stopping at the achieved result. There was no point in continuing the fight. It was clearly not easy to defeat the famous Duke, who had a sacred sledgehammer in his hands. Moreover, he used nuclear technology. Duke Dyad said that it was indeed a glorious and very unpredictable battle. Golem Tana deserved his respect. El said that he would keep his promise, and so he soon allowed Duke Dyad to take his armed army of the Silver Cross. El also said that he would remove the barrier in a few seconds, and Duke Dyad would be able to calmly take away the frightened knights. Duke Dyad looked at his Silver Cross army and asked why they were still standing there. Duke Dyad turned to the great magician and wizard El and asked again if he had the high priest Volok. Duke Dyad was also interested in the brave and noble knights of light, who had also disappeared in an unknown direction. Duke Dyad came up close to the great magician El and said that he was smiling for the last time in his life. The brave and courageous Duke Dyad continued to stand in place and was about to ask his question again. Meanwhile, the great magician and wizard El crossed his arms over his chest and smiled kindly at his insolent and cunning opponent. The Duke grew tired of looking at the calm face of his interlocutor, El, and approached the boy again. El asked the angry Duke Dyad why his stunning smile annoyed him so much. Duke Dyad said that at the moment he was unarmed, but next time he would take the saint with him. For some reason, the weather around the main characters had changed dramatically. A strong wind began to blow, which could turn into a storm. Duke Dyad had already turned to leave the battlefield. Before leaving, El decided to tell the man not to count on. The offended Duke Dyad slowly left the battlefield and finally told the great magician El that they would see each other soon. El thought that now he needed to find a worthy weapon to counter the power and might of the sacred artifact. A few hours later, Duke Dyad and his armed army of the Silver Cross stopped to rest. The commander of the Silver Cross Knights turned to Duke Dyad and said that his body was in great pain. Most likely, he had internal injuries. Duke Dyad understood perfectly well that this was actually an unusual injury. Recovery would take about a month. This situation clearly did not please the powerful and embittered Duke Dyad, who was already planning his next attack. Meanwhile, in the desert empire of Dizek, considered one of the 5 great states, a complicated situation was unfolding. The temple of the goddess Reynard, which had recently received a huge shipment of red liquid from the bodies of manticores from the Dibble store, was turned upside down. Cunning and treacherous priests skillfully processed this rare raw material, prepared expensive potions, and made incredible profits. High Priest Virek faced a terrible problem when the supply of the rare red liquid from manticore bodies became difficult. High Priest Virek was very angry and was already preparing to go to Dibble's store immediately. A few hours later, High Priest Virek was sitting at a giant table opposite the respected Mr. Dibble. High Priest Virek asked Mr. Dibble what he meant when he said that the supply of red liquid had become difficult. Mr. Dibble tried to calm High Priest Virek down and asked him to drink a cup of hot and delicious tea. High Priest Virek agreed to try Mr. Dibble's tea, but still repeated his question and wanted to know the reason. Mr. Dibble clutched his head and replied that this secret should not ultimately be revealed to the public. High Priest Virek tried to persuade Mr. Dibble to reveal the dizzying secret to him. The man thought for a moment. Mr. Dibble asked High Priest Virek to remain silent after hearing the dizzying information. In other words, it could turn out that High Priest Virek would never again have the opportunity to sell potions. High Priest Virek was ready to cross himself before Mr. Dibble and swore that he would never tell anyone. So Mr. Dibble revealed that the red liquid from the manticore's bodies was actually delivered from the Great Manticore Valley. Mr. Dibble continued his story, saying that a 7th-class mage had built a magical tower in the Manticore Valley. The great and powerful wizard used magic to capture the terrible monsters and began collecting their red liquid. Mr. Dibble said that he had managed to sign a contract with this great mage, but recently, contact with the talented wizard had been lost. Most importantly, this wonderful, talented man was currently caring for the great saint. At the moment, this powerful and talented magician is forced to fight against the crushing and powerful Holy Empire. Mr. Dibble claimed that the battle with the great Holy Empire had dragged on, and now he did not know how soon the wizard would get in touch. High Priest Virek sat silently and thought that this great magician had encountered terrible problems in his own life. Mr. Dibble lowered his head and looked sadly at the floor. For him, it was also surprising and astonishing. The will of the Holy Land was the will of the powerful goddess. And when the Holy Land of the goddess Gaia moved with her, other countries moved with it. In terms of power, the Holy Empire could easily surpass this great 7th-level magician. This clearly upset High Priest Virek greatly. High Priest Virek asked again, what would happen next with the supply of red liquid for potions? Mr. Dibble tried again to calm the confused High Priest Virek and said that he already had another plan. High Priest Virek breathed a sigh of relief and tried Mr. Dibble's delicious strong tea again. Suddenly, High Priest Virek became sad and clutched his head. The old man seemed to be in great pain. Mr. Dibble decided to ask High Priest Virek why he was so afraid of the powerful Gaia Empire. High Priest Virek replied that Mr. Dibble did not yet know that the power of the Gaia Empire had long surpassed that of the Reynard Church. Suddenly, an original idea popped into Mr. Dibble's head, and he unexpectedly proposed that they join forces. High Priest Virek was very surprised and asked Mr. Dibble what he meant. The man asked if Reynard was the only one in the world. Mr. Dibble held up 5 fingers and said that there were 5 other powerful denominations in the world. Of course, High Priest Virek wondered if they would be able to stand up to the powerful Holy Empire. Mr. Dibble stared intently at the large face of High Priest Virek, who was still hesitant. High Priest Virek said that he needed to talk to the Chief High Priest, and then he would return to give his answer. Mr. Dibble said that he would then supply the Church of Reynard with 150,000 bottles of red liquid from manticore bodies within 3 months. Happy and joyful, High Priest Virek had already begun to thank Mr. Dibble for such a lucrative offer. Meanwhile, a dizzying scene was unfolding in the territory of the great and powerful Holy Empire. It seemed that not a single person was visible in such a vast territory, but all the inhabitants were inside. The hand of the powerful oracle tapped on the table. The old man was clearly irritated and angry about the latest unforeseen problems. The oracle shouted loudly and clearly throughout the Gothic hall about what was really happening to their great empire. The most respected high priests of the Holy Empire gathered around the round table. Everyone was trying to understand what had happened to the Duke. The oracle held a strange, mysterious note in his hand. The old man again asked everyone present what was written on the piece of paper. It was a warning from the Empire that the oracle should not make a fuss about his so-called saint. The high priest said that they were actually very cautious with questions. But why did they receive such a strange letter? The high priests were at a loss, as there was still no news from the second wave of paladins, who had been sent to search for the saint. The oracle asked the high priest Artemis if he knew why such a letter had come into his hands. High priest Artemis also did not understand a word, as the saint would have helped all the other high priests as well. Perhaps the cunning and treacherous members of the empire's government had calculated how much the Holy Empire could earn from pilgrimages. Artemis told the oracle that this was clearly not a unilateral statement from the powerful empire. Something was wrong here. The oracle asked the high priest what he meant. Could someone have influenced this strange decision? It was an interesting idea that the 5 denominations scattered across 5 powerful states had taken part in the decision. High Priest Artemis sat on his comfortable throne and listened attentively to this dizzying thought. The oracle rose from the table and asked High Priest Artemis why these 5 churches had committed such a crime. High Priest Artemis did not immediately reveal certain secrets and said that he had some ideas on the matter. Artemis thought for a moment and said that the 5 churches feared that the Holy Empire was gaining momentum in its power. The other high priests were literally in shock, as they could not believe that such a thing was possible. Artemis stated that they feared that with the appearance of the Holy One, the status of the goddess Gaia would become much higher than it was at that moment. The oracle rose from the table again and suggested that the 5 churches could unite against the Holy Empire. However, the high priests paused to think, as this was only a theory. The oracle saw a valid point in this. The oracle believed that the 5 denominations obediently followed their instructions, but they clearly treated them with caution. The high priests unanimously agreed that this was the case. Everyone fears that with the appearance of the saint, their power will increase. The oracle quickly replied that the intentions of the 5 churches had now become a headache for them. Something had to be done. High Priest Artemis asked the other distinguished guests if there was any news from the noble Duke Dyad. Meanwhile, Duke Dyad, accompanied by his armed knights of the Silver Cross, was resting again at a halt. One of the poor knights doubled over in dizzying pain. Duke Dyad understood that this was not just a bet. The commander of the army of knights of the Holy Land approached the wounded soldier and said that he did not have long to live. The commander of the army of knights of the Holy Land turned to Duke Dyad and asked if he had reported this to the Holy Land. A few minutes later, the armed army of Silver Cross knights saw a dove flying towards them. Duke Dyad carefully read the note from the Holy Land in the company of his commanders. No one knew yet what was written there.